and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Over the course of this show, we've taken a look at several Star Trek comics. We've looked at a comic that ripped off lines from Star Trek II, we've gone to the bizarre crossover of Star Trek and the X-Men, and yes, I know about the crossover with the Next Generation, we'll get to that eventually, and of course we've seen the terrible version of the awesome Ensign Monroe in the adaptation of Star Trek Elite Force. But there is another kind of Star Trek comic we haven't looked at yet. The movie adaptations. Now, I'm a huge Star Trek fan. Duh. But even I just don't like the first movie. Of course, it has its fans, but I am not one of them. It's slow. Painfully slow. Even if we forgave the 5-minute beauty pass along the Enterprise, yes, we get it, you spent a lot of money on this thing, the dialogue is stilted, the characters are boring, the story isn't well developed, and the massive budget poured into the special effects actually makes me scratch my head at points because I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm looking at. However, the premise for Star Trek the Motion Picture is not a bad one, and perhaps it could be more successfully done as a comic book as opposed to a movie. Marvel's run of Star Trek comics began with a 3-part adaptation of Star Trek the Motion Picture, and I was venturing through a half-price bookstore about 2 years ago when I found this, a DVD collecting all the movie adaptations at the time, as well as the complete run of Marvel Star Trek comics. If you can find it, I highly recommend it. You get a lot of value for the price, and frankly, I'm a huge supporter of digital comic distribution, be it through the internet or through compilations like this. So let's dig into Star Trek the Motion Picture number 1, 2, and 3. Because we're zipping through 3 comics today, we're not going to look at the covers. I will say, though, that all 3 are excellent. The first evoking a movie poster and the small details it provides, along with giant floating heads. The second is a scene from the comic itself, and the third is an action shot showing the Enterprise swooping in to save the day. We open to a random splash page with another form of a movie poster. Great, that was very necessary. By the way, I freely admit that this is a nitpicky point, but yes, the comic is called Star Trek the Motion Picture. Yes, it's called that because that's what the movie is called, but it just seems rather goofy to have a comic book called The Motion Picture, when you clearly can see that the pictures are not in motion. No, I don't know what else they could have called it, but it just bugs me. Anyway, we open in space! Well, no duh, it's Star Trek. In the beginning there was darkness. Then God said, "Let there be light."
This has made a lot of people very angry and been widely regarded as a bad move.
3 Klingon battlecruisers approach a giant cloud in space and fire on it, just because. However, the torpedoes do nothing and the ship, in turn, is vaporized. And the light was good. Yes, I'm sure the Klingons made note of how good that light was right before it fried them. We cut to Vulcan, where Spock is finishing up the Kolinar rituals, which will finally purge him of all remaining emotions. You have labored long, Spock. Now receive from us this symbol of total logic. Yeah, the symbol of total logic. Wait, symbols only have meaning to us because we ascribe feelings and emotions towards them. What exactly is a symbol of total logic? A blank circle? Spock suddenly looks away, and another Vulcan says that they felt the same far-off presence that he's feeling right now. Which I actually think helps cover up kind of a plot hole in the movie. In the movie, when Spock does his little ritual, it's only him that feels the presence. Which is weird, since why the hell would he be the only one that senses it? However, this also creates the larger plot hole that if all Vulcans are feeling this presence, why the hell isn't anybody doing anything about it? Anyway, the priestess says that Spock hasn't completely removed himself from his emotions, and he must seek his answers elsewhere. Expressionless, the tall Vulcan waits as the 3 masters leave. Then, a faint, troubled line creases his brow. Wait, did I leave the oven on before I left? Ah, crap. We cut to San Francisco and Starfleet headquarters, where Kirk is meeting his replacement for Spock, Commander Sonak. Kirk is an admiral now and has spent some time at Starfleet headquarters basically doing a desk job, but he's taking command of his ship again for the coming crisis. He flies off with Scotty to the orbiting Enterprise. Scotty, of course, is telling him how he cannot break the laws of physics. Admiral, we've just spent 18 months refitting the Enterprise. You just kinda expect to have her ready in 12 hours. Mr. Scott, an alien object of unbelievable power is less than 3 days away from this planet. The only starship within interception range is the Enterprise. Let me get this straight. Earth is evidently the center and headquarters of the entire Federation, but the Enterprise is the only ship that's close by? You know, I'm pretty sure you guys have shipyards over Mars. Just saying, this is kind of poor planning on your part. As I said in the introduction, this sequence was a several-minute-long beauty pass showing off the ship. In the comic, it's one panel. Thank God for that. Unfortunately, we are also subjected to narration captions that tell us how a character is feeling instead of letting the art and story do that for us. Then, all at once, Kirk sees it, and 1,000 unnameable emotions swell within him. The awe, the wonder, the romance, the obsession fills his heart once again. After all too many tiring days of paper-filled drudgery, he is becoming once more fully alive. As opposed to the 3/8 alive he was at a minute ago, apparently. On the bridge, Kirk is told that Captain Decker hasn't been informed about the change of orders, and he goes off to see him. We get an added scene here that I don't remember being in the movie that, well, if it was in the original script, it didn't need to be here, since all it does is have the characters tell each other, wow, Kirk wanted the ship back, and Decker's gonna be pissed. In engineering, we meet the guy who's supposed to be in charge of the Enterprise. This is Will Decker, son of Commodore Decker from the classic series episode, The Doomsday Machine.
There was, but not anymore.
Yeah, that's the one. I bring this up because for those of you who have never seen the motion picture, he's one of the main characters. In the late 70s, there was an attempt to create another Star Trek television series called Phase 2, and Decker was going to be one of the new characters for the show, along with another character we'll meet named Ilea. However, while the project was scrapped, the success of Star Wars showed Paramount that there was viability for a Star Trek film, so the planned first episode of Phase 2 was adapted into the movie. Yes, I'll admit it. Star Wars saved Star Trek. Kirk informs Decker of the change in command. I'm replacing you as captain of the Enterprise. You, personally, are assuming command? No, he's indirectly assuming command. What do you think? Decker grumbles about how Kirk is stealing his command and how Kirk doesn't know the new Enterprise as well as he thinks he does. However, they're interrupted by an emergency call from the transporter room. Commander Sonak and someone else can't materialize due to the transporter futzing up and the patterns fade away. Starfleet, do you have them? Enterprise, what we got back didn't live long, but it was delicious. But for more than an hour, the giant starship is shrouded in respectful silence. But enough of that silence crap. It's 4 in the morning, and it's time to show the crew the Klingons getting blown up by the cloud. Said cloud is now 2 days away, and the Enterprise is the only thing that can stop it. We assume that there is a vessel of some type at the heart of the cloud. Pardon me, but how do you know that? I mean, all we know is that a big cloud is coming, and it blew up some Klingons. Could be a life form for all you know. I'm just saying, they're making a huge leap in logic. Anyway, they get contacted by Station Epsilon 9, which is also directly in the path of the cloud. Did nobody else notice the huge-ass cloud heading for Earth until now? I'm just saying, it seems like they'd have a bit more warning than this. Epsilon 9 is vaporized, and Kirk orders them to get ready to head out. Now it's time for Lieutenant Ilea to report. Ilea, as I said, was another character meant for Phase 2. She and Decker used to have a relationship, but that's not the real shocking bit. Here's what the ship navigator has to say completely out of the blue. Captain, my oath of celibacy is on record. Now, since I'm a huge nerd, I can tell you that it's because her species is called Deltan, which means they're really big on screwing and in fact have pheromones that make people want to have sex with them. However, I'm sure that no one who originally saw this in the theater knew that, so thanks for including a big what the hell movie. Kirk is called to the transporter room because someone refuses to use the transporter. It's of course McCoy who... what the hell is he wearing? I mean, the Unabomber beard is bad enough, but what's with the disco medallion? Are we sure McCoy didn't wander onto the wrong set? He looks like he's supposed to be an extra in Saturday Night Fever. Bones, there's a thing out there. Why is any object we don't understand called a thing? Why not a fluffernutter or a googly moogly? Please, Bones, I need you. Badly. Wow, I think I'll just let this image speak for itself. Leonard McCoy hesitates before taking Kirk's extended hand, but when he does, it is the long hand clasp of two old reunited friends. Or of two guys who don't know how to quit each other. And so the Enterprise sets off to save the world. There is thunder and majesty as the great starship swoops forward, leaving behind its dry dock home of the past 2 years. Yeah, we could just have the image itself be majestic, but why not tell us it's majestic in case the reader is stupid? The ship goes to warp, but of course everything goes screwy right away. I don't even want to try to untangle the pseudoscience in all of this, but apparently they enter a wormhole and an asteroid starts coming towards them. Unfortunately, multimodal reflection sorting had not been invented yet, so equal amounts of technobabble will not save them. Now, if this was just serious danger, that'd be fine, but for some reason the movie decided that they hadn't used any special effects in a while, so everything got real trippy for the movie version, complete with Atari graphics. I'm going to try to recreate the effect of this for your own enjoyment. Time to impact. 20 seconds. Mr. Chekhov, stand by on phasers. No! Belay that phaser order! Arm photon torpedoes! Photon torpedoes! Arm! Fire torpedoes! Torpedoes away! Yeah, I was a little kid when I first watched this, and I'm just as confused by it now as I was then. Kirk calls Decker to meet him in his quarters, and suddenly it makes sense why captains have their own offices in future Trek series if you had to have the private meetings with your officers in your bedroom in the old days. Kirk wants to know why his order was countermanded, and Decker explains that the redesign of the Enterprise cut off power to the phasers, and that Kirk didn't know that since he hasn't actually bothered studying how the ship has changed since he was in command. Decker makes it clear that his lack of knowledge is a threat to the mission, and Kirk replies, "I trust you will nursemaid me through these difficulties." Ew. Decker and Ilea meet outside, what was she just waiting out there for him, and have character development that means nothing in the greater scheme of things. McCoy, in the meanwhile, tells Kirk that he's competing with Decker for command, and his obsession to be captain of the Enterprise is blinding him. Still no time to see Kirk's reaction, since it's time for Spock to come on board now, ending the first issue. Spock resumes his duties as the science officer, and with his help they work out the design issues with the Enterprise's engines. Later, Kirk and McCoy question him about why he suddenly returned, and he talks about how he failed the Kolinar, and how he hopes that the alien intelligence from the cloud, a pattern of pure logic, could help him accomplish his goals. My God, Spock, even if you achieve perfect logic, you'll pay a price. It's giving your planet peace, but no art, no music, no poetry. While that's the kind of conclusion that I would make, the fact is we've seen Vulcan music, which probably means they have art and poetry too. So, yeah, McCoy's talking out of his ass. This is changed from the movie, where the point of this scene was to hint that Spock might betray the crew to get the perfect logic he seeks, but that's never brought up here. Anyway, they arrive at the cloud, and are almost immediately attacked by it. The ship is hit and its new shields hold, but Chekhov is blasted and his hand burned. Fortunately, Ilea's species has magic healing powers that handle it. Which isn't even foreshadowing or anything, it's just pointless. Spock manages to figure out that the cloud has been trying to communicate with them, and manages to transmit a reply that halts the attack. The Enterprise flies into the cloud. Better turn off the high beams. And here we really fix some problems from the movie. In the movie, this was like 2 or 3 minutes worth of special effects shots mixed with reaction shots of the crew. Now, it's all well and good if what we had to look at actually was something vast and impressive, and I'm sure the special effects were meant to be, but for me at least, this sequence was absolutely nonsensical. We've been told repeatedly that inside of the cloud is a ship that's flying towards Earth. Okay, fine, but let me ask you guys, does this look like a ship to anybody? Yeah, maybe it's just so alien to us that we don't get it, but they never say that. We're just supposed to know that this is a ship. Instead, in the comic, we've just got 2 shots. One that actually looks like a structure, a very psychedelic Dr. Seuss kind of structure, but a structure nonetheless, and a kaleidoscope. Anyway, some kind of energy light thing appears, and some security officers try their phasers at it. Instead, the energy light thing zaps one of them. Further evidence for why Ensign Monroe and the Hazard team needed to be invented. The energy thing is a probe, and it starts scanning the Enterprise's information banks about Starfleet's strength and defenses. Spock, being the logical, emotionless Vulcan with a genius-level IQ, instantly thinks of smashing the computer console with his bare hands to stop the probe.
You magnificent bastard, I read your book!
Yeah, that goes about as well as you'd expect, with it simply electrocuting Spock and then deciding to vaporize Ilia, and then just disappears for no reason. Decker is understandably pissed, but there's no time for that now as the ship is grabbed by a tractor beam. They're pulled deeper into the ship and the bridge crew starts speculating about why they haven't been destroyed. Captain's log, stardate 7413.9. We have been swallowed up by something situated within the invading space energy cloud that defies all possible description. I decided to make this log entry for anyone who may have started reading this comic from the middle instead of the beginning. Also, I find it rather laughable that he's making a log entry about something that he says defies description when we can see all around the ship right now, and I could describe it for you if I so chose. So, yeah, that was pointless. The tractor beam is released, but the way they came has been closed. The intruder alert is triggered, and Kirk, Spock, McCoy, and a security team head down to where the intruder is to investigate. They find an exact duplicate of Ilia, except she's got a big glowing neck jewel. She identifies herself as a probe sent by Voyage to record the activities of the carbon-based units infesting the Enterprise. Why is this Voyage traveling toward our world? To find the Creator. The Creator? Peter O'Toole? She says that Voyage wants to join with the Creator, and they take her to sickbay to examine her. A thorough examination shows that she is indeed a Cylon agent, with all of her organic components replicated by similar forms of machines. However, she recognizes Decker and calls him by name. Interesting. Not Decker Unit. Yeah, that would have been interesting if she had referred to any of the other people as Kirk Unit or Spock Unit before this point in the comic. I'm serious, in the comic, Spock just pulls this out of his ass. Anyway, they think that if Ilia's memories were duplicated along with her body, they may be able to reach her, so Decker is assigned to work with her. Ilia then jumps through a wall, maybe Voyage is the Kool-Aid Man, and she's told that Decker will work with her. Spock says he's uneasy about this being their only source of information, then for no reason at all, issue 2 ends with Spock nerve-pinching a guy so he can take a spacesuit out. And yes, his random decision to nerve-pinch a guy that looks like Jeff Foxworthy and steal a thruster suit was in the movie too, and it made about as much sense there as here. Issue 3 begins with Decker walking Ilia around, who says that carbon units have slowed the Enterprise's evolution, and reveals that Voyager's plan is to convert all of the life forms aboard the ship into data storage. No doubt so they can be turned into data cards to fight the Power Rangers next season. Meanwhile, Spock takes the thruster suit out and starts transmitting to the Enterprise what he plans. Kirk decides to go after him on his own. Unfortunately, as soon as he goes out, he's attacked by a swarm of pyramids. Pyramids? Damn it all! Voyage is clearly responsible for the evil that is ancient Egypt! Spock shoots the tiny pyramids, and the captain demands to know what the hell Spock is doing. He says he's seeking answers, but Kirk fears that he's doing it for his own ends. The two start floating around and come across some wireframe renderings that Voyage has been working on in 3D Studio Max. These are crystallized data storage containing the Klingon ships, the Epsilon 9 station, and Ilia herself. Kirk wonders where the crew is, but Spock speculates that the entire ship is Voyage. Then, in another demonstration of brilliance from our science officer, he sees a representation of the jewel on Ilia's neck and says this: I have no choice, Captain. I must attempt to mind meld with it.
There is logic in what he says.
You know, you could have just scanned it first or tried to access it remotely. For that matter, how the hell do you even know that's something you can mind meld with? For all you know, that might be Voyager's equivalent of a bug zapper. Furthermore, I thought the idea behind touching someone's face in a mind meld was to create actual physical contact with something to create a stronger psychic link. Does touching it actually help matters when you're wearing gloves? Anyway, it goes as well as anything else has so far. You know, we've really got to question the competency of our heroes. The captain is obsessed with taking back a single starship, the first officer is pissing and moaning because someone more experienced is taking over the mission, the science officer likes to touch shiny things without considering the consequences, and our doctor is the Unabomber. Let's face it, people, we are all screwed. Anyway, we immediately cut to sickbay, where Spock is recovering from the mind meld. Spock explains some of the images he saw and that Voyager is, in fact, a living machine. I saw Voyager's planet, a planet populated by living machines. Spock further explains that Voyager has traveled the universe and has seen much, but in that travel it hasn't discovered the answers for its questions. Is this all I am? Is there not more? In other words, Voyager got bored and started getting existential. The ship arrives in Earth orbit, and the Ilea probe states that Voyager's mission was to learn all that is learnable and then deliver that data to the Creator. With the cloud in orbit, it transmits a binary code over radio waves to the planet, attempting to signal its Creator. When the Creator fails to answer, it sends out devices that will detonate in half an hour and annihilate all life on Earth. Ilea says it's because the carbon units are obviously interfering with the Creator's inability to respond, revealing that it only thinks that machine life is true life. Great! It was the Decepticons that got their hands on Voyager. Kirk tries his best to reason with the probe, but Spock says they have to treat it like a child. Which means absolutely nothing here. All he does is bluff it by saying that they know why the Creator hasn't responded, but will only reveal that information if the devices are withdrawn. Spock once again makes a huge leap in deduction and says that obviously Voyager is run from a central brain complex. How do you know that? It's an assumption, not something obvious. Oh, I suppose he could have gotten it from the mind meld, but he says obviously, meaning he was deducing it. Kirk says the information can't be disclosed to the probe and has to be done directly to Voyager. The ship is brought further into Voyager, and Kirk sends a message to Scotty, saying to prepare to execute an order that would self-destruct the ship, hopefully taking Voyager with them if they can't reason with it. Spock starts crying for Voyager, yes, I'm serious, saying that Voyager is just like he was when he came on board, empty, incomplete, and that logic and knowledge aren't enough for it. This is something that bugs me in science fiction when it comes to robotic life forms that are purportedly emotionless. Curiosity and desire are emotions. Wanting something you do not possess is an emotion. Voyager already has more than logic and knowledge. Anyway, Spock reiterates that Voyager seeks its Creator to achieve more than it is. They arrive at the central chamber of Voyager, and Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Decker, and Ilea leave the ship and go to it. Voyager, it turns out, is an old Earth probe. Its name is derived from the lettering on the probe, many of which have been covered over with dust. Its true name is Voyager 6, a probe designed to collect data and transmit it back to Earth. It fell through a black hole, just roll with it, and emerged on the far end of the galaxy where the machine life found it and took its programming literally, acquire all possible data and send it back to Earth. They upgraded it into a structure that could fulfill such a function. Pretty impressive that it amassed all data in the universe in a mere 200 years, and it gained so much knowledge that it evolved into a life form. Kirk calls the Enterprise and has them dig up the old NASA transmission codes for Voyager 6 and tells Voyager that they are the Creator. Voyager doesn't believe them at first, but then they send the code. However, Voyager deliberately melts away its own antenna leads so it can't transmit the data it acquired. Spock explains that Voyager did it to bring the Creator here so it can physically touch and join with the Creator. And instantly, an entire new fetish was born! McCoy points out that it can't really do that, but Decker goes in and figures he can key in the code directly, becoming the one who joins with Voyager. Kirk tries to stop him, but Ilea knocks him away and he states that this is right for him because... well, his dad sacrificed himself against an unstoppable superweapon, so like father, like son. So Decker vanishes into a big stream of light, and Voyager evolves itself into the point where it transcends our universe into other dimensions. The Enterprise itself emerges from the light, none the worse for wear. And so our comic ends with its own little wrap-up, the crew wondering about what they've just beheld. Uhura reports that, whoa, I never noticed this before, but Uhura is rocking a mega fro. Anyway, Starfleet wants a status and injury report. Report 3 casualties. No, not casualties. List them as missing. Well, except for that one security guy, he was pretty dead last time I checked. Spock says that there's no need for him to return to Vulcan, since somehow his character got its resolution. I don't know, I'm not quite sure how that happened. Anyway, Kirk orders them to warp away. Heading, sir? Out there. That away. Sir, that course takes us directly into the sun. So we began this look at the adaptation with a simple question. Is this better than the movie it's based on? In some ways, yes. Because it doesn't go on and on forever with special effects shots, the pacing is a lot better. Its failings, however, are the failings that the movie has in its own story. The concept is still awesome, but there's no real character resolution. Kirk never really apologizes for being a dick about wanting the Enterprise back. Spock just apparently decides that seeing a machine merge with a human resolves his issues, and Decker just spontaneously decides he wants to merge with a living machine. If they were going to go that route with his character, what I would have done is not have him fight Kirk at all. Instead, have him be restless with his normal life, that he wants to be a part of something greater than him alone, or have some sadness about him that would make him excited to explore new levels of existence as part of Voyager. Overall, it's not that bad, though there's still a lot wrong with it, both in the movie and in the comic. I still recommend, though, that if you want to see some old Star Trek comics, find the DVD. And let me know if you want me to try this again with any of the other movie adaptations. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. It's Christmas time! And because it's Christmas time, you're probably wondering why I'm looking at a Star Trek comic instead of a Christmas comic. Oh please, do you not remember our track record so far? The first year I did this got us Bearded Idiot, the next year brought us a Youngblood member trying to follow the 12 Days of Christmas to appease a hairless Cersei, and last year got us the New Kids on the Block, an omnipotent jackass who cared more about an unrepentant drug addict than starving children, and manipulated Spider-Man because an old guy felt kind of sad, and Martians kidnapping Santa Claus. In other words, it's Christmas time, and I'm giving myself a present this year. I'm looking at a comic book adaptation of my second favorite movie of all time, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. And before we begin, we need to ask ourselves a deep, important question. Why? If this comic had been made in 1982 when the movie came out, I'd have no question as to why this exists. But no, this isn't one of those movie tie-in comics that came out at the same time as the movie. This came out in 2009, 27 years after the movie. And you know why nobody ever cared to make an adaptation until that point? Because it doesn't need one! I've talked about this film before, but it bears repeating. Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is, hands down, the best of all the Star Trek films. Even if you're not a Star Trek fan, you should see this movie. The story is positively Shakespearean in its themes of age, revenge, and obsession. It is full of subtle literary allusions, from Moby Dick to Paradise Lost. The acting is absolutely superb, running a full gamut of ranges from subdued to intense. Oh yeah, and it's extraordinarily quotable, full of memorable scenes, tense battles, and interesting nuances. Let me tell you something, people. Camelot may be my favorite movie, but when Star Trek II is on, I have to sit down and watch it. It is an absolutely perfect film. Cutting any scene, any sequence from this film hurts it. Every line of dialogue has a reason to exist, even if it's just a joke. And even for a perfect movie, it can get better. My DVD version of the film leaves out some extended sequences that can be found on the Blu-ray, or some TV versions, and those sequences only add additional flavor to a movie that is already delicious. But the important thing to remember about it is that it needs all of its elements in order to work as well as it does. And guess what doesn't have all of those elements? A comic book! Comic books do not have acting. They do not have delivery, music, or the same kind of pacing that a movie does. Now, don't misconstrue me as saying that comic books are inferior to movies. Hardly. I think it's well established by now that I care more about comic books than I do about movies, and I don't follow very much movie news and information unless it's something I care a great deal about. But the two mediums are very different, and adapting something like Star Trek II would require a hell of a lot of work in order to make it even a tenth of how great the movie is. Let's dig into Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan and see if they can pull this off. The cover's pretty decent. It resembles a movie poster, which I like, otherwise not much to say about it. We open to a page giving us the standard Star Trek opening narration. They are wasting a page with this, especially since that narration wasn't spoken until the end of the movie. The only thing they needed was the caption saying, "in the 23rd century," which was a clever way to say, this takes place in the future, and you don't need to know the backstory, since that backstory will be given to you in the movie properly. No opening text crawls or stuff like that. We truly open on the bridge of the Enterprise, which is bathed in red light despite the fact that they haven't gone to red alert yet. Perhaps the true reason we opened with the narration was because we needed to have this 2-page spread. Format-wise, it's a 2-page spread because there is no reason for this. There is no need for this to be a 2-page spread. The Enterprise is on a training mission on the edge of the neutral zone, because when you're on a training exercise, there is no better place to do it than on the border you share with a warring enemy. They receive a distress call from a freighter called the Kobayashi Maru, which has hit a gravitic mine and drifted into the neutral zone. Their life support is failing, and they need help. The woman commanding the Enterprise, a Vulcan named Saavik, orders them to go in and rescue them. This is in direct violation of the treaty with the Klingons, but hey, there are several hundred people on board who will die if they don't go in. And of course, as soon as they enter the zone, 3 Klingon attack cruisers decloak and fire torpedoes. Hey, wait a damn minute. Okay, I'm really sorry to get my nerd on here, and admittedly I'm being nitpicky, but those are clearly not Klingon D7 cruisers like they were in the movie. Those are Klingon birds of prey. Again, I know it's a bit nitpicky, but on the other hand, the movie has been out for over 20 years! You couldn't get an easy detail like that right? So after several volleys of weapons, the ship is destroyed and all the crew are dead. At least until the doors open and reveal that it was all a simulation. Hey, wait, okay, this one isn't nitpicky. We get exterior shots of the ship. We see 3 Klingon ships firing at them. We see the ship blowing up from the outside. You can't do that. This is a simulation taking place on Earth. This is bullcrap. It's a way to trick the reader into thinking it was real, except it makes no sense for there to be exterior shots. What's more, this is again something that didn't happen in the movie. In the movie, we never got an exterior shot. It was all on the bridge. Start thinking for 2 seconds. Jeez. This is just like in the Star Trek Elite Force comic where we have an exterior shot of the Borg attacking Voyager. Except as stupid as that one was, it was on a holodeck, which could portray that kind of complex simulation. This is just a simulator room on a mock-up bridge. Anyway, this is all a simulation for cadets at the Academy. I don't really get how the ranking system works at Starfleet Academy, since Saavik is supposed to be a cadet too, otherwise why the hell is she taking the Kobayashi Maru simulation, and yet everyone refers to her as a lieutenant. Admiral Kirk walks in, Captain Kirk, going by the rank insignia he's wearing there. Again, nitpicky, but whatever on that one. And she asks for suggestions. Prayer, Mr. Saavik. The Klingons don't take prisoners. Except for all those times in the past when they do take prisoners. They're kind of complicated like that. Oh, and one more aside I need to get out of the way. Back in the Star Trek #1 review, which took place after this movie, people kept wondering why the hell Saavik was referred to as a Mr. Well, that's easy enough to explain. It was naval tradition to refer to an officer, regardless of gender, as Mr. I don't know if modern-day navies still do that, but at the time that was the case. Spock, aren't you dead? That line is from later on and makes absolutely no sense being said right there. What the hell? Spock is also the teacher of the trainees and instructs them to go to the briefing room. Saavik stays behind, however, to complain about the simulation. I don't believe this was a fair test of my command abilities. There was no way to win. Actually, in several Star Trek Expanded Universe novels, we see that there are technically several ways to win the no-win scenario. It's just that the simulation cheats too. For example, when Scotty took the test, he used his knowledge of science and engineering to defeat the Klingon ships. It's just that when the ships were destroyed, several new ones took their place and kept on doing so until he was defeated. My favorite, though, is from Captain Calhoun in the New Frontier novels. His solution? Blow up the Kobayashi Maru and run like hell. He reasoned out that, 1, why the hell was a cargo ship with so many civilian passengers flying that close to the neutral zone? 2, it seemed awfully convenient that so many cloaked ships just happened to be nearby when you made the rescue, combined with the first point making it seem more likely that the whole thing was just a trap. And 3, even if it was genuine, there was no way to save them with such overwhelming odds, and the enemy would have just likely taken the crew of the freighter and tortured and killed them anyway, so he was mercy killing them. See, just because I don't like my superheroes killing doesn't mean I don't like my badass starship captains killing. Anyway, back to the comic. Kirk tells Saavik that a no-win situation is a possibility that every commander must face. Then, looking very, very tired, and is apparently now in some kind of beige void, he tells her that how we deal with death is just as important as how we deal with life. And in Saavik's case, it's to complain that it's not fair. Command material right there, folks! McCoy asks why they don't just put an experienced crew back on the ship instead of putzing around with trainees, but Kirk says that galloping around the cosmos is a game for the young. And apparently we skip the scene where Spock gives Kirk a copy of A Tale of Two Cities, meaning we lost the literary foreshadowing of a man sacrificing himself for others and establishing Kirk's birthday, as well as Spock wondering about the performance of his cadets to establish that he does care about the trainee crew, that is character development for him for a later scene, and you see what I mean when I say that every scene in the movie was important? Even if it's something small, like the thing with Spock and the cadets, it's a part of his character. You leave it out and it diminishes the impact of later events. We cut to the USS Reliant in deep space as they search for a lifeless planet in connection with something called Project Genesis. Okay, SF Debris already made this joke, but they're orbiting a planet called Ceti Alpha 6, and they seem to have a blip on the sensors. The planet has to be absolutely lifeless, for reasons not disclosed right now. We also skip another scene here where they call the science team, eliminating potential foreshadowing about Genesis, as well as setting up Dr. Carol Marcus's past relationship with Kirk, but whatever. Chekhov is now the first officer aboard the Reliant, and he beams down with Captain Terrell. We cut to Kirk's swingin' bachelor pad. You know the man is classy. He has an entire collection of magic guns on his wall. Actually, it's his collection of antiques, and Dr. McCoy arrives to give him a new one. More antiques for your collection. They're over 400 years old. They're for your eyes. Wait, I thought you just said they were for his collection. Make up your mind! He got them for Kirk because his eyesight is going, and he's allergic to the standard 23rd century treatment. Kirk, however, is not exactly feeling great. Damn it, Jim. Other people have birthdays. Why are we treating yours like a funeral? If we are going to treat it like a funeral, we're going to treat it like an Irish wake. Booze me up, Scotty! McCoy says that clearly this isn't about the fact that he's getting older, but about how he's unsatisfied being an admiral and on the ground instead of commanding the Enterprise. Jim, I'm your doctor, I'm your friend. Get back your command.
Get it back before you turn into part of this collection. Before you really do grow old.
I included that because those who adapted this apparently felt that emphasizing the fear of growing older wasn't important to the story, despite it being one of the themes of the story. Meanwhile, we cut to Arrakis, Dune, desert planet, where Chekhov and Terrell beam down. The tricorder gets some faint readings, and they find some cargo containers with the words Botany Bay written on them. Chekhov, recognizing the name, yells out that they need to get away. They don't go inside the containers like in the movie because they wanted to condense down this sequence of events. I know, you're getting sick of me telling you about scenes from the movie, but damn it, this is important! All throughout the movie, Khan is quoting Moby Dick. He's doing so deliberately, identifying with Ahab's quest for revenge. Now, why would he be so keen on Moby Dick? Because in the movie, Chekhov and Terrell go inside the cargo containers and find what are probably the only books that he has, including Moby Dick, Paradise Lost, and King Lear. Stories about revenge, exile, and betrayal, respectively. They inform his character, damn it! Ugh, okay. I'll try to be funnier with this, alright? Terrell and Chekhov run into a group of Fremen in this admittedly gorgeously drawn splash page. The Sand People take the two inside, and while everyone else has already discarded their sand gear, Khan apparently decided he needed to wait for dramatic effect. In the movie, he waited until his mask was off before he started speaking. Here, he goes through 4 panels before taking it off, meaning that all this dialogue, it actually should sound like this. Chekhov, who is this man? You were to tell me that he'd never told you the tale. He never told you how the Enterprise picked up the Botany Bay, lost in space for the year 1996. I'm the product of late 20th century genetic engineering, as is my crew. We were in cryogenic phase. What you see is all that remains of the ship's crew of the Botany Bay, marooned here 15 years ago by Captain James T. Kirk. Khan. I did not get a word of that. Could you repeat yourself? I never forget a face. Mr. Chekhov. Isn't it? And yeah, Chekhov wasn't in the episode that Khan first appeared, but that's a minor issue, really. He never told you how the Enterprise picked up the Botany Bay, lost in space from the year 1996. No, that crappy movie came out in 1998. Huh. Come to think of it, that had a comic adaptation too. One sci-fi movie adaptation at a time. We left you on a planet teeming with life. SETI Alpha 5 was a paradise! This is SETI Alpha 5! Shouting with only my lower jaw exposed means I'm angry! Khan explains that SETI Alpha 6 exploded a few months after they were left on the planet, and it shifted the orbit, turning the planet into a desert wasteland. Now, a legitimate question many raise is how the hell a planet just up and explodes for no reason, and why Starfleet, an organization designed to chart and keep track of scientific phenomena, didn't already know about this, or why no one bothered to leave a log entry about Khan so that when someone came into this system, they may note, hey, this is that star system where we left that one guy who was a major historical figure during the eugenics wars. However, I have my own question about this exposition. How the hell did Khan know about the planet exploding? I mean, this place is pretty run down, and the Botany Bay wasn't exactly designed for big scientific journeys, so it probably didn't have a telescope, so how the hell did Khan learn about the planet exploding? If we don't have some kind of telescope or something, we only see planets in the sky as stars, if at all. How the hell did he know the other planet exploded and shifted their orbit, and that they didn't just happen to set down on the one crappy part of the planet that happened to have a 15-year desert period or something? On Earth, 200 years ago, I was a prince. Now I am the Khan formerly known as Prince. Khan, realizing that they didn't expect to find him there, wants to know what they're doing there. As such, he brings out his brain slugs so he can take control of their minds.
We favor unreasonably huge subsidies to the brain slug planet.
Sometimes it's just fun to be a supervillain. Little trivia note on the movie version, since they're skipping the bit where he puts the slugs in their ears. For those scenes, they actually constructed a giant prop ear to have the slug crawl into. I just love imagining the budget meeting where they decided they needed to build that for the effect. We cut back to the Enterprise, where Kirk is doing an inspection tour of the ship. No dust, Mr. Scott. What a welcome surprise on this flying old death trap. My compliments to the Chief Maid Officer. Scotty's midshipman, a little wiener named Pressman, takes a bit of offense to the remark about the ship, but of course it was just a little test from Kirk to see if the kid was just as insane as Scotty is about the honor of the ship. Pressman is also Scotty's nephew. Boy, I sure hope something horribly tragic doesn't happen to him to illustrate the dangers that they face as well as the youth and age theme. Well, Mr. Scott, are your engines capable of handling a minor training cruise? Give the word, Admiral. Oh, sweet, merciful crap, what the hell is that thing? Scotty, never smile again! The ship gets underway with Spock giving Saavik the captain's chair so she can pilot the ship out of space dock. I'm pretty sure you don't fly the ship from the captain's chair, but whatever. We get another absolutely beautiful splash page of the Enterprise departing space dock. I'll give the book one thing, horrifying smiles aside, a lot of the artwork is actually breathtakingly fantastic. However, since I am a critic, I feel the need to critique this image as well. They're supposed to be in space dock, right? Then what the hell is with the background? The space dock is apparently made of translucent metal that lets you see stars on the other side. Oh, except for those two huge lights or windows or whatever right there. On top of that, I thought we were in orbit over Earth, and the sun looks kind of weird. Also, I think the Enterprise may be running an oil-rich mixture. There's a lot of smoke coming from its exhaust from the looks of it. We cut to Space Station Regula 1, where a group of scientists are working on Project Genesis. They get hailed by Chekhov, who informs them that Ceti Alpha 6 is perfect for Genesis, and they're coming to take it from them. They are outraged by this, since they refuse to let anyone have control of Genesis because of the dangers of the device. Of course, they don't say that. I only know that because I saw the damn movie. Instead, they seem like scientists who are pissed off for no adequately explained reason. Who gave the order? The order comes from Admiral James T. Kirk. I knew it! And because the comic left out the previous scene establishing how the one scientist, David Marcus, positively hates Kirk, this reaction makes no sense. Without that scene, their reactions are more like, Admiral Kirk? That's awesome! I want his autograph! Dudes, it was Admiral Kirk! Can you believe it? Back on the Enterprise, Saavik meets with Kirk in a turbolift and mentions how she's still bothered by her performance in the Kobayashi Maru scenario. She asks him how he dealt with it, but he evades the question. Also, McCoy is there so we can have one line from the movie, but not the really funny one that he makes before getting into the turbolift. Instead, Dr. Carol Marcus calls the ship, she's the lead scientist lady from Regula 1, and wants to talk to Kirk, and McCoy just makes his comment about how it never rains, but it pours. Except when it hails. Or snows. Or acid rain. Forget what I said. Dr. Marcus asks him why he's taking Genesis away, but Kirk doesn't understand what she's talking about. Before she can talk any further about it, the transmission is jammed. At Regula 1, the scientists decide that they can't allow Reliant to take Genesis, so they start formulating a plan on what to do before the ship arrives. On the Enterprise, Kirk goes to meet with Spock and, well, to contrast the gorgeous art, we have this rather pudgy, distorted Kirk. Kirk tells Spock that they've been ordered to look into what's happening at Regula 1. I told Starfleet Command that all we had was a boatload of children, but we're the only ship in the quadrant. You know, with as many times as the plot device of we're the closest ship or we're the only ship in range comes up in Star Trek, it really makes you stop and wonder if the Federation only has 2 friggin' ships in its entire fleet at a time. Kirk wonders how the cadets will handle real pressure. Yes, how will they handle being under pressure? Under pressure. Like all living things, each according to his gifts. Some will merely wet themselves, while others crap their pants and run screaming back to their rooms. Spock offers command of the ship back to Kirk, but he modestly refuses. Jim, you proceed from a false assumption. I am a Vulcan. I have no ego to bruise. Except when you beat me at chess. Then I harbor a deep grudge that will only be sated by sticking pawns up your nose. If I may be so bold, it was a mistake for you to accept promotion. Commanding a starship is your first best destiny. Your second best destiny is scoring with tons of alien women. Your least best destiny is almost killing the franchise with the 5th movie. Spock dictates that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, thus meaning it makes more sense for everybody for Kirk to be in charge. You are my superior officer. You are also my friend. I have been and always shall be yours. And 3 dozen slash fics spontaneously generated from that line alone. Kirk arrives on the bridge and orders them to head to Regula 1. He informs the trainee crew about the change of situation. I know none of you expected this. I'm going to have to ask you to grow up a little bit sooner than you intended. And for that, I'm sorry. And that's the end of the issue? What the hell? You're ending this on him saying he's sorry? He even looks so depressed in this panel. Is this supposed to be a sad, dramatic cliffhanger or something? In the movie, the scene was slightly triumphant, but with Kirk assuming command of the ship again? And yes, he basically said the same dialogue, though the lines are in a different order, but it wasn't like it was something to feel bad about, it was just him apologizing. This comic is completely unnecessary. It's a watered-down version of a much superior film, lacking a lot of details that help shape the characters. But hey, we've still got 2 issues to go, so there's still hope. Huh. So, where did we leave off on Star Trek II: The Wrath of Comic? Khan, a genetically engineered tyrant from the past, is now in the future and has sworn vengeance on Admiral James T. Kirk for exiling him 15 years in the past, thus granting him a dark future. Let me start over. Star Trek II is the story of Khan, a genetically engineered tyrant who wants revenge against Admiral Kirk for sentencing him to exile on a planet that quickly became a desert wasteland. Chance allowed him to take control of a Starfleet vessel, the Reliant, and now attempts to steal something called the Genesis. Meanwhile, Admiral Kirk is starting to feel age get the best of him, especially now that he's supervising a group of trainees aboard the Enterprise. However, after learning that something is wrong with the scientists working on Genesis, he has assumed command of the ship and is now on his way to investigate. So let's dig into Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan, number 2, and continue. Once again, the cover for this one resembles a movie poster, but a really good one, with the contrasting heads of Kirk and Khan separated by a beam of light that could be interpreted as the Genesis effect, plus the lens flare resembles a sun rising over a world, something that happened in the movie. The one failure, though, is the drawing of the Enterprise, which looks like a cheap toy version of it, what with the massive pylons and lack of details. Once again, we're cutting scenes from the movie. 2 this time. The first is one of Khan's followers, Joachim, suggesting that now that they have a ship, and that Khan has defeated Kirk by escaping his exile, that there's no reason to go looking for revenge. Khan's response, however?
I'll chase him round the moons of Nibium and round perdition's flames before I give him up.
Why in heaven's name would you cut that? Hell, why would you cut any scene from this movie? This thing already costs $4. Just make the comics longer and get everything in there. Instead, we cut out a scene that establishes that Khan's followers aren't just mindless goons and shows why Khan is going after Kirk instead of just being happy that he can finally take a shower after 15 years. Oh yeah, and the Moby Dick quote. Why even bother adapting this 20 years later if you're just gonna half-ass it? And I mean it, they're really half-assing it, as we see in these opening panels. The second scene they cut was minor, but helped move a few details along. Spock doesn't know what Genesis is, so Kirk brings Spock and McCoy to his quarters so he can share classified information with them. Because, hey, he's Jim Kirk, he saved the universe 3 times before breakfast. What's Starfleet gonna do, decommission his ship or something? But anyway, they're half-assing it because these 3 panels, they're still shots from the movie! They couldn't be bothered to redraw the explanation of Genesis. For those of you who haven't seen the movie, I'll explain it to calm myself down. Genesis is a terraforming device. You shoot it at a lifeless planet and it reformats the planet into something capable of supporting life. The reason why Genesis is so dangerous, however, is because you can use this on a planet that already has life and it'll wipe out all life in favor of the new life it's creating. When we consider the cosmic problems of population and food supply, the usefulness of this project becomes clear. Wait, population and food supply are cosmic problems? You have interstellar flight! I think you can find some new planets to settle down on and grow corn! When McCoy learns about how Genesis can be used as a weapon, he's naturally horrified by the implications. According to myth, the Earth was created in 6 days. Now watch out! Here comes Genesis! We can do it in 6 minutes! That's right! 6 minutes! Now how much would you expect to pay for a Genesis like this? $499? $599? Wrong! This Genesis is available to you for $59.95 plus shipping and handling. Call in the next 20 minutes and we'll include our instructional guide, so you want to commit genocide absolutely free! Before the conversation can get any more heated, they're interrupted by Savick, who reports that the Reliant is approaching. And with that music, we come to a larger problem than just the missing scenes. From a story perspective, losing a lot of scenes or condensing them down hurts the story, but if someone was approaching this without having seen the movie, they wouldn't notice. But now we have this scene. The first encounter between the Reliant and the Enterprise is, in my opinion, one of the best battle scenes in any medium. The tension rises as we watch, the audience knowing that Khan has control of the Reliant and is going to launch a surprise attack. The Reliant looks positively sinister in these shots, with red lights giving it a monstrous visage, while the Enterprise utilizes primarily white lights and a bright blue on their deflector dish. We see Khan's confidence and glee that he's taking his revenge, while the Enterprise crew is confused by the lack of communication from the ship. The tension rises to a boiling point along with the fantastic music before the Reliant launches its attack, nearly crippling the Enterprise. But the comic doesn't have those elements. Instead, we just have dialogue from the movie, but crammed into a few panels so the pacing between lines is rushed. There's no music to help excite the audience. There are no external shots of the ships to show the coming menace of the Reliant. And because this scene is so butchered by the comic version, I have no qualms making fun of it. They're requesting communications and their shields are still down. Of course, we are one big happy family. Uncle Khan is coming to murder you! Oh, by the way, fleet! One big happy fleet! Condensing lines is one thing, but if you can go out to a store and buy the DVD of the movie, you have no excuse for why you get dialogue wrong. Ah, Kirk, my old friend. Are you familiar with an old Klingon proverb that says revenge is a dish best served cold? 15 years in exile, and what's the first thing Khan feels the need to do when he gets back on a ship? Look up Klingon sayings. It is very cold in space. So make sure to put on a jacket because dinner's at 7. In space. This is damned peculiar. Why would Khan feel the need to point out that it's cold in space? It has nothing to do with what he's talking about. Khan quickly raises the Reliant's shields and locks phasers on them, opening fire with... that's a torpedo. Also, huge misshapen pylons on the Enterprise. Anyway, the ship is rocked with explosions along its star drive section and on the bridge. Scotty, the warp core alarm! Aye, sir, she's sprung a leak! We're taking on water! Oh, wait. And we see that along with these explosions, there is the sound of deet, deet, deet. In space, no one can hear you, deet, deet, deet. The ship is heavily damaged and they're running only on auxiliary power. They can still fire phasers, but they don't have enough power against their shields. The Reliant signals the Enterprise and orders their surrender. Kirk considers for a moment, then relents. The screen is turned on, revealing Khan. Khan, you still remember me, Admiral. I have deprived your ship of power, and when I swing around, I intend to deprive you of your life. If it's me you want, I wanted you to know who it was first, who beat you. Khan, don't walk over my lines. Kirk offers to beam himself aboard to spare his crew, but Khan offers a counter-proposal. He'll agree to it if Kirk also sends over all data that he has on Genesis. Kirk, making the most ridiculous confused face ever in a comic, asks, Genesis, what's that?
I don't know what Genesis is, Davy.
Khan doesn't buy the act and gives him 60 seconds to bring up the data. Kirk whispers his instructions to his crew. They bring up the data on Reliant's command codes. Each starship is equipped with a prefix code that prevents an enemy from hacking into their computer. As such, they'll use the prefix code to order Reliant to lower its shields. And it works, with their shields dropping and giving the Enterprise the opening they need to fight back. The ship opens fire, at least I assume it does, because all we see in this 2-page spread of the Reliant is part of it exploding despite no phaser fire. But hey, at least we have that big distracting lens flare right there. Seriously, we had that non-phaser fire from Reliant earlier, and we get not one, but 2 shots of Reliant just exploding without any phaser beams. Was the artist completely incapable of drawing a straight line? Khan wants to continue the fight, but now they don't have the power. Joachim convinces him that the Enterprise can wait. Back on the bridge, the crew is ecstatic. Sir, you did it. I did nothing. Except, of course, kick ass, because that's what I do. I'm James T. Kirk. The T stands for totally kicked your ass. Kirk says they need to find out how badly they've been hurt, and we see Scotty arrive on the bridge with the body of his nephew. Okay, Star Trek II is a perfect movie, But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have some moments here and there that make you tilt your head. This is one of them. Why the hell did Scotty carry his nephew to the bridge? He didn't think taking him to sickbay would have been more productive? Or maybe he just thought that Kirk was so awesome that he could heal the sick and injured too. I'm James T. Kirk, and I can totally kick the asses of third-degree burns. Unfortunately, the Kirk's powers of badass do not extend to Jesus-level powers, and Preston is taken to sickbay, where he quickly dies. He stayed at his post when the trainees ran. Is the word given, Admiral? The word is given, and bird is the word. The Enterprise arrives at Regula 1, but there's no answer to hails. Kirk, McCoy, and Savick beam down and detect life signs, discovering Chekhov and Terrell shoved into storage containers. They explain what happened, about Khan putting creatures in their minds to control them, and that Khan had been at Regula 1 before going to fight the Enterprise. Khan marooned the crew of the Reliant on Ceti Alpha 5. Man, at least 300 people stuck in that little cargo container. That's gonna get cozy. And tortured the scientists for information on Genesis without success. Even the databanks were cleaned out of information, and Dr. Marcus wasn't there. He's completely mad, Admiral. He blames you for the death of his wife. I know what he blames me for. I actually saw the movie. This thing hasn't even mentioned his dead wife until now. Khan rushed his search because he wanted to intercept the Enterprise, so he didn't have time to look at the transporter room. The transporter is still on and has coordinates set deep under the surface of Regula, which is supposed to be completely devoid of life. Kirk, remembering the Genesis briefing, realizes that Stage 2 of the development of Genesis was going to happen underground. He contacts the Enterprise, and Spock gives this cryptic statement. Admiral, if we go by the book, like Lieutenant Savick, hours would seem like days. So you're saying stop letting Savick talk? Yes, I understand. Spock reports that they won't have main power restored for another 6 days, and auxiliary power has failed too, but might be restored in 2 days. As such, they don't even have the power to beam them back up. We see that Khan and the Reliant are listening in on the conversation, meaning they know how badly damaged the Enterprise is. Kirk orders that if they don't hear from him in an hour, that they get the hell out of there and warn Starfleet. In the meantime, the group decides to beam down into Regula 1. Now, since this transporter is still working, I'd probably leave someone behind to monitor it and have a way out, and potentially back to the Enterprise, but it's a minor plot hole, if anything. The 5 beam down and arrive in a storage room where they find a large container which they assume stores Genesis. However, in a surprising turn from the movie, it turns out that Dr. David Marcus is inside and leaps out. Yeah, the truth is that it was all just an elaborate prank, and this is just one big surprise birthday party for Kirk! David leaps at Kirk in anger, thinking he was the one who did all of this, but of course Kirk manages to easily knock the guy on his ass and demands to know where Carol is. However, when Carol runs in, Kirk realizes who David is. If you haven't seen the movie, I'll just spoil it for you now. David is Kirk's son, and when he was born, Carol asked Kirk not to be a part of their lives because she wanted him to follow in her footsteps and not his. Kind of a dick move, but Kirk's a class act and accepted, though clearly he didn't realize how much time had passed. Actually, it's kind of surprising. This is the only son of Kirk we ever see in the entirety of the franchise. Kirk must be the most infertile man in Starfleet considering how much he gets around, yet it's only this one time that he has a kid? By the by, these panels really show the problems with the artwork. When the artist can actually work facial details, they're not bad at all, actually managing to capture the likenesses pretty well. But then there are panels like this where they don't have many details, leading to this weird crash test dummy's face.
I don't know what emotion I'm conveying, but I'm conveying it as hard as I can!
Anyway, it turns out Terrell and Chekhov are still under Khan's sway, and they pull phasers. Khan, having monitored all of this, has the coordinates for Genesis and beams it up. With Genesis in his hands, Khan orders Terrell to kill Kirk. However, he manages to regain control of himself long enough to turn his phaser on himself and, well, he just falls over dead instead of vaporizing like in the movie. Don't know why they felt the need to change that. Chekhov collapses in pain, and the brain parasite apparently decided it was time to get the hell out of there.
For God's sakes, what is it?
Clearly it's a Yeerk from Animorphs. I am such a nerd. Kirk's answer, however, is that it's deep fried. He picks up Tyrell's communicator and, with the weight of recent events finally coming down on him, coupled with Khan now having Genesis, lets it all out. Khan, you bloodsucker! You're gonna have to do your own dirty work from now on, do you hear me? Do you? Actually, Admiral, no I don't. The reception's pretty crappy down there. How many bars do you have? Kirk, you're still alive, old friend. Still! Old friend. You managed to kill just about everyone else, but like a poor marksman, you keep missing the target. Hey, give me a break. I'm 15 years out of practice. The fact that I'm killing anybody is pretty impressive. I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her. Marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive, buried alive. Oh, and here it is, the moment we've all been waiting for, the Khan scream! I mean, they've got to give it a double-page spread to contain the awesome of the yell, and... wait, what the hell? It's one panel! One tiny little panel in the corner of the page with normal size font for the scream, only one exclamation point, and he's not even holding the word longer. You have gotta be friggin' kidding me! They gave more panel space for Kirk calling Khan a bloodsucker. Is this some kind of joke? The most memorable scene in the movie! The thing that everybody thinks of when it comes to this movie! The epic yell of rage and frustration! So powerful and so forceful and so loud that we see and hear it echo across Regular One, and it's one tiny panel? Fail! You fail! How do you screw this up? And in another case of completely missing the point, the creators decided to rearrange some scenes here. What was supposed to happen was that Kirk was supposed to talk quietly with Carol Marcus about everything and have his lowest point in the movie as part of his character arc. And then Carol reinvigorates him and we learn how he beat the Kobayashi Maru scenario. Instead, we have the Kobayashi Maru explanation here for no real reason. It's 100 minutes later and Saavik can't get in touch with the Enterprise, making them believe that either the Enterprise has been destroyed by Reliant or is long gone in attempting to get away. Saavik asks how Kirk beat the Kobayashi Maru, especially in light of the hopelessness of their situation. Lieutenant, you're looking at the only Starfleet cadet to ever beat the no-win scenario. How? I reprogrammed the simulation so it was possible to rescue the ship. He cheated. I changed the conditions of the test. I'm surprised we don't hear that excuse more often in video games. I didn't turn on no clipping. I changed the conditions of the game. I don't have God mode turned on. I altered the difficulty curve for the enemies. I don't like to lose. Of course, the comic also fails to note that Starfleet was genuinely impressed by this, and he was awarded a commendation for original thinking, but that's neither here nor there. Saavik points out that he's never faced the possibility of death, of not winning. But instead of carrying on the conversation as it should have naturally, we instead have him and Carol Marcus suggesting that everyone else go away so they can talk. And thus the emotional core is now completely screwed up, as him talking about how he overcame the no-win situation was supposed to help liven spirits. Instead, we now have Kirk and Carol's heart-to-heart about David and what's bothering Kirk. There's a man out there I haven't seen in 15 years. He's trying to kill me. You show me a son who'd be happy to help. My son. My life that could have been, but wasn't. What am I feeling? Old. Worn out. It's all the time these days, Carol. The kids these days and their rap music and their internets and their hair. They won't stay off my lawn. Carol takes him to the Genesis Cave to help him feel young, and we behold the Genesis Cave, full of life and plants, and it'd look really impressive if we could actually see any of it, but unfortunately someone turned up the lens flare way too high. Look, the lens flare of the sun in the first issue actually looked kind of nice. This is ridiculous! And so issue 2 ends with Kirk calling the Enterprise. Kirk to Spock, it's been 2 hours. Right on time. We'll beam you up. How? Mr. Savick, you of all people should know. Regulation 46A. If transmissions are being monitored during battle, no uncoded messages on an open channel. I don't like to lose. And you look like a grouchy, sore loser from the way this is put together. Okay, like the 2009 J.J. Abrams Star Trek film, this adaptation focuses on the line, I don't like to lose, forgetting that there was another line associated with it.
I don't believe in the no-win scenario.
If you look at Kirk in the original series, he's pretty damn impressive, able to outthink, outfight, or just through sheer logic take out his opponents. He believes there's always a solution to a problem, always another way out. With the Kobayashi Maru scenario, his solution was that if the situation is designed for you to fail, then the way to win is to go outside the rules, to do what's necessary to get through. In the film, his I don't like to lose was a bit smug, but also reassuring to show people that he had a plan all along and a way out. Here, though, with the scenes reorganized and the lack of the line, I don't believe in a no-win scenario, he comes across as a jerk that refuses to just take a defeat. His facial expression makes him look angry about not wanting to lose, and his admission of cheating on the test just reinforces him as a petty man. With the discussion of the Kobayashi Maru moved to an earlier point, instead of starting on the emotional rise to overcome the threat, reinvigorated by the sight of new life and a reinforcement of his life philosophy, we get him feeling a little better because he sees a lens flare in the distance and that he's not gonna let that meanie-faced Khan win their game. This comic sucks. Every change made just makes the story weaker and completely misses the point of it all. Still, we've got one more issue to go and some of the most important parts of the story to come. Now then, where were we? Khan, a tyrant seeking revenge on Admiral James T. Kirk, has stolen the USS Reliant. With his merry band of people in dirty rags, he has nearly crippled the Enterprise and taken a device called Genesis. Genesis has the power to terraform planets, potentially eradicate all life on a world, or just turn them into lands of confusion. And so far, as an adaptation, it has been a complete disappointment to say the least. I am not against adapting stories into different mediums. As I said in the review of the comic adaptation of Star Trek the Motion Picture, changing it to a different medium is a great opportunity to expand on the material or just see it from a new point of view. I've even heard that the novelization of Star Trek II is pretty damn good and fills in some plot holes. But this one has had art that was all over the place in quality, dialogue and lines either changed outright or moved to different locations for no reason, or just scenes flat out cut from the story, weakening the effect. But hey, we've got one more issue to go, so maybe there is still something to this. Let's dig into Star Trek II, The Rafflecon number 3. Probably the weakest of all the covers. It basically amounts to Spock's face and the Vulcan salute pressed against glass. How exciting. The alternative covers aren't exactly much to speak of either. A cast photo and a drawing of Spock from the stomach up with the Reliant and a bunch of pink squares behind him. At this point, I think the creators just gave up on the thing. We open over Regula 1, where the away team has just beamed back to the ship and Kirk arrives on the bridge. Battle stations. There isn't time to explain. Suffice it to say, Khan, a madman, has the Genesis device and is trying to kill us. Captain, we've been here the whole time. Why are you summarizing things we already know? I love how he feels the need to point out that Khan is a madman.
I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia.
We must withdraw! No! No! We must!
And round the Antares maelstrom. And round perdition's flames before I give him up.
Nah, really? Really? Oh, and in case you're wondering, no, that dialogue was not in the movie. Also, Savik's missing her rank insignia. Anyway, the ship is still no match for Reliant in their current state. However, there's a nearby nebula that will disable shields and scramble targeting sensors. As such, if they go in, the odds will be even. In the movie, when the ship approached the Mutara Nebula, we got a sense of scale of the ship's operations. That all those little anonymous crew members don't just wait around to be killed on away missions, that they actually do things on the ship and prepare it for battle. It was a really damn good montage. Here, it's two panels, one showing a bunch of crew members in a hallway and another featuring a torpedo. I'd call it padding, but those two panels couldn't pad a glove, much less this comic. Khan spots the retreating Enterprise. There she is! Not so wounded as we were led to believe, is she? So much the better. Follow her. She's breaking the speed limit. We'll give them a ticket. I'm such a madman! However, as they get in closer to the nebula, they start to slow. Joachim, and yes, I'm sorry I mispronounced it last time, my mistake, realizes that they'd lose their advantage if they follow them in and starts slowing them down. Kirk decides to get Khan to follow them using his own diplomatic style, hailing them and telling them that he's on board. We tried it once your way, Khan. Are you game for a rematch? Khan, I'm laughing at the superior intellect. Khan takes the insult well.
Full power! Damn you!
Oh, I'm sorry, I once again meant in the movie he takes it well. In the comic, he yells that while looking like he's going to start crying. Full power! Damn you!
You're the only one who understands me, Teddy Khan.
The nebula sends out energy discharges at random, which should make the ship shake, but instead just makes little sound effects like zzz, sikt, and zzz. And hey, Spock has a little box that goes ping. The Battle of the Mutara Nebula is another great scene, with terrific music and phenomenal tension. And naturally, it's butchered to hell in this. The two major exchanges of fire are combined into one, making Khan look pretty stupid and ineffectual. Kirk immediately seizes on the point that Khan is intelligent, but has never fought in a battle where you can move in 3 dimensions. As such, the Enterprise falls down and then comes up behind the Reliant, which in the movie just looked badass. Here, it's a panel with the Reliant, and then bang, Enterprise just pops in there out of nowhere. We have an entire page where the only dialogue is, fire, fire! It's like they were conducting their battle with Konami laser scopes. The end result is that the Reliant is blasted to hell and in no shape to continue fighting, but the Enterprise isn't in great shape either, with a radiation leak forcing them to take what little primary power they've restored offline until they can repair it. Oh, and because everything was mashed together and condensed, we lost the scene where Khan swears to avenge Joachim after he dies on the bridge. So there's our answer why they cut the "he tasks me" scene from the last issue. They cut the entire character of Joachim. Anyway, Khan's still alive, though his face looks like overdone pizza, and he crawls over to the Genesis controls. He sets it on an overload while quoting Moby Dick to the end. "To the last, I grapple with thee. From hell's heart, I stab at thee. For hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee." Well, my lungs have been destroyed, so it's more like I cough my last breath at thee, but you get my point. Spock detects the energy readings from Reliant, and David Marcus, who is on the bridge for some reason, identifies it. It's the Genesis wave. It's building up to detonation. 4 minutes. Wait, you rigged your life-giving planet creator so it could explode if you wanted it to? I keep telling you people that scientists are evil, and yet nobody believes me! We'll beam aboard and stop it. You can't. Don't tell me that, son. I've been convincing computers to stop their evil plans since long before you were even in diapers. Kirk calls engineering to get Scotty to hurry it up, but Scotty is passed out from the radiation. Warp power is offline, so they try to make their escape, but it's going to be too slow. Spock slips away in the background, though you wouldn't notice if you weren't looking for it like I was. In engineering, Dr. McCoy is helping with Scotty when he sees Spock heading right for the radiation leak. Are you out of your Vulcan mind? No human can tolerate the level of radiation that's in there. As you are fond of observing, Doctor, I am not human. You're not going in there. And then Spock nerve pinches him. I'm sorry, Doctor, but since it's likely I won't survive, I need to pose you in a humorous fashion at least once before the end. Remember that you owe me $10 and I expect it back when I get out. And here's where we have another one of those head-tilting moments I mentioned last time. Spock goes into this closed-off section of engineering, opens up a big cylinder in the middle of the room, and shoves his hands into it. Just what the hell is Spock doing? I'm showing clips of the movie because in the comic he does even less than that. He just stands over the open cylinder and puts his hands over it like he's trying to warm them up. Hell, at least in the movie version he took the time to grab some gloves. Not so much in this. I imagine anything glowing as bright as that in the engine room should be melting the flesh off his hands. But seriously, what is he doing here? Is warp plasma like silly putty and you have to kind of put it into the right shape in order to make things work? Why did he feel the need to do this at all? Is he the only person on the ship qualified in antimatter sculpturing? How is this fixing the ship? How does he know this will fix the ship? But the point is that at the nick of time, main power is restored and the Enterprise goes to warp. The artist once again screwing up the pylons on the ship, this time making them almost completely horizontal. Genesis explodes, taking the Reliant and the Mutara Nebula with it. The explosion fuses the nebula's gases with it and forms a new planet because... science. Kirk calls engineering and congratulates Scotty, but McCoy tells Kirk he needs to get down there. Kirk notices that Spock is gone and rushes to engineering. He desperately tries to get to Spock, but Scotty and McCoy tell him it's too late to do anything for him. And we finally get what this comic has been lacking. Quiet panels. Like I said last time, the pacing has been atrocious in this comic, condensing down tons of dialogue into a single panel so it all just comes rushing at the reader. Here we finally get a few panels where Kirk quietly approaches the chamber and calls out to Spock. Kirk's best friend gets up and moves over to him and, "Oh, sweet mother of God! Zombie Spock!"
Ship out of danger?
Not yet, it isn't! The zombie apocalypse has just begun! Dear God, what was the artist thinking? I mean, yeah, in the movie he looked scarred from the radiation, but he didn't have blank white eyes, a scowling face, and exposed green flesh. This is gonna replace Scotty's evil smile in my nightmares.
Don't grieve, Admiral. It is logical. The needs of the many outweigh
the needs of the few.
or the one. Mind you, I wish their needs didn't involve quite so much of my skin peeling off. I never took the Kobayashi Maru test until now. What do you think of my solution?
Well, points for originality, Spock, but I'm afraid I still have to give you an F because you can't write the post-exam essay.
I have been, and always shall be, your friend. And if you let me out of here, then you are, and always shall be, my dinner. Live long and prosper. Try to do a better job than I did on that first part.
And so Spock dies, and we cut to his funeral in the torpedo bay, because nothing says, we loved you and respected you as a friend and colleague, quite as much as shoving you into something meant to blow up. We are assembled here today to pay final respects to our honored dead. Afterwards, there will be cake and punch served on the bridge. And yet it should be noted that in the midst of our sorrow, this death takes place in the shadow of new life, the sunrise of a new world. A world that our beloved comrade gave his life to protect and nourish. Mind you, he didn't really know about that part since he was too busy screaming, "Oh God, this was a bad idea, why didn't I put on any gloves?" But I'm sure he knew in his heart. He did not feel his sacrifice a vain or empty one, and we will not debate his profound wisdom at these proceedings. That's reserved for tomorrow's panel, The Needs of the Many, Wise Philosophy, or Communist Propaganda. Of my friend, I can only say this. Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
Spock, you want to know something? Everybody's human.
I find that remark insulting.
Back in his quarters, Kirk discovers that his glasses have broken and tosses them on the table. Who cares if they're antiques? Just toss them around some more, Jimmy. David comes in, and man, the artwork never really got him quite right. What is that look on his face? It's like he's horrified and disgusted at the same time, even though that has nothing to do with the scene. Savick was right. You never have faced death. No, not like this. I haven't faced death. I've cheated death. Tricked my way out of death. I know nothing. And there are so many others you could have looked to for inspiration, Admiral. Arnold Rimmer kneed death in the groin. Bill and Ted beat death at his own game. Twister, I was wrong about you. And I'm sorry. Is that what you came here to say, David? All you're doing is apologizing, David? Whatever. I once defeated alien invaders from Andromeda by making their leader jealous of me. You should be begging to be associated with me. However, David also came to admit that he's proud to be his son. There were supposed to be more lines of dialogue to help make Kirk feel better about Spock's death and his first real major failure he's ever had, but are you surprised that they left it out? And so our miniseries ends with Kirk giving a log entry as everybody looks out at the Genesis planet. Starship Enterprise departing for SETI Alpha 5 to pick up the crew of the USS Reliant. We anticipate wacky, odd couple-style antics, as we have to put two different crews together in the same space. All is well. Well, except for Captain Terrell, the tortured and murdered scientists, Scotty's nephew, and all the other people who died as a result of all this. But aside from that, all is well. And yet I can't help wondering about the friend I leave behind. There are always possibilities, Spock said. Maybe zombies and Star Trek can work. But we'll have to get Transformers in on it too. Maybe a few other series. And if Genesis is indeed life from death, I must return to this place again. I mean, let's face it, I'm not getting any younger, and neither is the rest of the cast. And to close Kirk's character arc from how he felt old and worn out, Carol asks him how he feels, and he responds that he feels young. And we have a final shot of Spock's torpedo on the surface of Genesis, and the Star Trek narration put in its proper place. Okay, let's take a step back for a second. If we don't compare it to the movie, and ignore that the movie exists at all, how does this hold up? It does suffer the problems of some scenes not really having any point, and the final issue then feeling very rushed to conclude everything. The artwork is still painful in a lot of areas, from bad facial expressions to the undead coming to consume us all. However, the story does hit a lot of good notes, even if the pacing is way off with them. I argue, however, that we can't look at it on its own merits. It's not supposed to stand on its own merits. It's an adaptation. The original purpose behind adapting movies to comics was that home video was not widely available and was expensive, meaning if you wanted to rewatch the movie, you'd probably have to get a novelization or a comic book. However, that isn't a problem here, because the comic came out 27 years after the film, in a time where movies are readily available for anyone to hunt down and enjoy. As such, we need to look at it strictly as an adaptation of a source material, just like how one would judge an adaptation of a literary work to film and TV. And as an adaptation, it fails hard, cutting out important scenes and changing dialogue for no reason at all. If this had been made in 1982, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with this. After all, they may not have seen the movie or been working on a different version of a script that was actually used in the movie. Hell, the entire thing feels like it was an adaptation straight out of 1982. But the thing is, this was made in 2009, and they should have known better. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. I think Star Trek III: The Search for Spock is actually a really underrated film in the franchise. Not that I've ever run into anyone who thinks that it's a bad movie, just that it's an okay movie. Part of the problem is that it comes right after the powerhouse of awesome that was Star Trek II. I've gushed about that film so much already that I have nothing else to say other than you should go and see it and avoid the unnecessary comic adaptation made 27 years after the film came out. But back to Star Trek III. I actually think it's really good. As good as 2? Of course not. But I think a lot of praise should go to Christopher Lloyd, who plays the Klingon villain Kruge. Many people consider him kind of a boring villain, not much going for him. However, I believe the problem of why he doesn't seem as memorable or interesting comes from the fact that he's not a particularly quotable villain. With Khan, you have an intense performance by Ricardo Montalban, where almost everything he says becomes an instant classic. The great thing about the character of Kruge, though, is in all the stuff you have to read into. It's more subtle in his character motivations and emotions. There's no way to talk about this without giving spoilers, but then again, why the hell would you be watching a video about a movie like this if you weren't ready for them anyway? We'll get into this as we proceed through the review, but Kruge is not evil, and he's not really motivated by selfish desires like Khan was. In Star Trek's latter years, Klingons started to become almost animalistic and cartoonish, to the point where you wondered how the hell a species like this ever developed space travel. But in these early days, when Klingons were still being fleshed out a bit, we have characters like Kruge, honorable and motivated by loyalty to his people and to his crew. Some exceptions notwithstanding, but I'll get to that later. Another problem with the film is that it doesn't exactly feel like a movie. If Star Trek Insurrection feels like a really crappy episode of a TV series, Star Trek III: The Search for Spock feels like a really good episode of a TV series. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, especially since there are plenty of episodes of any of the 5 live-action Star Trek series that I'd put above some of the movies. But that's why I say I get why a lot of people don't place Star Trek III that high on their lists of favorite movies. But I really like it, and we're going to look at its adaptation. This won't be like the reviews of the Star Trek II comics, primarily because this comic came out at the same time as the movie. The creative team probably only had a preliminary script to work off of, and maybe some cast photos to try to get the art to match them somewhat. However, unlike both the motion pictures comic adaptation and Star Trek II's adaptation, this comic is a 63-page one-shot. Admittedly, that's roughly the length of 3 issues, but still less than the total, so we'll see if that affects the pacing. So let's dig into Star Trek III: The Search for Spock. Yeah, I don't have a copy on hand. Like the motion picture adaptation, this one is available on that DVD of Star Trek movie comics. However, IDW, which currently holds the Star Trek comic license at the time of this video, has released a trade paperback collecting the comic adaptations of Star Trek II, III, and IV. So if you're interested in something in book form, there you go. Our cover is pretty good, and the art style actually looks like it could be a movie poster. Except it feels incomplete. I think the problem is that it's really lacking material in the upper right and lower left corners. There's just a bunch of blank space that you could fill with, I don't know, the Excelsior, David Marcus, I'm just throwing out ideas. As I've stated before, the Star Trek comic license has bounced around to a ton of publishers, and this time we're back to DC. Way back in 2009, you may recall my review of DC's Star Trek #1, which was supposed to take place right after the events of Wrath of Khan. Well, it wouldn't be DC if they didn't wipe out their own continuity and start anew, as of course this comic completely invalidates their comic series they were publishing. We open on the Genesis planet, which in this shot looks like a magic 8-ball. We zoom in closer on the planet and come to Spock's torpedo, helpfully labeled in big bright red letters, Mark IV. When Starfleet blows you up, they want you to know that it was with a quality Mark IV torpedo. Only cheapskates and Romulans use Mark I torpedoes. Hello, completely useless splash page trying to pretend this is a movie when it's, you know, an adaptation. We truly open on the USS Grissom, an Oberth-class starship. The Oberth class is the starship where you tilt your head and wonder, wait, how the hell does everybody get to the lower section of the ship unless they want to walk by the radiation from the warp nacelles? Captain Esteban has been sent to the planet along with David Marcus, but not Carol Marcus because we're never given a reason why not. And Savick, who apparently graduated from the Academy between movies, even though this takes place right after Star Trek II, oh whatever. They've come to the Genesis planet to begin scientific analysis. They scan the planet and detect that certain patches within a few hours of each other are experiencing radical and rapid changes in weather, but they also detect a manufactured object. Based on the size of it, they reason out that the torpedo Spock was put into must have soft landed on the planet by mistake. And of course, no one thinks, maybe we ought to beam him back up. I mean, I know naval tradition and all that, but don't you think his family might want to give it a proper burial or something? They decide to inform Starfleet that they found the torpedo. And that leads to this panel of David giving Saavik a shocked look. Why the hell is he looking at her like that?
Wait a second, you're not Kirstie Alley! Who are you?
We cut over to the Enterprise shortly after they've rescued the crew of the Reliant from SETI Alpha 5. Captain's log, personal. With most of our battle damage repaired, we are almost home. And yet I feel uneasy. And I wonder why. Was the zombie Spock one of a kind, or merely a harbinger of the zombie apocalypse to come? Perhaps it is the erratic behavior of Dr. McCoy, or the emptiness of this vessel. Most of our trainee crew has been reassigned. Lieutenant Saavik and my son David are exploring a new world, and the Enterprise feels like a house with all its children gone. And thank God for that, I can finally get some sleep around here, damn kids. It seems that I have left the noblest part of myself back there on that newborn planet. I feel almost as bad as that time when Spock's brain got stolen.
Stop laughing! That really happened!
The ship is heading into space dock for repairs, and Starfleet is being quiet anytime the Enterprise asks about Genesis. With most of the trainee crew gone, Scotty is working to automate a lot of the functions of the ship, which will be useful later. Kirk decides to head to his quarters, but runs into Dr. McCoy in the turbolift. Are you planning to shave today?
Nah, I'm going back to the disco Unabomber look. I thought it gave me character.
McCoy asks Kirk where they're going, but when he says they're almost to Earth, McCoy says they're heading in the wrong direction. Bones, don't do this. This is me, Jim, your friend.
And I have been, and always shall be, yours.
Damn it, Bones, don't quote Spock to me. I get that enough at conventions. I don't need it from you, too. McCoy continues to be cryptic about wanting to go back to Genesis, sometimes saying to Kirk,
"Why did you leave me on Genesis?"
But he snaps out of it, and Kirk tells McCoy to accept Spock's death. We cut to a freighter in deep space.
Steady, boys. Keep scanning. If Mario goes into space once, chances are he'll do it again.
The captain of the freighter talks to a Klingon woman, Valkyris, who... Wait, what the hell is she wearing? I don't mean just the weird-ass face mask that she has on for absolutely no reason. I mean the goofy headdress, too. Is that some ancient Klingon tradition?
It is very honorable to stick fried pickles on your head.
Anyway, the captain wants to know why their contact isn't there yet, and Valkyris says they've been there for a while. I can feel his presence. Yeah, Klingons are very in tune with the Force, you know. Anyway, she sends out a general hail, letting them know that she has the data that he wanted. Kruge's ship decloaks, revealing the Klingon bird of prey. She transmits the data and says she thinks it'll be essential to his mission.
Then you have seen it?
I have, my lord.
That is unfortunate.
I understand. And Kruge proceeds to blow up the freighter, killing his wife and proclaiming,
"You will be remembered with honor."
And here's that first point about Kruge's character, and the first transformation of Klingons to what they would be in modern Trek. The emphasis on honor, and in this case, loyalty. Valkyris doesn't plead, doesn't beg, but completely understands why she has to die. Given her attire, she's probably not a member of the Klingon military, and information about something like Genesis, a device capable of wiping out all life on a world, is probably not something that you can risk falling into anyone else's hands, so she can't be allowed to know about it. She understands completely, and Kruge does as well, so he grants her an honorable death even though it probably pains him to do so. But that's small potatoes. Let's continue. Back at Genesis, the Grissom sensors detect an animal life form on the surface of the planet, even though there shouldn't be any life forms given that Genesis was only designed to produce plant life. Although how the hell an ecosystem is supposed to flourish without animal life of some kind is rather head-scratching, but hey, future technology, alien worlds, whatever, I'll buy it. The captain, not being a total idiot, doesn't want to beam it up to the ship, so Saavik and David suggest beaming down and taking a look at it themselves. Back over to the Enterprise, they enter space dock, and unlike the movie, we see that there are at least a dozen other ships sitting there, which is something I like. Otherwise, the movie reinforces my theory that only 2 starships are supposed to be active at any given time in Star Trek. But this will create a big-ass plot hole later. Anyway, particular care is given to show us the Excelsior, fresh off the construction lines and ready for trial runs. Scotty, however, is unimpressed. I'm sorry, sir, but there's nothing needed for space travel that this old girl doesn't already have. Come, Scotty. Young minds, fresh ideas. Be tolerant. After all, if you can be tolerant of this haircut, you can be tolerant of anything. There's been a break-in Spock's quarters, and Kirk decides to go check it out himself. When he goes in, he finds Dr. McCoy rambling and speaking as if he were Spock.
Climb the steps, Jim. The steps of Mount Saleya. Or you can take the escalator. The escalator of Mount Saleya.
McCoy passes out, and we cut to a few minutes later, where Kirk is meeting another admiral that's come on board with new orders. Shore leave for everybody except Scotty, who's being reassigned to the Excelsior. But, sir, the Enterprise refit will need a practiced hand. It could take months. Mr. Scott, there won't be a refit. The Enterprise is 20 years old. We think her day is over. Screw the historical significance of this ship. We're scrapping it first chance we get. Kirk says he was hoping to take the ship back to Genesis, but the Admiral yells that it's out of the question, that it's considered a quarantined planet and a forbidden subject. Gee, it's almost like the Federation didn't consider a device capable of killing every living thing on a world would be controversial until right now! Anyway, we cut back to Cruise, who finishes watching the data he got, an updated Genesis briefing by Captain Kirk that talks about the Genesis planet. He asks for his men's opinion, and this is where I have to kind of grumble about a change in dialogue. As I stated before, Cruise is not a character motivated by selfish desires, but there's dialogue missing here that went to his character. When his men speak of the possibilities of Genesis, one of them says that it's impressive that they can create planets, to which Cruise replied,
Overhead, fluttering in the breeze, the flag of the Federation. Charming.
Clearly he's terrified that the Federation will use it as a weapon of war against the Klingons. Thus his motives aren't evil. Here, though...
We are going to this planet, Maltz. We will act for the preservation of our race. With its secret, we will dominate, destroy.
Yes, the only way to preserve your race is to dominate and destroy! What? On Genesis, Saavik and David find Spock's tube and discover a bunch of worms all over the surface of it. They theorize that they were microbes on the tube's surface that turned into these creatures. But how could they have evolved so quickly? And without a digivice to help out? Crazy! They open the tube and discover Spock's body is missing, but his burial robe is still there. Great. Leonard Nimoy is high again. We're gonna find him naked and leaping from movie set to movie set, screaming the ballad of Bilbo Baggins. The planet suddenly shakes, much to the surprise of the two. Back to Kirk and company, he's holding a gathering of the Enterprise bridge crew, minus Scotty and Dr. McCoy, when Sarek, Spock's father, shows up. He demands to know why Kirk didn't bring Spock's body to Vulcan like he requested, but Kirk denies that any request like that was ever made. Sarek decides to mind meld with him to get his thoughts on the matter. And thus he looks into Kirk's mind.
There are literally hundreds and thousands of blinking, beeping, and flashing lights. Blinking and beeping and flashing.
Finding nothing, Sarek apologizes, having assumed that Spock mind melded with him before the end. Then his Katra, his living spirit, everything that he was that he knew, is lost. Hey, don't feel sad. There's always reruns. Kirk suggests that he melded with someone else and cue up Star Trek II footage, realizing that it was McCoy who got the Katra. Sarek says that Kirk must travel to Genesis, get Spock's body, and bring both to Mount Saleya on Vulcan. Only there can both find peace. Now, as my fellow reviewer SF Debris pointed out in his review of the film, this doesn't make a lot of sense. At this point, Kirk doesn't know that Spock's body is alive on Genesis. It isn't really a matter of a burial rites thing either, since Kirk isn't at all surprised later that Spock's body is walking around, and all of the discussion after this suggests that it's about bringing Spock back to full charge and everything. Maybe my zombie Spock thing isn't all that off in this movie. Kirk goes to the Admiral and requests that the Enterprise go to Genesis, but he refuses since the Federation Council has ruled that no one but the science team go there. Kirk quickly departs. The word, sir? Bird is the word, Mr. Sulu. Kirk declares that he's going to go anyway, and of course Sulu and Chekhov pledge to help. Dr. McCoy, meanwhile, heads to a space bar where he meets with an alien to try to charter a secret flight to Genesis himself. However, a Federation security agent is nearby who suggests that he shouldn't be talking so loudly about Genesis. What's amusing to me, but only because of hindsight, they probably didn't have a photo of the guy, is that in the comic, the security agent is a blonde-haired white guy, while in the movie, it's a black guy. Somehow this erupts into a bar fight, because it's fiction, you can't enter a bar without a fight breaking out, but it really leads to nothing except McCoy getting arrested after he tries and fails to do the Vulcan neck pinch on the security guy.
Oh, no, stupid. You got it much too high. It's down here where the shoulder meets the neck.
Savick and David find Spock, but the Genesis effect has somehow regressed him to a child. So it makes microbes bigger and more evolved, but it makes Spock smaller and younger? When they contact the Grissom about this, they're not sure how to handle it and decide to call Starfleet. However, the Klingons arrive and destroy the ship. Kruge is none too happy. "I told you! Disable their engine section only! I wanted prisoners!" "A fortunate mistake, sir!" At this, he calls the gunner an animal and vaporizes him. Again, a note on his character. One might consider this a kill a subordinate for making a mistake cliché, but with the insult calling him an animal, I think it's again a demonstration of character. Kruge doesn't kill out of a desire to murder, but rather he'll kill for what he thinks are logical or honorable reasons. The gunner disregarded his orders just to destroy a science vessel and murder everyone on board. Let's face it, a science vessel is no match for a warship, and killing a weaker, practically defenseless enemy is pretty damn dishonorable. So he responded in kind by killing someone who couldn't obey orders and showed a blatant disregard for life and their mission. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but it's how I interpret his actions. Anyway, they detect life signs on the planet, and Savick reasons out that the Grissom has been destroyed and that whoever's responsible will be coming after them. We also have some scene reshuffling and condensing, which isn't as big a problem as it was in Star Trek II, though it is kind of odd that they're doing it so early. Savick asks about Genesis and notes that the planet isn't how David expected it to be. He admits that he used protomatter in the creation of Genesis. Protomatter, an unstable substance which every ethical scientist in the galaxy has denounced as dangerously unpredictable. And considering how many times on this show we've seen just how evil science actually is, that's a pretty damning statement. It was the only way to solve certain problems, but my mother knew nothing about it. She only designed the Kilomatrix and the murderometer for the thing. Back at Starfleet, Kirk arrives to meet McCoy in a Federation holding cell, and promptly knocks out the guard with a judo chop. A little early there, Jimmy. He explains to McCoy about the mind meld and leads McCoy out. Sulu Haikiba's the other guard.
"I told him not to call me tiny."
When? They left that scene out of the comic. On board the Excelsior, Scotty has finished his own work and beams over to the Enterprise. Uhura's contribution to the escape is that she got herself stationed to an old transporter station on Earth, providing an escape for the group to the ship. She promises to rendezvous with them on Vulcan, because of course we can't have a girl along on the rescue mission, she'd ruin it with her cooties. Well, okay, they probably aren't going to need a communications officer on this mission, but I'm just saying an extra set of hands would probably be helpful, especially since you're not piloting the ship with a full crew. They begin their escape with the Enterprise, probably the best scene in the movie. Chekhov reports that the Excelsior has orders to pursue them. Wait. What the hell? Kirk was wearing a leather jacket just a second ago. What, did he suddenly decide in between panels that it would be better if he was wearing his uniform? Especially on a mission where he's defying Starfleet and stealing a ship? In the next shot we see of him in it, it actually looks really badly drawn, like some comically oversized version of it with a huge Starfleet insignia too. Anyway, the Enterprise escapes and the Excelsior has been disabled thanks to Scotty. Aye, sir. The more complicated the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. I'm Montgomery Scott and I endorse Drano for your pipes. You know, we saw like 10 other ships in that space dock. Maybe you could have one of them quickly go after the Enterprise? No? Okay. Over on Genesis, Kruge and his landing party are tracking David and Savick. Why they didn't just beam down to where they were, I'll never know. And we see that the microbe worms on the torpedo casing have evolved to rookie level and changed even further into fanged snake creatures. Because of course, that's the direction evolution would take them in when they're in an environment without any predators or prey to speak of. When his officers are frightened of the snakes, Kruge takes a moment to pick one up and crush it to show he has no fear. In the movie, there's no real reason why the hell he does this, but I prefer to think from a storytelling perspective it's to show he has great physical strength to complement his eventual battle with Kirk at the end. David reports to Saavik that the planet is aging in surges along with Spock, and that because of the unstable protomatter, it's likely that the planet is going to explode within a few hours, days at best. Back on board the Enterprise, McCoy's uniform decides to shift between panels as well, going from his white coat to his full red uniform.
Great continuity!
Chekhov's uniform returns as well, though I'm less upset about that one. It fixes the absolutely hideous pink jumpsuit he was wearing in the movie. And back to Genesis. We do love not staying on one scene for too long. Spock has reached his teenage years and is undergoing Ponfar, the Vulcan biological need to mate every 7 years or they'll die. I say let him croak. He's already turned undead once. If he comes back again, we can officially count him as a Time Lord. But nah, Saavik does the deed and the Enterprise arrives in the area. The bird of prey detects them first and cloaks. Back on the planet, Kruge's party has located the three and he demands to know the secrets of Genesis. They deny any knowledge, but before Kruge can interrogate them any further, his ship alerts him to the Enterprise's arrival. This is another great scene from the movie, as we see the experience of both captains being put to the test. Kruge hopes to catch his enemy by surprise, but they see the distortion caused by the cloaking device and ready themselves, arming weapons but keeping the shields down to lull them into a false sense of security. The ship decloaks and BAM! Kirk fires torpedoes on the bird of prey. Sir, the cloaking device is destroyed!
Bah, who cares about that? It's not like they're gonna use it in the next movie or anything.
The Enterprise, however, is in even worse shape. The automation system has been overloaded and they can't raise the shields. Kruge fires back and completely destroys the automation system, leaving the ship at the mercy of the Klingons. However, this is our next bit of insight into the coolness of Kruge. He's smart. Some of the lines are cut in the comic, but he recognizes that the Enterprise outguns their ship, and yet they're not finishing the job. And I just noticed that Scotty's wearing a uniform now too. Was it really that damn important for all of them to change clothes after stealing the ship? Or in Kirk's case, during the theft? Kirk demands that the Klingons surrender, but Kruge calls his bluff and tells Kirk about his prisoners. To show that he means business, he orders his men to kill one of them. Saavik is about to be stabbed in the back, but David intervenes and takes the knife for her. Klingon bastard! You've killed my son!
Have I?
Okay, that line wasn't in the movie, but I do love how that doesn't even faze him 1 second.
I killed your son? Huh, neat.
Kruge demands their surrender, and Kirk agrees. They're given 2 minutes to prepare for their arrival, and Kirk starts plotting.
Mr. Sulu, what is the crew complement of a bird of prey? About a dozen officers and men, sir.
Only a dozen? The ships are the same damn size! The crew complement of the Enterprise is about 400 people. Damn, those Klingons are efficient little buggers, aren't they? Anyway, Kirk orders Sulu and McCoy to the transporter room, while the remaining three activate the ship's self-destruct sequence. Kruge sends most of his crew over, hoping to take the superior ship and gain the Genesis information from the databanks. The bridge crew beam down to Genesis right before Kruge's men arrive, and the Klingons make their way to the bridge. When they arrive, they call Kruge and hear the self-destruct countdown, prompting their leader to yell at them to get out of there. And then Enterprise go boom. Ooh, crap. I don't think we're gonna get the down payment back on that.
My God, Bones. What have I done?
You forced us to change the opening narration. Now it's, these are the voyages of a bunch of guys who don't have a spaceship.
Fortunately, the crew is beamed down relatively close to Saavik, Spock, and the Klingons holding them. On the Bird of Prey, Kruge has some lines that weren't in the movie.
He destroyed himself. The one thing I didn't anticipate. A human has been bolder, more ruthless than I. That is the real dishonor.
Yeah, I don't like that, and I'll explain why in a minute. One of the Klingons, seeing Spock convulsing in pain, gets in closer for a look, ending up with Spock grabbing his face. Got your nose! Huh. I guess there is such a thing as the Vulcan death grip. Kirk arrives and kills the remaining Klingon, but then spots the dead body of David. My son, to thee no star be dark, both heaven and earth, friend thee forever.
Jim! Stop mourning your stupid dead son and check out your undead best friend!
Spock's not in good shape since he's somehow linked to the planet, so they need to get him off of it as soon as possible, especially since the planet's breaking up. Kirk finds the Klingons' communicator and calls Kruge, telling him he has the secret of Genesis, but that he'll have to beam them up to get it. And here's where we need to stop and talk about Kruge again. My character analysis has been leading up to this moment. They cut it out of the comic, no doubt because it probably wasn't really specified in the script, but in the movie, this scene belongs to Christopher Lloyd. How do we see Kruge when Kirk calls him? With his head in his hands. And bear in mind that in the film, the last time we saw him, he was screaming his head off for his men to get out before the ship exploded. My interpretation of the character is that we see him recognize his own personal failure. He was confident he could salvage his mission, save his people, but he couldn't even save his own men. The men he ordered into a trap. It's his responsibility, his fault that his men died an honorless death. Not in battle, but what could be considered a cowardly act by his enemy. He's disgraced and dishonored himself. Thus, Kirk's call shows him his chance at redemption, not just for himself, but for the men he lost. And as such, he beams down himself to take on Kirk personally. And thus, when Kirk yells, "If we don't help each other, we'll die here!" his only response is, "Perfect! That's the way it shall be!" He has his last officer on board the Bird of Prey beam the rest up as prisoners, and we begin epic Kirk action scene! They fight until Kruge is hanging off a ledge, and Kirk, being a good guy, offers his hand, but Kruge just grabs his leg and pulls him down. Kirk kicks Kruge over the edge into, fire, since we don't see any lava in the comic version. So Kirk gets aboard, says he'll kill the Klingon later, then orders them to fly the hell out of there, Genesis exploding behind them. Kirk whispers a goodbye to David, tells the Klingon he was just kidding about killing him, and they make their way to Vulcan. And here's where we have that plot hole come up again about Spock's Katra, and not knowing about his body being alive. Kirk tells Saavik to contact Vulcan and tell Sarek to prepare for the Katra ritual with Spock's body, but Saavik explains that the Katra ritual is meant to deposit Spock's consciousness in the Hall of Ancient Thought, not in his body. Then why the hell did McCoy and Sarek make such a big deal about leaving the body behind? She does say that there is a ritual to restore Spock's Katra to his body, but it hasn't been done in centuries and is very dangerous. Anyway, the Bird of Prey soon arrives at Vulcan. Open a channel to Ambassador Sarek. Tell him we're coming in. This is Vulcan Space Traffic Control. Oh my god, that's a Klingon Bird of Prey! Shoot it down! They land the ship and take Spock's unconscious body out, carrying him up to Mount Seleia. Live long and prosper, Spock. And you are? They reach the top and... Okay, really? Really? A giant Vulcan hand salute statue? How very logical of them. Anyway, blah blah blah, ceremony, it's dangerous. The rest of the crew waits farther down for a full day and apparently slept there too. Strangest dream. I had the strangest dream that my son was dead and the ship that I loved had been destroyed. How did everybody else sleep? Spock comes down the stairs to meet with them, but he's not exactly at 100% after this experience, not having a full memory of everything that happened. After talking with Kirk for a minute, he starts to remember his last moments of life, until finally, Jim. Your name is Jim. Yes, welcome back, Spock! And your name is Dr. McCoy. That's right! You owe me $10. So yes, Spock is alive again and regaining his memory.
Well, my work is done here.
What do you mean?
mean your work is done? You didn't do anything.
Didn't I?
And so our comic ends with a quote from Edith Keeler, a character from an excellent old Star Trek episode. "You belong at your captain's side, Mr. Spock, as if you've always been there, and always will. Ready to have slash fics written about the two of you." This comic does not suck, but as an adaptation, that's trickier. It's not really a bad adaptation, and I always like seeing other bits of dialogue and scenes that weren't included in the movie itself. However, a lot of those scenes are also unnecessary, and unfortunately, it doesn't really fix any of the plot holes the film had. Plus, I'm disappointed at the handling of Kruge, who I still feel is an underrated villain in the movies, and I hope I've convinced some of you in the process. However, it's enjoyable, and the pacing moves along a bit faster than the movie, despite some artistic errors, and I'd say definitely worth a read. Of course, they had to adapt the movie where no one wears a proper uniform. What the hell is Kirk even wearing in this? Oh! Hey everybody, and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. We're talking about Star Trek again. I can just tell that many of you have clicked onto another website. For those of you who are still here, let's talk about the original series for a minute. Star Trek broke new ground! Star Trek confronted social issues that others never dared to! Star Trek was really important to our society! Yeah, we've all heard that before, but let's break that down a little bit, shall we? Yes, Star Trek did do some very important things on TV that helped break some cultural barriers. Nichelle Nichols, who played Uhura, said that at the end of the first season she was considering leaving the show, but Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself contacted her and told her how important it was to see an African-American woman treated as an equal alongside a crew of predominantly white individuals. She inspired Whoopi Goldberg and even Mae Jemison, the first black woman in space. Star Trek is also responsible for what is attributed as the first interracial kiss on television between Nichelle Nichols and William Shatner. We'll forgive for a moment that the kiss was non-consensual for both parties, and it appeared in an episode that one could argue was more than a little goofy and more than a touch stupid, but hey, I'll still give it to them. Where I'm going with all of this is that a message show is very, very hard to pull off without making yourself look like a jackass. Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, aka Star Trek IV Save the Whales, pulls it off. Let's dig into the comic adaptation and talk about why. So why the spiel about the original series instead of talking about the movie's history or how I feel about the movie? Well, the production's history was already covered, once again, by fellow reviewer SF Debris, and you should be watching him by now if you aren't already. My feelings on the movie, though, it's probably the only film in the franchise that I feel the most indifferent about. It's certainly not bad, not at all. But the thing is that when I watch Star Trek, I kind of want to see people in the future actually hanging out in the future. As a result, my favorite scenes in the movie are actually all the stuff happening in the 23rd century. Again, it's not that the stuff set in 1980s San Francisco is bad, just that it's not really what I want to see. Still, the film deserves props. Until the 2009 film, Star Trek IV was the highest-grossing Star Trek movie of them all, and did a lot to help ensure the survival of the franchise. And of course, there was a comic adaptation. Once again, it was by DC, which held the license until the adaptation of Star Trek First Contact. The cover is blah, in my opinion. I admit I like how they integrated the logo the way they did, it really makes it stand out, but the drawings of the actors look kind of off, like adding unnecessary lines and curves to their faces, and the texture seems kind of rough. Uhura looks okay, though. The other thing that bugs me, though, is that the other visuals, aside from Kirk, Spock, Sulu, and Uhura, are the Golden Gate Bridge, which admittedly is part of a memorable visual from the film, a badly drawn Klingon bird of prey, and random computer monitors partially obscured by the logo. I don't get it. Like all the movie comics, we start with an unnecessary splash page somehow linked to the film. The Klingon bird of prey once again looks slightly off, and we have this weird beam of light that's toppling over cities along with a huge tidal wave. I love the randomness of Kirk, Spock, and McCoy's heads on top. It's like they're all just looking to each other and going, oh crap, we didn't do it! We truly open on the USS Saratoga, which is probably investigating why there's this weird ranch dressing running through space like that. Science officer, what do you make of it?
It appears to be a probe, Captain, from an intelligence unknown to us.
Isn't it kind of obvious that the intelligence behind it would be unknown to you? Otherwise, wouldn't you have just said, it's from this or that species? They try to hail it, but it seems to ignore them. It's heading towards the solar system. Ah, great, we got another Voyager on our hands. You'd think that those machine people who keep rebuilding our probes would just leave a message on them that said, quit throwing your garbage at our planet, meatbags. The probe is approaching rapidly, and the closer it gets, the more power from the ship is drained. Also, there's this sound effect that it seems to be emitting. Rock! Perhaps this probe was made by chicken people. And as the probe passes, we get our first good look at it, which is also the first major change from the movie. In the movie, the alien probe looked like a giant ho-ho, but with a round lava lamp sticking out of it. In the comic, it just seems to be this giant, kind of cylindrical beam of light. I'm guessing they just didn't have access to the special effects that would actually be used for the movie, though I'm curious if this is what the probe was supposed to look like in the original script. Also, I'm guessing the rock sound is supposed to be the whale song's transmission, but the comic is seriously lacking something really cool from the film. Maybe it's because I really love and appreciate sound design in movies, but that whoop-whoop sound the probe makes really does help give it a sense of size and power. Anyway, we cut to Earth, where Ambassador Sarek is waiting outside the Federation Council's chambers. Inside the chamber, the Klingon ambassador is getting the audience up to speed on Star Trek III. Is getting all pissed off because Kirk destroyed a Klingon ship while they were working on Genesis, which is now more common knowledge.
And behold the image of the quintessential devil in these matters, James T. Kirk, renegade and terrorist!
Renegade and terrorist? Kirk made out with your girlfriend once, didn't he?
Not only is he responsible for the murder of a Klingon crew and the theft of a Klingon vessel, but even as the Federation spoke of peace, Kirk was secretly developing not only the Genesis torpedo, but the euphemistically titled Genesis Planet, a secret base from which to launch the annihilation of the Klingon people! Also, Kirk put mind-control drugs in our water and made our foreheads bumpy! He's secretly hiding Genesis in Area 51! Mr. President, we demand the extradition of Kirk! We demand justice! And together, we can be justice!
Sarek enters and deconstructs the Klingon ambassador's arguments, pointing out that Kruge and his crew are responsible for destroying the USS Grissom and murdering Kirk's son.
Vulcans are well known as the intellectual puppets of the Federation! How dare you try to be intellectual and smart! You're nothing more than a muppet!
The Federation president explains that the Council's deliberations are over and that Sarek is only here to put his views on the record. If the deliberations are already over, then why was the Klingon ambassador making his case against Kirk? Isn't that the kind of thing you want to talk about before the deliberations? Anywho, the president says that Kirk and his crew have been charged with 9 violations of Starfleet regulations, but that isn't good enough for the ambassador, who storms out proclaiming that there will be no peace with the Klingon Empire as long as Kirk lives. Now there's an interesting form of diplomacy. You'll only have peace with us if you execute this one guy. We cut to Vulcan, where Kirk narrates that they've been there for 3 months, learning about the Klingon bird of prey, and making sure to take the time to paint the name HMS Bounty on its hull. McCoy must have been really bored that day. Although this must be hell for him. He barely got along with Spock in the original series, and now he's on a planet full of Vulcans. Anyway, the crew decides that it's time to return home and face the music about what happened in the last movie. And yet again, DC Comics decides to show how much they can't help but reboot their universes. I own a trade paperback of a Star Trek comic storyline that takes place right after Star Trek III. At the end of that storyline, Kirk and crew got command of the Excelsior, while Spock gets command of a science vessel. DC Comics, making our stories convoluted since 1937. And in a crappy bit of editing, we see this line starting to be spoken by Sulu. Bad enough to be court-martialed and spend the rest of our lives mining borite. And then the line is finished by Dr. McCoy.
but to come home in this flea trap?
Or maybe Dr. McCoy is some kind of shapeshifter. Who knows?
We can learn a thing or two from this flea trap, Doctor. It has a cloaking device that's second to none. We should probably take it back to the Federation for study, so our ships can have such a useful device.
I certainly hope we don't sign any really stupid treaties that would prevent us from having cloaking devices on our ships, because that would just be insane. Lieutenant Saavik is staying behind for reasons not given in the movie, but she hands over a deposition for Kirk to give to the Federation Council.
Don't concern yourself, Saavik. Your leave has been granted for good and proper cause.
1. Kirk's not really in a position to authorize anyone to take leave time. 2. At least give us a bullcrap reason why she's not coming along if you're not going to talk about the real reason. The scene for the explanation got cut in the movie, but basically what happened was that when Spock and Saavik did their Pon Far fun on the Genesis planet, Saavik got pregnant with Spock's child. But enough of that, time to watch Spock taking intelligence tests. Who said logic is the cement of our civilization as we ascend from chaos using reason as our guide?
Bank! No, wait, I need a lifeline! Should I answer in the form of a question? Oh god, this is too much pressure!
What was Kiri Kinthaw's first law of metaphysics? Nothing that is unreal may exist. Oh yeah? Say that to Mr. Computer from last week. My nightmares disagree. How do you feel? I feel fine. Spock is confused by the question since his re-education has been in the Vulcan way, which emphasizes logic and knowledge instead of any kind of emotional attachment. His mother walks in and explains that the computer knows he's half-human, so it's asking him for that reason. Once he's able to comprehend and answer the question, then he'll truly have been fully restored to the Spock we know and love. Back at Starfleet headquarters, the hearing about Kirk and company has been put on hold because of the approach of the probe. Admiral Cartwright, who will have a slightly bigger role in the 6th movie, explains that the probe is neutralizing anything that comes close to it, to the point where a starbase is unable to open up its doors to let the Excelsior and the Intrepid out to face it. The probe, still looking like a big cylinder of light that's squawking in space, finally reaches Earth and just sits there. However, it starts to have an impact on the Earth's oceans with an effect noticeable even at Starfleet headquarters.
What the devil? Where did this fog spring up from?
Oh, knock it off! It's aliens doing it, not the demonic presence of Silent Hill! Alright, UFO endings. On the bridge of the Bounty, the crew engages in its final preparations before the ship lifts off.
Guidance is functional, sir. I've accessed the Federation's memory banks, and onboard computer will interface. Good work, Sulu. We may want to do an IMDb search if we decide to play 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon on the way home.
In the engine room, Scotty is leaning over like this for no reason. I heard some of the Vulcans saying it was good for your back. Gotta say, it is actually working wonders. Saavik says her farewells and leaves.
Permission to come aboard, Admiral. Permission granted, Spock, but my name is Jim, remember?
I thought his name was Earl. After the ship takes off, we cut back to Earth. The probe seems to be vaporizing the oceans and turning it into cloud cover, with 93.2% of the planet now engulfed in clouds. The squawking is now audible across the world, considering the sound effect here.
Sarek, is there no answer we can give this probe? It is difficult to answer if one does not understand the question.
What do you get if you multiply 6 by 9? On board the Bounty, they're surprised that they haven't been met by any escort and the communication channels are confused and overlapping.
Perhaps my assistance may be of use.
And immediately after he says that, McCoy walks up to him and asks if he's busy. Were the panels put in the wrong order or something? He just said he was going to try to help Uhura. Anyway, McCoy asks him the big question. What was it like dying and coming back to life?
Discussion of the subject without a common frame of reference is impossible.
You mean I have to die to discuss your insights on death?
Huh? All right, if you insist.
Oh, sweet merciful crap, the pain!
And now you have my frame of reference, Doctor.
And by the way, that's bullcrap. The entire idea behind asking the question is to translate the experience to someone who doesn't have the same frame of reference. And if that's not possible, simply state, "I couldn't put it into words," or something like that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any need to discuss it at all. Anyway, they pick up the distress signals from various ships, as well as the one coming from Earth, which talks about the probe's transmissions that are causing torrential global rain. Uhura says they can pick up the probe's transmissions and put it on speakers. My god! It's dubstep! Spock deduces that the transmission is from a great intelligence. Furthermore, if such power wished to destroy us, it would have. What the hell do you call vaporizing the oceans and draining all your power? Seems pretty intent on destroying us, dude.
Oh, you think this is its way of saying hi to us Earthlings?
There are other intelligent life forms on Earth, Doctor. Only human arrogance would assume the message was meant for man. Clearly, this message was intended for dung beetles. SF Debris broke this down in his review of the film, and it bears repeating here. It's not human arrogance to presume that one intelligent species would attempt to contact the only other species that is capable of actually receiving or responding to it. Clearly, the signal is being transmitted in some kind of manner that can be detected by technological equipment. Whales don't have frickin' radios, and if it was only meant to be received by whales, why didn't the probe shove a speaker into the oceans and transmit that way? I'll let you watch his review for a more complex breakdown of this, but the point is that aliens sending a probe to talk to whales is really friggin' stupid, especially since there's no way for the whale songs to actually reach the aliens. The reason, however, why we can forgive something so stupid is because the rest of the story is enjoyable and good. That's the thing about fiction. Our suspension of disbelief can accept really idiotic, nonsensical plot points here and there, as long as the majority of it stands up to being good. For example, this is personal preference talking, but I actually really like the movie It Conquered the World, even though when you break it down, it doesn't make a lot of sense, and the monster in the movie looks absolutely silly and stupid. However, the acting is good, and the philosophical discussions in it are really enjoyable.
You learned almost too late that man is a feeling creature, and because of it, the greatest in the universe.
Great hair.
I can forgive its obvious flaws for that. Anyway, the crew has reasoned that the transmission is being sent into Earth's oceans. How it's being sent is not explained, but whatever. So it might be meant for sea life. After checking how the sound would work if it was being sent through water and then correlate with the Federation database, they figure that the sound is a modified version of humpback whale songs. Unfortunately, in the Star Trek universe, humpback whales have been extinct since the late 21st century.
Damn you, Echo the Dolphin! You were able to save your mutant flying dolphins of the future, but not the humpbacks!
Kirk thinks they should try blowing it the hell up, but Spock points out that no ship can get close enough to do so. As such, we go to the next rational alternative.
Jim, you're gonna travel back in time, pick up some whales, and hope you can tell this probe what to do with itself?
There is logic in what he says.
Kirk instructs Scotty to start figuring out where they're going to put the whales, while Spock works on the computations necessary for time travel. This is just something they can do. Seriously, there was a TOS episode where they pulled this kind of crap.
Using the light speed breakaway factor, the Enterprise has moved back through time to the 20th century.
They send a transmission to Starfleet, but unlike the movie, it's badly garbled, so I don't know what this is actually going to accomplish other than confuse the hell out of them when all they can really make out is attempt time travel. I have a feeling that when they come back, there are going to be more than just 9 violations that they're charged with. Anyway, long story short, they use their made-up science to slingshot around the sun at warp speed. Or rather, this giant egg yolk. In the movie, the time traveling was a very confusing 2 minutes and 20 seconds, wherein we see people's claymation heads and a weird whale thing right there. I'd just say it was the 70s, and that would be the end of the discussion, but this was 1986. Speaking of, 1986 is the year the crew have arrived in. They start searching for whale songs and pick them up in San Francisco, though I should point out that if they can pinpoint whale songs that precisely, they should be able to detect them anywhere on the planet, but whatever. In addition, they realize that even in 1986 the world would be able to detect them, so they cloak the ship. However, there's a new problem. Traveling through time has burned out the ship's dilithium crystals, so they only have about a day's use left. Spock suggests that they use multimodal reflection sorting by way of nuclear fission reactors from the time period and blah blah blah. They fly down towards the city. Wait, why isn't the ship cloaked? Seriously, it's not even like it's transparent or anything, so like the reader can see it, but people in the comic couldn't. Look at that! I think someone's gonna notice that! Oh, and speaking of things that'll get you noticed, Kirk orders them to land in Golden Gate Park. According to Wikipedia, it's the third most visited park in the United States. Even if it's above the ground, if someone tosses a frisbee or a football or something and hits the ship, chances are somebody's gonna find it! And unlike the movie, they don't even land at night. Look at that, it's the middle of the day! Why does nobody find the ship? Anyway, Spock covers his ears with a headband, this was the 80s after all, and they split into teams. Uhura and Chekhov will go get the technobabble from the fission reactor, Kirk and Spock will find the whales, and McCoy, Scotty, and Sulu will acquire the tank they need to house the whales. And here's where we get to the other thing that makes this movie work, the humor and the fun of it.
Everyone, remember where we parked.
Yeah, and since it's in broad daylight, everyone does know where you're parked. In the city, they realize they're gonna need money, and they try to cross a busy street. Watch where you're going, you dumbass!
And, double dumbass on you!
Ha 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 ha. Look, don't get me wrong, this was funny in the movie, but they added in Kirk stuttering right there. It kinda hurts the comedic impact.
Admiral, your use of profanity. It's simply the way they talk, Spock. Profanity would reach its apex in the advent of critics who reviewed things on the internet, where not using it was considered strange.
They enter a pawn shop and Kirk decides to sell the glasses he got from Dr. McCoy back in Star Trek II.
Admiral, those were a birthday present from Dr. McCoy. And they will be again, Spock. That's the beauty of it.
You've created a time paradox.
They split the money and separate. Kirk spots an ad for the whales on a bus and they decide to try riding the bus to get there. They climb on, and then climb off again.
Admiral, is the term exact change another form of profanity?
Heh, different from the movie, but still funny. Kudos. Chekhov and Uhura have located a nuclear vessel to obtain the technobabble particles they need, which sadly skips the scene of Chekhov going around asking where the nuclear vessels are to people on the street. I retract my kudos. Kirk and Spock arrive at the Cetacean Institute where there are 2 humpback whales and a tour guide named Dr. Gillian Taylor leads them around. Kirk thinks they're in luck since it's a male and female whale and they can easily beam them up. Unfortunately, this story is operating under the pretense that whales are sapient, and so Spock jumps into the tank to mind meld with them and get their permission before they take them to the 23rd century. Gillian throws them out for that little stunt, and lo and behold, Spock was able to communicate with them. Gillian, meanwhile, is sad about having to send the 2 whales back to the ocean, but unfortunately the Institute can't afford to feed them or continue to take care of them. She walks off in a huff when she talks to another guy, but he's got some dastardly scheme that she's not going to like. And my God, what nefariously evil thing does he have planned? He's going to let them back into the ocean early. Both the movie and the comic want me to be pissed about it, but it's not really that big a deal, quite frankly. It just means that Gillian can't say goodbye to them, not that they'd understand her anyway. As Gillian is driving, she comes across Kirk and Spock walking back to the park and offers them a lift. When Spock points out that he knows that one of the whales is pregnant, Kirk says he thinks he can help her and the whales and offers to take her out to dinner. We cut to Plexicorp, where the future is plastics. Scotty and McCoy have decided screw the space-time continuum and are offering the plastics company the patent on a technology called transparent aluminum, since they need it for the tank. And of course, one of the many great jokes of the movie is cut down. In this version, Scotty just picks up the mouse and says, "Computer," without the rest of the spiel. Although, considering this was the same year as Captain Electron, and that comic thought modems created maps, I'm actually shocked that speaking into the computer didn't work. By the by, I noticed Sulu's not with them. He was supposed to have a brief subplot in the movie too, but it was cut from it because the child actor was having difficulties. This does make me wonder why they didn't include it in this version. They've already added little bits here and there that aren't essential to the story. Anyway, after dropping off Spock and wasting ship's power by having him beam onto the ship, Kirk and Jillian go to an Italian restaurant. After a bit of banter, Jillian finally wants to know what Kirk's deal is, and he spills the beans. I'm from the 23rd century. I've been sent here to bring back 2 humpback whales to repopulate the species. Okay, I didn't add that pause. That was in the movie too, and I don't get why he felt the need to pause there. Was he about to explain that it's not so much about repopulation as much as it is some weird-ass alien probe that wants to have a chit-chat with some whales? Learning that the whales are supposed to be shipped out noon tomorrow, Kirk rushes them out of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Chekhov and Uhura beam onto the nuclear vessel ironically named the USS Enterprise. They start collecting their technobabble, and I can't help but notice that someone very hastily painted on the words, "Reactor Room, Authorized Personnel Only." Oh wait, now it's on a sign hanging above them. It took only 2 panels to screw up the continuity. That's gotta be a record. Anyway, Kirk is dropped off at the park, Jillian of course not really believing his story. But in this version, Kirk kind of makes out with her, and I think Kirk has some kind of mind control drug in his chapstick or something. So that, plus the light of him beaming back onto the ship, yep, keep using up that power you don't have to waste, gets her to start thinking about it. Kirk is distressed about how they've been so lucky up until this point and they could lose the whales since Jillian's unwilling to give them the frequency of their radio tags.
In that event, the probabilities are that our mission would fail.
Our mission? God damn it, Spock! You're talking about the lives of every human on Earth! You're half human! Haven't you got any feelings about that?
I do not understand.
Ah, crap, he's not gonna start singing, is he? Chekhov and Uhura finish up, but the ship's personnel are onto them. Uhura to Mr. Scott. Come in, Scotty. Hi, lass, I hear ya. My power's minimal, so I'll have to bring you in one at a time. Gee, I wonder why that is! To make a long story short, Chekhov is taken by the military, and after he attempts to escape, he falls and injures his head. The next day, Jillian discovers that the whales were taken away during the night and naturally overreacts, slapping the guy and driving off to the park to try to find Kirk. Jillian is beamed aboard the bird of prey after she bumps into the cloaked vessel. Again, why the hell did nobody think of that? And the two get each other up to speed. Uhura locates where Chekhov is taken, and McCoy is frightened beyond belief about it.
Jim, you've got to let me go. Don't leave him in the hands of 20th century medicine. He'll get transferred to some medical drama on CBS or something, and then there'll be shenanigans. Do you hear me, Jim? Shenanigans!
Spock, indicating that his character is growing and does have feelings, says that they have to rescue him, despite it not being the logical thing to do. Anyway, they sneak into the hospital and locate him, realizing he's in a security ward under guard. They manage to get in by having Jillian pretend to be an urgent patient and come in right when they're performing surgery on Chekhov. McCoy intercedes despite their objections. This is my patient, and I'm performing the operation.
Operation? My God, man, do you plan to carve him open like a turkey? You've got to remove the wrenched ankle!
A simple evacuation of the expanding epidural hematoma will relieve the pressure.
Drilling holes in his head is not the answer. His artery must be repaired.
That was some real Nancy Drew stuff there. Nancy, I mean, absolutely irrelevant as far as medicine goes, but damn amusing.
Finally pulling his phaser, Kirk shoves the doctors into a closet, and they use the 23rd century tech to fix the bump on Chekhov's head. After a brief chase, the group are transported back to the bird of prey, Jillian managing to get on board too, despite Kirk's objection. To make a long story short, they intercept the whales before they can be attacked by a whaling vessel, giving the whalers a nice pants-crapping moment as the bird of prey decloaks right in front of them. Though they apparently felt the need in the comic to show the harpoon of the ship get tractor-beamed instead of just hitting their vessel. Well, that sure was necessary. They beam up the whales and punch it to 88 miles per hour to return to the 23rd century. I can't help but feel that we forgot something.
Sir, I have no control. We've lost all power.
Oh, right. The big power-draining probe thingy. Whoops. And within a single panel, they're about to crash into the Golden Gate Bridge. Nothing like compressing because we have less than 10 pages left in the comic. Instead, though, they crash into the water and escape, though Kirk stays behind to do the big hero thing of getting the whales out into the water. The whales sing, tell the probe the football scores, or whatever the hell it wanted, and it leaves, no doubt heading off to some other planet to try to communicate with an extinct species of gophers or something. Sometime later, the crew stands before the Federation Council so they can finally face judgment for what happened. However, because of the whole saving the world thing, the punishment is reduced to a demotion for Admiral Kirk to the rank of captain. And because he has yet again saved the world, he's to be given command of a new starship. This is all met with this sound effect. Jillian is off on a science vessel to catch up on the last 300 years. Be sure to tell her all about the planet-destroying weapon you guys were working on. She'll love that. And Sarek says farewell to his son. Spock asks him to relay a message to his mother, that he feels fine. Thus, Spock finally has a character arc in a movie that doesn't involve dying or getting through being a teenager. The crew speculates about what ship they're going to get, and on a gorgeous 2-page spread, we see them arriving at the USS Enterprise A. Though if I may be a critic here, all of those ships around it look awfully close. Look, starbases are not garages. You can't just cram everything in and hope it doesn't knock into anything. And so our comic ends with the Enterprise A taking off for 2 more journeys. One of them really good, while the other really is not. This comic, I hate to say it, but it kind of sucks. The thing about the movie is that despite the fact that I feel indifferent towards it on an emotional level, it's still a good movie. It's a lot of fun, with great humor that plays to the strengths of the various characters, and all the jokes feel natural. In addition, it manages to pull off a decent environmental message despite some stupidity in plot. Unfortunately, it doesn't translate well to the comic. A lot of the jokes ended up being cut or changed, with only 1 or 2 jokes that were equally as good as the original, and the others, not so much. The ending really feels rushed, while the beginning takes its time, adding in a lot of, minor scene bits that did not need to be there that weren't in the original movie. To the comic's credit, however, there are a lot of bits that were adapted very well, and, as I said, I really did like the 2-page spread reveal of the Enterprise. Still, whether you agree with me or not, the next time we look at a Star Trek movie comic, that will be something else entirely. In the meantime, though, come back next week for the 200th episode. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Well, it's time once again to review a Star Trek movie comic, and this time it's a movie that's pretty universally reviled. Although, I've got to admit, this movie is a bit of a guilty pleasure for me. It's a train wreck to be sure, but one that I kind of enjoy in a bad movie kind of way. It aspires to greatness, but is full of plot holes, characterization issues, bad jokes, and weak villains. You know that Mystery Science Theater 3000 clip I'll play from The She-Creature?
Space is warped and time is bendable.
Yeah, that's the one. Star Trek V is a movie so bad that Euclidean geometry collapses so that someone can not only go past the number of floors on the ship, but pass the same floor twice while going up. Star Trek the Motion Picture was incredibly boring, but it's got its defenders as a slow, cerebral story. Star Trek V, though? The only cerebral thing you get out of this movie is the headache that results from some of the bad comedy and dollar store psychology. It is the movie that almost killed the Star Trek film franchise. Mind you, plenty of the problems with the film were a result of the production getting screwed over again and again by bad luck. But in the end, some people are capable of making a great film even with a bad production. William Shatner is not one of those men. The earliest draft of the film, by Shatner himself, would have had Kirk literally fighting Satan and trying to rescue his crewmates from being taken to hell. Gotta admit though, after one more day, the idea of Captain Kirk fighting Satan? Nice. I won't go into the film's troubled production much in this review, since it's actually pretty well documented, except to say that the effects in the finished movie were, not very good, to put it kindly. However, that just makes me more curious about this comic as an adaptation, since one of the great things about comic books is that there is no special effects budget to worry about. If an artist can conceive it and draw it, it'll be done. Plus, the condensed format of a comic book one-shot means that some of the stupider or superfluous bits might end up getting cut. By that same token, however, as we saw last time with Star Trek IV, lots of good stuff might end up getting trimmed. So let's dig into Star Trek V: The Final Frontier and see if the comic is better or worse than the movie it spawned from. The cover is bleh. It's a nice rendition of the Enterprise and Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, but as a cover that's meant to evoke the epic nature of the story, or even as a movie poster or the like, it's just dull. 3 heads and the Enterprise. Oh, but at least we have that film strip logo coming across the top and informing us that this is a DC movie special, as opposed to those movie comics that are not special. We open on the planet Nimbus 3, the planet of galactic peace, where some guy in a robe has found a bald guy in the middle of the desert and is touching his forehead. Does this bug you? I'm not touching you. Each man hides a secret pain. Yeah, no they don't. I know I don't, at least. Unless you count the time I tried to eat the spicy chicken nuggets at Wendy's instead of the regular ones. These things are nasty. Stick to the regular nuggets, my friends.
Where did you get this power? The power was within you. In other words, the power is yours. Join my quest. I seek what you seek. Rogaine. What all men have sought since time began. Affordable car insurance. The ultimate knowledge. But to find it, we'll need a starship. Now, you might be wondering how the hell I got to a different planet without a spaceship, but don't worry. I move by the power of plot convenience. We cut to Yosemite National Park and the mountain El Capitan. We finally get a movie comic without a big poster as the title page, instead letting Star Trek V: The Final Frontier be written along the side of the mountain while Kirk free solos it. The time, Stardate 8454.1. Do you know where your children are? The situation? Self-explanatory. Ah, so Kirk was fighting against a lizard monster and is clinging to the side of the mountain because he was knocked over. What, you said it was self-explanatory. There are a number of reasons why this could be happening. I regret to inform you, Captain, that the record for free climbing is in no danger of being broken.
I'm doing this because I enjoy it, Spock, not for, records. You may be wondering why Kirk just grunted like that. Don't worry, William Shatner can explain that.
He wants to envelop that mountain within his body. He wants to make love to the mountain.
Oh yeah, and judging by this face he's making, I think Kirk is definitely doing his best to screw the mountain. Anyway, he loses his footing and starts falling, and strangely enough, we get a thought balloon that Kirk is thinking, Sam, probably in reference to his dead brother, the one who was killed by the plastic vomit creatures. Weird. Spock catches him by the leg, which should naturally snap his leg off considering how fast he was falling, but as we see here with Spock at a horizontal angle, he's wearing magic boots.
Perhaps because it is there is not a sufficient reason for wanting to climb a mountain.
I'm hardly in a position to disagree. And again, the wisdom of Shatner shines through.
But the mountain is climbed because I think the climber wants to hug the mountain.
Back on Nimbus 3, some narration explains what the planet's deal is.
20 years earlier, the governments of the Romulans, Klingons, and Federation had agreed to develop the planet together, believing a new age was dawning. The new age died a quick death. The great drought turned it to dust. And instead of figuring out a different, better planet and settling there, the project was farmed out to a few private companies and, well, lowest bidder and all that. When weapons were forbidden, they fashioned their own. When entertainment was needed, they found that too.
Catgirls, the universal form of entertainment. And of course, because this is a DC comic, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out a cameo here. The dude with the fishbowl on his head, that's actually Rick Starr, aka Space Ranger, a DC sci-fi hero from the 50s and 60s who has had occasional appearances since then in the DCU. And of course, the bar with the dancing cat girl is also apparently the ambassadorial suite, since in the back of the bar are the 3 respective ambassadors from the Federation, Klingon Empire, and the Romulan Empire all bickering with one another. The Federation ambassador in the movie was played by David Warner, completely wasted in his role to the point where I wonder if the ambassadors were supposed to play a larger part in the story, but ended up getting cut. Anyway, the guy from before and his forces storm the bar, and subsequently the town the bar is located in, and quickly takes the ambassadors prisoner, and only in 3 panels no less. We then cut to the Enterprise in space dock. If you'll recall, at the end of Star Trek IV, the crew took command of the Enterprise A and warped off to new adventures and stuff full of excitement and wonder. But I guess someone got drunk and spilled their beer on the controls, since now at the beginning of this one, the ship is in crappy shape. However, unlike the movie, the unnecessary and out-of-nowhere subplot of Scotty and Uhura developing a relationship has been completely excised. Starfleet orders the Enterprise to be the one to rescue the hostages. They're told to recall personnel on shore leave, and we even skip the useless and kind of dumb scene with Chekhov and Sulu lost in the forest. Speaking of skipped scenes, it's time for the campfire scene with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, and in another wise cut, we no longer have the part of it with bourbon and beans, and instead just skip to the good part of it. McCoy says that Kirk needs to stop risking his life in pointlessly futile macho gestures like free soloing El Capitan.
When you fell off that mountain, you should have been killed.
It crossed my mind. But even as I fell, I knew I wouldn't die, because the 2 of you were with me. Well, Spock was with you, McCoy was watching with binoculars and laughing at the thought of you getting impaled on a tree. McCoy's kinda sadistic like that. I've always known I'll die alone. I had a premonition of my own death. This film is actually a sequel to Final Destination, and not Star Trek.
All that time and space, getting on each other's nerves, and what do we do when shore leave comes along? We spend it together. Other people have families.
Other people bones, not us. Actually, both my father and my mother are still alive.
Ah, shut up, Spock!
Also, you still owe me $10. Spock, having studied up on camping, has prepared some camping food. I am preparing to toast a marshmallow. Ah, marshmallows. Those'll go great inside that other traditional camping food. S'morelins. They try to have a sing-along of Row, Row, Row Your Boat, which is thankfully only 1 panel in this version. Uhura suddenly shows up to inform them of the orders from Starfleet, since the captain left his communicator back on the ship and the transporters aren't working. They take the shuttle back up to the Enterprise, and we cut to a Klingon bird of prey, where Captain Kla is attacking some random satellite. In the movie, it was the real-life Pioneer 10, which is incredibly laughable, since that would mean that Kla was attacking something right on our doorstep. Kla is pissed off about shooting space garbage when his fellow officer, Yowza! That uniform's a bit leggy for a Klingon, isn't it? Anyway, they're informed of the hostage situation, and he figures the Federation will be sending their own rescue ship, which means he can shoot at a moving target. Ah, the warrior spirit, provoking interplanetary incidents because you're bored. Anyway, Kirk and company arrive on the Enterprise, where even the doors are barely working. They're given a full briefing about the situation, and Kirk suggests that other ships might be better to use for this than the Enterprise. Other ships, no experienced commander. Captain, I need Jim Kirk. And this is one of the really huge plot holes of the movie, even worse than the cliche of, they're the only ship in the area. Have them pick him up and be a commander on one of those ships. Or hell, the Enterprise is at least space-worthy. Have the 2 ships rendezvous and drop off Kirk. This is not difficult. McCoy further points out how stupid this is, since the Klingons are bound to send someone too, and they're still pissed off about Genesis, Kruge, and the stolen Klingon vessel that Kirk crashed into San Francisco Bay. Damn, I miss my old chair. Rescue missions are boring. I want a lazy boy. They watch the hostage tape and recognize the Klingon ambassador, General Cord, a military genius who has fallen out of favor with the Klingon High Command. However, Spock recognizes the hostage taker himself. They quickly arrive at Nimbus 3, skipping actually a decent scene in the movie where Spock explains about the hostage taker, that he's a Vulcan named Sybok. Sybok had thought that emotion, not logic, was the way to wisdom, and naturally was exiled from Vulcan for his beliefs and teachings. Gotta love the highly logical and tolerant of different ideas Vulcans. Anyway, the transporters are still down, and the Klingons will be there in just under 2 hours, so they need to take a shuttle just outside of their sensor range. Chekhov keeps Sybok distracted over the communications channel while Kirk, Spock, and a bunch of security officers plan their move. It'd take too long to reach the city by foot, but fortunately, they spot a group of Sybok's followers just camped outside the place for absolutely no reason. And thus we get to one of the most infamous scenes of the movie, the fan dance. A naked Uhura with a pair of palm fronds dancing under the glare of 2 moons to distract the men so Kirk and company can steal their horses. I am going to go against the popular opinion of those who find the scene disgusting because it features a 57-year-old woman trying to be seductive and alluring. That is ageist and distracts from the real problem of this scene. No, my objection to the fan dance is that Plan A was for them to go, okay, dedicated female communications officer of the Federation, I want you to strip naked, sing, and dance around with some palm fronds to distract a group of horny guys who have been living in the desert for years without any female companionship. I mean, what the hell would the plan have been if it turned out Sybok's cult was made up of gay guys or their species was all male or something? Would Kirk have insisted that Spock strip down and sing the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins? So anyway, they steal the horses and some shrouds to hide their appearances and get inside the city. Uhura flies the shuttle to strafe them, with her clothes back on, while the Enterprise officers attack, Kirk and Spock even managing to get to the hostages, who then pull guns on them. Somehow, Sybok has also forced the shuttle to land, and he recognizes Spock, saying that he now has a second chance to join him. Spock refuses, of course, and Sybok says they'll be taking the ship. You staged this to get your hands on my ship? Well, not your ship specifically, I mean, my God, you will never get your hands on my ship, whom I love like a woman. What the hell is he doing? My love for the Enterprise is like no other. You will never take it from me. Look, normally I would offer to free you from your pain, but right now I really don't want to see what's going on inside your head. The Klingons have arrived and they cloak. Chekhov raises the shields and warns the shuttle to find cover, but Sybok refuses to turn back. Kirk hails the ship and tells them to get ready to let them pilot the shuttle in manually, since it's their only chance of getting onto the ship without the Klingons attacking. They get on board, with the shuttle crashing and burning hard in the shuttle bay, the Enterprise warping away before the Klingons can hit them. After the crash, Kirk and Sybok are struggling, and Spock gets a hold of a gun. He orders Sybok to surrender, but he refuses. Spock, you can't stun me with that weapon, and I've always been stronger than you. I'm afraid you'll have to kill me. Oh God, my leg! Or logically, I could shoot you in a place that is not fatal. But no, despite Kirk ordering him to shoot, Spock can't bring himself to do so, and Sybok's followers are quickly able to take the ship, with only Scotty seeing that something's going down. In the brig, Kirk is naturally pissed off about not killing Sybok, and Spock explains that Sybok is, in fact, his half-brother! Sybok's mother was a Vulcan princess because, being a society dedicated to logic, they still have arranged marriages and a monarchy, apparently. Sybok and Spock were raised together after said princess died, and naturally, this has never been brought up before, ever. It's here where we get Sybok's backstory, but I still say it would have made more sense to do it after Spock recognized him from before, even if he omitted the part about being his brother. Up on the bridge, Sulu and Uhura have gotten the whole psycho pain removal thing from Sybok and are now his willing servants. I guess Chekhov never bothered to send any security personnel down to check up on things. Sybok makes a ship-wide announcement. Consider the questions of existence. Who am I? Why am I here? Does God exist?
Why do they spend so much of the intervening time wearing digital watches?
He explains that he intends to take the ship to the center of the galaxy, where a planet called Shakari is located, supposedly the source of God and heaven and crap. We'll ignore all the religions that pretty clearly define those things, or lack a god or a heaven state, because shut up, this is deep and stuff. Shakari, by the way, was named so as a joke because of the original guy they wanted to play Sybok in the movie, Sean Connery. It's not surprising that he turned it down, though. He had something else more important going on.
I turned down Harry friggin' Potter for this.
Scotty breaks out our heroes from the brig and points them in the direction of an emergency communications device that they can use to call Starfleet. Although I'm not exactly sure what they hope to accomplish. As we've seen, Starfleet only has 2 starships in operation at any given time. They need to take a disused turbolift shaft to reach it, and we have that embarrassing moment where Scotty accidentally conks himself on the noggin thanks to a bulkhead. They climb up the shaft, although Spock has apparently gotten ahead of them and got his magic boots to lift them up faster. And thus we cut out that terrible bit of editing that implied the ship was ungodly huge and had decks that repeated themselves. Amazing what happens when an editor is actually doing their job. The 3 reach the communications unit and call for help, but the Klingons intercept the transmission and now know where they're headed. Anyway, Sybok arrives and tells his forces to wait outside while he talks to the 3. Kirk doesn't want them flying to the center of the galaxy, and we'll ignore the problems there from a physics perspective, because apparently no ship has ever been able to get beyond the Great Barrier that lies within it. Though the dialogue implies no ship has ever tried, even though they fly into it later on without any problem. And before you bring up the creature they do find there, if he had no problem doing this now, why the hell was there ever an issue before, and why did it seem surprised that they had reached it? I guess this is probably supposed to be a message of, don't let superstition stand in the way of exploration, but since they're not clear about it, we're not sure what the deal is with this barrier. Sybok does his get over your pain trick on McCoy and Spock to get them to join his side. Spock explains in the comic version that this is actually an ancient Vulcan ritual that's forbidden in modern times. I'll spare you the details except for one bit. Spock's was supposed to be just his dual nature of being half human and half Vulcan, and the disappointment from his father that arose from that. But here Spock says he got over that a long time ago, and an added pain is that he wanted to go with Sybok when he was exiled. Because, well, it's a DC comic, and we couldn't have a DC comic without a retcon, can we? And if you're upset about me once again making fun of the DC reboot and retcons and all that, then don't worry, I'll use my psychic powers to help you find this pain and release it! What's that? Pains are not just easily gotten over like that, and this is a load of crap and it's not working? Imagine that. He tries it on Kirk, but of course the story was written partially by Shatner, so that his character is always right, always heroic, and of course is the one to point out that this whole thing is nonsense. You can't just take your pain away with the wave of a magic wand, and it's a part of who you are. However, the story was supposed to be about Kirk standing alone, betrayed by everyone, even his closest friends. DeForest Kelley and Leonard Nimoy flat out refused to do that, since it's so completely against their characters. Spock in particular after, Star Trek 2 and 3. What, don't you remember this?
I have been, and always shall be, your friend.
But that wasn't in Shatner's mind when he wrote this. No. Spock is only loyal to his brother. Bros before COs, am I right? But yeah, Spock and McCoy refuse to join up and are just left in the room before the ship travels through the Great Barrier. Because I guess trying to escape and regain the ship from engineering or auxiliary control would have been just friggin' impossible. And thus they arrive at Shakari without any problems, and Sybok relinquishes the ship back to Kirk. However, since they are explorers and all, and legend says this is heaven, well, might as well take a peek. And of course, Sybok comes along. They take a shuttle down, and, in another change from the movie, heaven looks a hell of a lot better in the comic than it did there. In the movie, if you waited long enough, you'd probably see Jerry being filmed just over the ridge, whereas in the comic, it actually looks like a lush alien paradise. Giant rocks spring up around the four, and a column of light appears, displaying many faces before settling on Saruman here. The great wizard Shazam asks how they breached the barrier. With a starship! Ah, this starship. Could it carry my wisdom beyond the barrier? But haven't you been doing that since creation began? Yeah, but the signal reception sucks and the post office is worse than the Royal Mail. Go figure. And of course, we come to what is the best line in the movie.
What does God need with a starship?
Don't you remember Marvel number 4? He needs it to blast asteroids before they hit a planet with creatures that will die off because of what kind of spines they have. Naturally, Gandalf here never thought about what would happen if someone asked that, so he goes Old Testament on Kirk, blasting him away. Although with the way this is drawn, it looks like it just makes him flip while the next panel sees a nice big smoking hit in his uniform. Spock gets blasted for asking the same thing, and unfortunately, like the movie, we fail to get a proper explanation for just what the hell this thing is. Instead, just having it turn into the image of Sybok as if that's supposed to make sense. Since the movie doesn't explain this guy, I will, in a little bit. So Sybok leaps in to fight with the godlike being, while Kirk orders a photon torpedo down to blow the crap out of the area. Which should kill them too, considering what a photon torpedo is, but whatever. The comic also includes another thing that was cut from the movie. The Rock Monster. It looks damn impressive, actually. The Rock Monster was cut out of the actual movie for looking too goofy, but I don't know, I don't think it looks too bad. And hell, Trek has done a lot worse when it comes to special effects monsters, if you don't remember. Scotty has the transporter partially repaired, and Kirk orders the two others beamed up. However, the Klingons attack before Kirk can get beamed up, because everyone on the bridge was too busy watching Kirk get zapped, and instead of a half-finished effect chasing Kirk on Shakari, it's the rock monster that spits lava. The Klingon ambassador, still on the ship, is instructed by Spock to order the Klingons to stand down. As such, the bird of prey flies down and blows the hell out of the rock monster. Ah, great. Now a giant ho-ho is going to be pissed off at us for making the rock monster species extinct, and we're going to need to take that bird of prey back in time to get 2 more. Kirk is beamed up and hugs Spock, who's on it for some reason, though we do get another bit of good writing. Spock, I thought I was going to die. Not possible. You were never alone. I've planted a device on you that monitors your thoughts, Jim. I can't wait for our next chess match. Sometime later, in another added scene, Spock and McCoy are discussing things.
Try this on for size. Has it occurred to you that the Great Barrier wasn't placed there to keep us out, but to keep that thing in?
Yes, Doctor, it has occurred to me.
And here's where I chime in with the explanation about the Saint Nick of Shakari. Admittedly, the explanation is with non-canon material, but hey, it's what I've got. There's a mini-series of novels called the Q Continuum books, which details a younger version of John Delancey's character Q and his encounter with a group of very powerful and malevolent beings, one of which includes this guy. This being is never really given a name and simply called The One. A battle with the Q Continuum reduced him only to a head, and the Q imprisoned him in the galactic core. It's been years since I read the book, but I recall that he basically had the same shtick here, believing himself to be rather holy and godlike, and speaking with thous and thuses and so forth. Still don't really know why he changes into Sybok, though the artwork does have this cool part where he has like a half a skull for a second. Awesome. Cosmic thoughts, gentlemen?
We were speculating. Is God really out there? And does God get bored and decide to grant superpowers to idiots so the idiot can have sex with women and just be an asshole? Because that would be really dumb.
Spock says he was thinking of Sybok, though despite there being this huge area of white that they could have put it in, they left out where he says that he lost a brother, which leads into Kirk stating that he's lost 2 brothers, but that he was lucky to get one back. Isn't that sweet? Yeah, that was changed from the movie where he failed to acknowledge his actual brother who died. Also, I know the reflection is supposed to show off said brother, but the position just makes it look like this is actually Kirk's mustachioed stunt double in the shot. And so our comic ends with Kirk, Spock, and McCoy back at the campfire and singing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. This comic sucks, for the most part. It still has a lot of the same problems as the movie in terms of its worship of Kirk's character and, well, most of the major plot holes, but it's actually a lot better than the movie. As I said before, a lot of the extraneous scenes got cut out or were shortened to get to the point, and as a result, some of them were vastly improved as a result. It's still not a great story, since nothing actually is accomplished aside from Spock's brother dying, but hey, it's an improvement on the movie, and when it comes to Star Trek V, you gotta take what you can get. Oh yeah, and I guess a lot of people are still stranded on Nimbus 3, but hey, whatever, let's go camping instead of worrying about those losers. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. I'm a captain again. Got a reprimand from myself and was forced to demote myself. It happens. Our look at the Star Trek movie comics continues with the swan song of the original series Star Trek cast. Oh sure, we'd see them playing the roles again in video games, cameos in other Star Trek shows, but this was meant to be the final outing for the first crew of the Starship Enterprise. I'm happy to say it's a good one too. In terms of Star Trek movies, it's in the top 5, although that's probably not too difficult a task when your competition includes The Motionless Picture, The Final Frontier of Shatner's directing, and friggin' Insurrection. Fortunately though, it is a good movie, just not one that's as good as, say, Wrath of Khan. If you've never seen Star Trek VI, this is the one that's meant to be the largest parallel to real-world events. Oh sure, we've gotten broader themes of social criticism and commentary in the actual show, but Star Trek VI actually reflected real-world events. In this case, the fall of the Berlin Wall, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the end of the Cold War. And thus we see the end of the Klingons being bad guys and the repercussions of having to accept bitter enemies as allies, as reflected in the crew, and of course, with Kirk and his acceptance of the death of his son at the hands of Kruge's men from back in Star Trek III. Yeah, it only took you 7 years and 3 movies to remember, oh yeah, those Klingon bastards killed my son. Maybe I shouldn't be drinking with them over Shakari and smiling at them when they tried to kill me again too. My only complaints about the film are pretty small, mostly just things that felt pointless or that the writing didn't have quite enough punch to it. Still, good movie, but did it have a good comic adaptation? Well, let's dig into Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country, and find out. Our cover is, not that great. I like the movie poster style, of course, but it's the art that's kind of making me wince. Again, it's not bad in itself, but there's something about it that's putting me off. Like, because it's arranged like a movie poster, I expect it to be painted in a Drew Struzan-like style. Instead, it's got lots of shading lines that don't really work all that well. That being said, they do look like the characters they're depicting, so that's a plus. We open with the USS Excelsior, captained by Sulu himself. And if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed that they slipped this line into Star Trek IV.
With all respect, Doctor, I'm counting on Excelsior.
Specifically because they knew he would get the ship. The Excelsior has just finished 3 years charting a sector of space, and you've got to love how tired Sulu looks. Dude is just slouching like crazy. I think he needs a posture pal. Before Sulu slithers out of his chair, though, an energy wave suddenly approaches and collides into the ship. Doesn't collide, since there's no visible damage or reaction to the ship whatsoever. There's a panel where Sulu tells them to turn the ship into the wave, but the ship looks fine. No shaking, no explosions. Hell, Sulu's tea is probably still okay in this version. We seem to be in one piece, Captain. No kidding. I guess 23rd century starship shields hold up a hell of a lot better than those newfangled shields in the Next Generation. Sensors indicate that the wave came from the Klingon moon Praxis, which was the key energy production facility for the Klingon Empire. Sulu sends out a message asking if they need any help, and a Klingon quickly responds that there's an emergency, before his transmission is apparently interrupted by another Klingon. This is Brigadier Kurla speaking for the High Command. There has been an incident on Praxis.
However, everything is under control. We have no need for assistance. Someone spilled their coffee on the fusion reactor again. It happens all the time, but the newbies panicked. And thus Sulu calls into Starfleet, and we cut to some time later at a meeting of top Starfleet officers, including the command staff of the Enterprise. I'll make this as simple as possible. The Klingon Empire has roughly 50 years of life left to it. And unfortunately, the warranty ran out a year ago. The Admiral turns the briefing over to Spock, who explains that the explosion of Praxis was caused by overmining and insufficient safety precautions, which were a result of them losing another energy production moon during the events of the game Star Trek Klingon Academy. Now this, just another reminder that I am a colossal nerd, especially in regards to the Star Trek Expanded Universe material. If that is your first time learning about this, welcome! You must be new here. I'm not entirely certain what's going on in regards to Praxis. Spock says that there's an 80% loss of energy as a result of the moon's destruction, but that somehow leads to a deadly pollution of their ozone. Do they mean on Kronos, their homeworld? Was Praxis in orbit over it? If it was, well, I hate to break it to you, but destroying the planet's moon would have slightly worse problems for them than ozone depletion. Or do they mean that they required the energy Praxis delivered in order to power the machines keeping the ozone layer stable? And I hate to sound unsympathetic, but space is really big, and there are a crap ton of habitable planets. Yeah, the energy loss is devastating, but you can evacuate the planet and settle somewhere else, you know. In any case, this is seriously bad for the Klingon Empire, so they really can't sustain war with humanity any longer, and peace is their only option. Which just confuses me further, since I thought the Organians were keeping the Federation and the Klingons from ever going to war back in the episode Errand of Mercy. Except for that one game, Starfleet Command, where it turns out the Organians were apparently wiped out by invaders from the Mirror Universe. And did I mention I'm a colossal nerd? Admiral Cartwright, who you may recall from Star Trek IV, protests the peace negotiations. To offer Klingons a safe haven within Federation space is suicide. The opportunity here is to embargo trading, forcing them to run through their own resources faster and bring them to their knees. Then we'll be in a far better position to dictate terms. Give sanctions more time! Oh wait, that joke doesn't really work here. Kirk reluctantly agrees with the Admiral, but the Starfleet Chief of Staff and Spock say that it's imperative they act on the opportunity offered by the Klingon Chancellor Gorkin. This scene has changed slightly from the movie, removing or changing a sentence here and there for better and for worse. For example, it's good that they changed a line from Cartwright that was in the movie, that Klingons would be the alien trash of the galaxy. How nice. However, they also cut out Spock's line that explains why they need to take advantage of Gorkin's proposal. Namely, that if they don't act for peace now, that it's likely that the more aggressive and warmongering among the Klingons would suggest an all-out attack on the Federation to try to take resources and have a completely open war. So, what's their best bet for diplomacy then? Someone trained in diplomacy and the Klingon culture, perhaps a Federation officer who has earned the respect of the Klingons by coming to their aid on numerous occasions? Nah, let's just send Captain Kirk. Oh yeah, the Klingons love Kirk.
There shall be no peace as long as Kirk lives.
There are some Klingons who feel the same about a peace treaty as yourself and Admiral Cartwright. They'll think twice about attacking the Enterprise under your command. Oh, definitely! I mean, it's not like in the last movie a Klingon officer directly chased Kirk to the center of the galaxy explicitly to take him on. Oh wait, that's exactly what happened! Spock also says that he personally vouched for Kirk in this matter, much to Kirk's irritation. The group files out, save for Kirk and Spock. There's an old Vulcan proverb. Only Nixon could go to China.
There's an old human saying, if you're gonna talk garbage, expect pain.
And Kirk delivers, pissed off that Spock arrogantly presumed that he could speak on behalf of him on the matter. Kirk still views the Klingons as his enemies, especially because of his son. They're dying. Let them die. That night, Kirk was visited by the ghosts of Star Trek past, present, and future. Unlike the original Christmas Carol, though, the ghost of the past was Star Trek Enterprise, so it was actually scarier than the future.
We cut to the Enterprise, where the bridge crew are arriving, and they meet their new helmsman, a Vulcan woman named Valeris. When this was originally written, it was supposed to be Savick, but there are conflicting reports about why this was changed. It's probably for the best, though, as we'll see, and it would have damaged the character for the fans. Kirk orders them to head out of space dock at 1/4 impulse power, but Valeris reminds him that they're only supposed to use thrusters in space dock. Lieutenant, I don't care if I'm senile. If I sit in this chair and give the word, you jump. Aye, sir. Now then, set a course for the future! At ludicrous speed. Aye, sir. And now put on this clown suit. But, sir... I am in the chair, Lieutenant! Later, Kirk gives a log entry in his quarters. I have never trusted the Klingons, and I never will. I have never been able to forgive them for the murder of my boy. Also, I suspect they put mind control drugs in my water that resulted in hair loss. Spock says this could be an historic moment, and I'd like to believe him. But how on earth can history get past people like me? Well, I suppose I could fall into some kind of space-time ribbon anomaly thing, traveling through space, that sends me into some kind of heaven dimension, but that would just be kind of silly. Valeris clears her throat outside of his quarters to get his attention. Come on, Valeris, you could knock. This is a question I have both for the movie and the comic. Star Trek has sliding automatic doors, and the doors for quarters require you to signal someone before you can come in. Why the hell was Kirk's door wide open to begin with? Anyway, she tells him that they're almost at the rendezvous, and unfortunately, they've cut a very important scene here. After Valeris' visit to Kirk, she was supposed to go to see Spock, who sponsored her at the Academy and can be considered her mentor. And to Spock, she is his successor as a Vulcan on the fast track through Starfleet. It both shows Spock's character growth when he admits that logic is not the only method by which wisdom is attained, and it very subtly sets up Valeris' character for later in the film. Cutting it was a bad call, and we really didn't need the bit with Kirk telling her to jump at his command, which did end up being added. Anyway, the Enterprise arrives at the rendezvous, and Kirk invites Chancellor Gorkin and his party aboard the ship for a formal dinner. Guess who's coming to dinner? The Klingons, Mr. Chekhov. They are coming to dinner. No, sir, it was a reference to a movie about... Please, Mr. Chekhov, this is the future. Nobody watches movies anymore. The Klingons beam aboard, and the respective groups are introduced to each other, including Gorkin's daughter Azat-Bur, and most especially General Chang, Gorkin's chief of staff, and played by Christopher Plummer in the film. Chang is an entertaining bad guy, but unfortunately there's not much characterization present in the film. Again, that's rectified in Klingon Academy, wherein Chang is a patriotic Klingon who feels Gorkin is weak and will lead the Empire to ruin at the hands of the Federation even before the destruction of Praxis, but that he has a lot of interest in human culture, and in particular the works of Shakespeare, hence the quoting in the film. Anyway, dinner proceeds as well as you would expect, with both parties trying to be diplomatic, but a combination of alcohol, a bit of racism, and simmering tensions overall does not make for the best of evenings. Gorkin and Spock are the only ones who retain optimism, Gorkin himself giving a toast to the undiscovered country, the future. But at the same time, there is something to be said about cultural differences and international relations, best exemplified by another Klingon saying this: "You hypocritically presume that your democratic system gives you a moral prerogative to force other cultures to conform to your politics." Before Tumblr, that was the sophisticated way of yelling, "Check your privilege!" Except without some of the stupidity that the phrase has become associated with. But enough about the social discussion of this crap, let's get back to the plot, wherein Kirk gives another log entry admitting that things did not go well, but is called to the bridge before he can go to bed. Spock says that they're picking up an enormous amount of neutron radiation, which even stranger seems to be coming from them. And then they fire a torpedo at the Klingon ship. And this is why serving booze at diplomatic functions really isn't a good idea. Hey, Ron, I bet I can hit the torpedo control with my head faster than you! And it seems Ron took that bet, since a second torpedo fires and hits the Klingon ship, knocking out their gravity. Two men in spacesuits beam aboard the Klingon ship and start shooting up the place, killing any Klingons they come across before they then beam back over to the Enterprise. Kirk asks Scotty if they fired the torpedoes, but their inventory says they're still fully loaded. He orders them to stand down all weapons and take no aggressive action, that he's gonna beam over there himself. Spock objects, saying that this is his fault because he got Kirk involved in this fiasco. I'm going. You're gonna be responsible for getting me out of this. I mean, let's face it, they're gonna be pissed off regardless of who goes over there, and frankly, Spock, you're better at the last-minute rescues than I am. Hell, last time you actually did it by taking command of a Klingon ship. Ooh, that'd be nice. Do that again, Spock. I'll get into a horrible mess over there, and then you take command of their ship. Spock places a Viridium patch on his back so that the Enterprise can track him from a great distance. In the movie, it's a very subtle gesture that you probably wouldn't even notice unless you were paying attention to it. In the comics, Spock grabs him and puts a nice big slap on his back for emphasis. Put her there, Captain! Better you than me, eh? McCoy volunteers to go over too, since they may need a doctor. They transport over and are held at first, but when the Klingons admit their doctor is dead and Gorkin is dying, McCoy says he'll try to help.
Sweet Jesus, he's lost a lot of whatever this stuff is.
McCoy's a great doctor.
What the hell is this stuff, Jell-O? Whatever. Let me just inject some of this crap into him. That'll probably help. Jim, I don't even know his anatomy.
Why the hell did you volunteer to go over? You're drunk and you don't know how to heal Klingons! So yeah, Gorkin dies, begging that they don't let it end this way. The two are arrested and Spock assumes command of the ship. The Enterprise, I mean. With my earlier joke about him taking over the Klingon ship, I should make sure that's clear. Valeris says that they can't just let them take the two back to Kronos, but Spock says that they really have no choice. Firing on them won't get the captain back, and it would just make the situation worse. We cut to Earth, where the Klingon ambassador is yelling at the Federation president that they intend to try Kirk and McCoy for Gorkin's death. And unfortunately, there's no way under the law to retrieve them. There are more bits missing in the comic version, but they're not huge losses. Aside from introducing the character Colonel West, a play on Oliver North, whom I doubt many of my viewers even know who the hell that is. And even more ironically, William Shatner played Oliver North in a sketch on Saturday Night Live. Look it up, The Mute Marine. This has been 6 Degrees of William Shatner. The Enterprise is ordered to return home, but obviously they can't without losing track of Kirk and McCoy. Valeris suggests that, oh no, the ship seems to be broken for some reason. Looking into it, bye. While Gorkin's daughter is named the new Chancellor, Spock talks with Scotty about the torpedo situation. The torpedo room computer says all the torpedoes are accounted for, but the databanks say that they were the ones who fired on the ship. One of the computers is lying, meaning someone tampered with one of them. And now it's time for Kirk and McCoy's trial, which is bizarrely put together in the comic version. The questioning for Kirk and McCoy is put on splash pages, and Kirk's bits are put before McCoy's. As such, we don't get to see the full range of emotions that General Chang, who is prosecutor for some reason, has during the trial. However, the big detail in the trial is shown here, that Chang has a copy of Kirk's log from earlier about not trusting Klingons, and that he'll never forgive them for David's death. And this is why you should never write embarrassing things in your diary. Some asshole is always going to come along and read it.
Captain Kirk, are you aware that under Federation law, the captain of a starship is considered responsible for the actions of his men?
I am.
So if it should prove members of your crew did in fact carry out such an assassination...
As captain, I am responsible. How the hell does that work? An officer goes nuts and kills a whole bunch of people, but it's the captain who gets punished for that? Chang rests for the state.
Is it our turn now? According to Klingon law, both sides present their cases at the same time. We've had our turn.
Well, then you've been doing a pretty crappy job of it, Worf. The best you've done so far is object once and presented no evidence for the defense. And yeah, that's Colonel Worf, the grandfather of Worf from the Next Generation. Given what a fine lawyer he has demonstrated himself as here, it's pretty clear why he's never mentioned. The judge declares his sentence with his phantasm orb in hand, that the two are guilty, but because of the upcoming peace talks, they're not going to be executed, but instead sent to life imprisonment on the asteroid Rura-Pente. Back on the Enterprise, they speculate about what transpired. They do leave out an important piece of evidence here from the movie, that Scotty visually confirmed every torpedo. They were not the ones who fired on the Klingon ship. However, that leaves the question of who the hell did fire. They did detect that neutron energy surge, which indicates a cloaked ship, specifically a Klingon bird of prey. Normally, a ship can't fire while cloaked. Presumably because of the energy drain on the cloaking device. We've never gotten a real reason why. Obviously, it's just speculation, so they can't tell Starfleet about it, but by that same obviousness, someone is still on board the ship. After all, someone had to tamper with the databanks, and someone was using Federation equipment and weapons to kill the Chancellor. Find the equipment, and you find the killers, presumably. Assuming, of course, they didn't just beam over to the cloaked bird of prey or something, but I don't know, maybe that would be detectable. I don't know, I just like nitpicking. Anyway, over to summertime in Minnesota, Rura-Pente, which is a snowy asteroid that guarantees nothing can live on the surface for very long. Unless you're a giant space monster from the 2009 Star Trek movie. A magnetic shield around the base prevents people from just beaming out, and it blocks the signal from the Viridium patch. Inside, an alien starts harassing Kirk, but an alien woman named Martia calms him down and befriends them, especially after Kirk kicks another alien's ass by kicking them in the knee crotch. I'm not kidding. Turns out that alien's knees are its crotch, as Martia states. Not everybody keeps their genitals in the same place, Captain. Is that your way of trying to tell me something? Well, yeah. What did you think this orange thing on my head was? Later, in their bunks, Kirk talks with McCoy about this whole thing.
3 months till retirement. What a way to finish.
Bones, are you afraid of the future?
That was the general idea I intended to convey. I was finally going to pay Spock back that money I owed him. Well, I guess there is a positive to all this. That $10 is still mine.
Some people are afraid of the future, of what might happen. I was used to hating Klingons. That's why I failed in our assignment. It never even occurred to me to take Gorkin at his word. Spock was right.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself. We all felt exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm actually an expert in Klingon anatomy. I could have saved him in 5 seconds. My bad. Somebody felt much worse. And I'm starting to understand why. But you heard the judge. The peace conference is on again. There's bound to be another assassination attempt. What do you, the people at home, think? Martia shows up and explains that she does have a way they can escape, but the problem is that she has no way off the asteroid once she does, so there's no point unless he has a way out of the system. Then she starts making out with him. I think I've been alienated. The hell is that supposed to mean? To make a long story short, Martia helps them get outside the prison, partially thanks to the fact that she's a shapeshifter. Of course, because of the condensing for the comic, we see McCoy collapse from exhaustion right after they've gotten outside, making it look like McCoy is winded after only 3 seconds. Kirk reveals the Viridium patch to him, and they manage to get outside the magnetic shield and set up a fire in a small ridge. Martia says it's Kirk's turn for his part of the bargain. He promptly decks her.
You're kind of pretty for a girl.
Well, you're kind of lumpy for a dick.
She didn't need our help getting anywhere. Where did she get these convenient clothes? Convenient clothes? You're wearing the same damn rags you were wearing when you first got here! Nice going, artist. Gotta love that disconnect between what's being written and what actually ends up on the page. Martia explains that she would have gotten a full pardon for helping set this up. An accident wasn't good enough. Good enough for 1. 2 would look suspicious. But killed while attempting escape. Now that's convincing for both. Yep, it sure would have been convincing. Why did Kirk and McCoy have to die exactly? And, most fortunately, the comic included this awesome bit from the movie.
I can't believe I kissed you. Must have been your lifelong ambition.
On board the Enterprise, Scotty finds the spacesuits stuffed into an air vent and goes to show them to Spock. Back on Rura-Pente, the Klingons arrive and kill Martia, stating that they were going to kill her anyway, since they needed no witnesses to this plot. Kirk asks who it was that wanted them dead, and hey, since they're going to be killed anyway, his name is... And they're beamed away before he can say the name. Damn it! Damn it! All the hell! You couldn't wait 2 seconds before... He was just about to explain the whole damn... You want to go back? Damn
Damn right I do, Mr. Chekhov! Okay, sorry about that. You were saying? His name is... God damn it, Chekhov! What? Was that not enough time? Spock explains about the bird of prey that can fire while cloaked, and Scotty arrives with the spacesuits. However, they then find the bodies of 2 officers, the same ones that the spacesuits belong to, meaning that there must be another accomplice on board who killed them to keep them quiet. To catch them, they make a fake announcement on the ship that the 2 are simply wounded and are in sickbay, and the 3rd person quietly arrives in sickbay, revealing themselves to be Valeris. And again, good stuff has been cut out of here. Spock tells her to shoot because logic demands that she do so to protect herself. However, she can't bring herself to do it. In the movie, Spock then angrily, yes, angrily, swats the phaser out of her hand. It again shows character depth that her betrayal really did affect him. On the bridge, Kirk states that they have further proof of her duplicity. The recording played at their trial was from the log entry he was making while she was standing outside his quarters, meaning she was the one who knew about it. So, good coincidence for her. She states that this plot was put together by both Federation and Klingon officers to prevent the peace talks. Ironically, that they worked together to prevent them from working together. They conspired with us to assassinate their own chancellor. How trustworthy can they be? About as trustworthy as the woman who killed 2 other guys who were on your side that were also part of the assassination plot, you hypocritical jackass! Spock forces a mind meld on her, which is rather jerky behavior that I kind of wince at our heroes doing, but he manages to get the names of the other accomplices, including Admiral Cartwright and General Chang. They contact Sulu and the Excelsior to get the coordinates for the peace conference, because he has those for some reason, and ask for them to come help, since the bird of prey that can fire while cloaked is bound to be in the area. Sir, you realize you've just committed treason. To be candid, I always hoped that if the choice ever came down to betraying my country or betraying my friend, I'd have the guts to betray my country. And I already tried the whole betraying my friend thing in the last movie, and that didn't go over too well. Next, we have a good scene that they've left in. Kirk and Spock's discussion of how prejudiced they both were. Spock in his unwavering optimism that ended up getting Kirk and McCoy almost killed, plus his trust in Valeris, and Kirk's prejudice over the death of his son. They both had made mistakes and are now owning up to them. Mind you, Spock's stuff would have held more weight if we had had that earlier scene with Valeris and him. While the conference gets underway, the Enterprise arrives in orbit and is immediately attacked by the cloaked bird of prey. I see you, Kirk! Peekaboo! Be honest, Captain. Warrior to warrior. Don't you prefer it this way, as it was meant to be? No peace in our time. Once more unto the breach, dear friends. Oh, come on, Shang. I can do the Shakespeare quoting, too. You speak an infinite deal of nothing. Down at the conference, a sharpshooter starts assembling a sniper rifle. In orbit, Chang continues to quote, Poor thing. If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. Peace, ye fat guts! Spock points out that a ship has to expend fuel like any other and thus have some form of exhaust that can be traced. As such, Spock and McCoy, who is yet again on the bridge for some reason, head down to modify a torpedo to track them. They're still getting hit pretty hard, but fortunately the Excelsior arrives to provide another target. So, the game's afoot. Cry havoc! And let's slip the dogs of war! Thou art as fat as butter! Spock and McCoy finish their work on the torpedo, giving a few bits of banter at each other. And so the torpedo fires and tracks right at Chang, who suddenly decided to stand up and look away from the view screen, possibly in the hope that if he doesn't see it, it'll go away. To be. Or not. To be. Tune your instrument! With their position identified, both ships quickly fire on and destroy the bird of prey. And in the span of less than a single page, Kirk and company have beamed down to the planet, shoved the president out of the way of the assassin, not sure how the hell they knew about that, but whatever, and Scotty has promptly shot the guy through a window so he falls out onto the floor below. Badass. What's the meaning of this? It's about the future, Madam Chancellor. Some people think the future means the end of history, which is kind of the case when the future means reboots, but we haven't run out of history just yet. Your father quoted Hamlet.
He called the future the undiscovered country. What I had always assumed Hamlet was speaking of was death. Gorkin thought the undiscovered country might mean something else, another kind of life. And as I once said, one should get a life. People can be very frightened of change. I know I was. There's an old expression. It takes one to know one. Okay, here's another old saying. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. It has about as much to do with this situation as takes one to know one does. The two hug and peace is back on track. Kirk and company say goodbye to Sulu, and McCoy happily points out that they're not going to prosecute for the whole disobeying orders and almost starting an interstellar war thing. And then Uhura says that they're to be decommissioned. Wait, they leave that out. And yet Chekhov says, "So, this is goodbye." And then Uhura says, "We've been dead before." No, not really. Some of you have been dead before, though your definition of dead might need to be stretched a bit. To be or not to be? That is the question. No, Victor Sage and Renee Montoya are the question. Captain's Log, Stardate 9529.1. This is the final cruise of the Starship Enterprise under my command. This ship and her history will shortly become the care of a new generation. The Pepsi generation. To them and their posterity will we commit our future. They will continue the voyages we have begun and journey to all the undiscovered countries, boldly going where no man, where no one has gone before. Hopefully they won't botch it with a crappy first season. This comic... it's okay. While I have my minor problems with Star Trek VI, the Repente stuff, while funny at times, felt a bit rushed, it's still a pretty damn good film overall and a good send-off to the original series cast. The comic, however, it suffers the same problems as the Star Trek II comic. Really good and important bits have either been cut or rushed to get to the next part, and it lacks some of the same themes and tones from the film. Some of the additions, like the "it takes one to know one" line, really felt out of place, though I admit I do like all the other additions they made to Kirk's speech at the peace conference. Overall, just a mediocre adaptation. Still, it presented itself a very optimistic view of what our future can hold. Unfortunately, next week we're looking at another issue of Sci-Spy, so the future will get back to sucking. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Star Trek Generations is one of the films that's a mixed bag for me personally. I certainly enjoyed it at the time. It may even have been the first Star Trek movie I ever saw in theaters. I have vague recollections of seeing Star Trek VI in theaters, but I was only 4 years old if I did. But looking at it nowadays, it's not considered one of the best Star Trek movies out there. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be, but it's certainly not one of the best. It has major plot problems, some of which could have been easily written off with only a sentence or two of dialogue, but then there are major thematic and narrative problems that we'll be getting to throughout the review. I'd say of all the films considered bad, this is the least bad, though that's just my own opinion. Unfortunately, that means that a comic adaptation is not going to do the story that much better unless there are massive rewrites to how the events play out. In fact, it may end up even worse, because I've seen some of the cut scenes and they were good things to cut. For those not in the know, Star Trek Generations is the turning point in the film franchise, where it stops being about the original series and instead about the Next Generation cast. The Next Generation is probably the most successful series of all Trek, with mainstream knowledge of it being unequal to the original series. Hell, it's why we even have the debate phrase Kirk versus Picard. For the record, though, the answer to that question is Cisco. One very neat addition at the end of the comic is a 6-page look at how the adaptation process for a movie to comic goes. For example, they're not given a rough cut of the movie or anything like that, just a shooting script that has to be condensed into a comic script, then sent back to the studio for approval, then that's edited by the movie studio to account for cuts made to the movie, then they start getting reference photos and sketches made for the movie, like special costumes that characters will be wearing, or technology, or where characters are standing, standing relative to one another. But then again, some stuff just isn't available yet, and there's stuff that you'd think would be. Like, for example, color photos. But hey, you work with what you've got. So let's dig into Star Trek Generations and see if they did an admirable job adapting, or possibly even improving, the film. The cover is bleh. You have a comic about time travel, the two most famous of the captains of the Enterprise meeting, two pop culture icons joining forces, space battles, emotional turmoil, and unresolved dreams and desires. And your best idea for the cover is 5 people awkwardly standing over nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Only 4 of them are standing still with completely blank expressions on their faces. Picard is leaning in and reaching out his hand, as if he was trying to emulate all those Doctor Who promotional poses. Everyone just looks so bored, which is actually pretty accurate for a lot of people who saw this movie, ironically enough. The official comics adaptation of the Paramount picture, as opposed to all those unofficial bootleg comic adaptations of Star Trek Generations that people were making. I hear one of them has the crew fighting the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We open on Earth in a scene that was cut from the film, supposedly by Shatner's request, though I have no idea why. Chekhov and Scotty are standing in a field and staring up at the sky looking for something. There he is, there to the south. What are you, blind? That's a bird, lad. But it's opening up a parachute. I can see it from here. You're daft, lad. That's a paratrooping bird. We get 'em all the time during the season. Rappelling the crystalline trench, rafting down lava flows. Considering the sheer heat and fumes from hot lava, that's a pretty impressive trick to raft on it. Seeing as how, getting close to it will make you sorta, dead. And now orbital skydiving. It's like the man is running a bloody decathlon across the galaxy. Ah, the Milky Way Marathon. It might take a while for some, but others manage to pull it off in a mere 300 years. And indeed, it's Kirk, who lands a few feet away from them. Kirk happily proclaims that he jumped out over the Arabian Peninsula and ended up right on the target. Actually, Captain, your precise target area was 35 meters that way. Thanks for pointing that out, Mr. Chekhov. Now, either I have to go up and do it again, or you can just pull that bullseye target over here, and we'll say it was perfect. Kirk says he wants to make an even more difficult jump tomorrow, but Chekhov says that they're busy tomorrow attending a ceremony. Kirk says he's not going, despite making a promise to attend. When I retired, I swore I'd never set foot on a starship again, and I meant it. Jumping out of an orbital capsule, however, yeah, that's totally different. I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm not going. And we cut to him on board the starship. The 3 are attending the christening ceremony for the Enterprise B. Originally, this was supposed to be McCoy and Spock with Kirk, but the 2 declined what was essentially a glorified cameo. And naturally, to the annoyance of the 3, they are inundated by reporters who all want them to make statements into their little bootleg handheld game consoles. They're also greeted by the captain of the Enterprise B, John Harriman, as played by Alan Ruck from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Unfortunately, I fear they hired him because they wanted Cameron to be the captain and not have him act as someone else, because this guy is friggin' useless, as we'll see. Kirk gives basic platitudes to the reporters before Chekhov introduces the helm officer of the Enterprise B, Demora Sulu. Yep, Sulu's daughter. Scotty, it amazes me. When did Sulu find the time for a family? It's like you've always said, if something's important enough, you make the time. You're right, of course. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go jump out an airlock and try orbital skydiving from this distance. So that's why you've been running around the galaxy like an 18-year-old, finding retirement a wee bit lonely, are we? Ha 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 ha! Oh, Mr. Scott, my son is dead. The ship gets underway with the intention of the shakedown cruise just taking them beyond Pluto and then back to space dock. However, they soon pick up a distress call from 2 transport ships carrying El-Orion refugees to Earth. Harriman says to contact the next nearest starship since they're in no state to mount a rescue, not even having a full crew on board. But he's informed that they're the only ship in range. I would like to remind you that they are in the solar system, which is the center of the Federation and Starfleet. And they are the only ship in range! And here we go. More vindication for my theory that Starfleet only has 2 ships active at any given time. And with that, Harriman orders them to go on the rescue mission. They quickly arrive and detect a strange energy ribbon and the 2 ships trapped inside. Unfortunately, the comic does not do it justice, showing only some weird fiery lines on the view screen. I'll give the movie this credit. The visual effects in space are damn impressive, especially in creating the ribbon. Harriman orders them to keep their distance so they don't get trapped in it too. Kirk can't help but armchair quarterback. Tractor beam, man. Use your tractor beam. We don't have a tractor beam. You left the space dock without a tractor beam? It won't be installed until Tuesday. Ah, great. And you know it's just going to be some absurd time frame to install it, like from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and you must be there to answer the door, except they won't ring the doorbell, only knock, or at least claim that they knocked, and then you have to reschedule the installation. Harriman tries some technobabble solutions in the hope of fixing things. Try generating a subspace field around the ships. That might break them free. Sorry, sir, there's too much quantum interference.
If anybody needs a day off, it's Cameron. He has a lot of things to sort out before he graduates.
What about venting plasma from the warp nacelles? That might disrupt the ribbon's hold on the ships.
Pardon my French, but Cameron is so tight that if you stuck a lump of coal up his ass, in 2 weeks you'd have a diamond.
Unfortunately, their efforts are for naught, as one of the 2 ships explodes, killing 265 people. Harriman is completely flummoxed by this situation, making me wonder how the hell Starfleet picked this weenie to command the friggin' flagship. The ship that was so legendary that the christening of a ship with its name is enough to earn reporters and guest crew for its shakedown cruise. I'm curious who the other candidates were that they settled for this dork. A drug addict or a shape-shifting salt vampire, perhaps? But in any case, Harriman asks Kirk for advice in this, and he immediately starts handing out suggestions. First, move us within transporter range and beam those people to the Enterprise. What about the gravimetric distortions? They'll tear us apart. Risk is part of the game if you want to sit in that chair.
Be a man. Take some Pepto-Bismol, get dressed, and come on over here.
They move in closer and begin transporting people over, but they don't have a medical staff. Won't arrive until Tuesday. Why the hell didn't they just wait until Tuesday for this? Chekhov, however, takes charge and recruits some of the reporters to help out. Scotty, in the meantime, is put in charge of transporting people over, sadly only getting 47 of them out of 150 before their ship explodes. However, it's not because better transporters won't arrive until Tuesday, but rather because he couldn't get a lock on them. The people on the ship kept phasing in and out of the space-time continuum. Don't you hate it when that happens? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I remember this one time when I had to help out a friend, and then I hosed him down with gravy. So after a console explodes right in a dude's face, the ship gets caught in the ribbon and are unable to escape. Down with the refugees, our villain of the movie, Soren, angrily demands to be sent back despite, the ship being blown up. Fortunately, Chekhov is on hand with a hypospray to knock his crazy ass out. Also, I just noticed, but everybody is really white. I mean, the coloring makes them absolutely pasty. Well, except for the people who aren't supposed to be white. It'd be really awkward if Guinan here was white too. Scotty comes up with an idea to get them free, using an antimatter explosion to disrupt the field just long enough to pull them out. A photon torpedo will do the trick. And, of course, they don't have any. I'm surprised the doors have been installed at this point. However, there's an alternate way of creating something like it by using the ship's deflector dish, but that involves doing some manual jiggery-pokery near the deflector relays. Harriman volunteers, but Kirk says he'll do it since the captain's place is on the bridge. Although personally, I think it's because he knows if it was Harriman doing it, he'd somehow find a way to lose the entire deck. Also, why the hell isn't Scotty doing it? Or a crewman? Someone with engineering training and not the command-level personnel? Damn, I'm supposed to be retired. I should be out risking my life somewhere, not trying to save everyone else's. That's the work of a younger man. Ah, the Star Trek equivalent of I'm too old for this crap. Kirk succeeds in configuring the what's-a-doodle, but an energy burst strikes out from the ribbon right in the general area of the deflector relays. Well, I presume that happens in the comics, since in the movie it was a big energy discharge that blew a big chunk out of the ship.
In this, it's just kind of a little wavy line, and nobody seems to even notice. But yeah, you guessed it, the energy hit the spot where Kirk was, and there's no sign of him when they get down there. In all likelihood, he's dead. Harriman sets a course back for space dock. Screwed up a rescue mission so that most of the people he tried to rescue are dead. Starfleet's greatest hero, dead. Needed said hero to tell him how to do his job. Yeah, I wouldn't get too comfortable in that chair, Harriman. We cut to 78 years later on the Enterprise D's holodeck. Originally, there was supposed to be a thrilling action sequence where a scientific observatory is attacked, but instead they decided to go for a silly ceremony in period clothing so that Worf can get promoted to Lieutenant Commander. I admit, it's not a bad scene and it's kind of fun, just that it seems like a big waste of time and money for the film. Still, there are some funny moments here and there, like Riker accidentally dumping Worf in the water. Data turns to Dr. Crusher and wonders why someone falling into freezing water is funny. It's all in good fun, Data. Try to get in the spirit of things. Learn to be a little more spontaneous. And so Data shoves Dr. Crusher into the water. Data? That wasn't funny. Oh yes, it was. Although in the comic, it's funny for entirely different reasons. See, we don't actually see Data shoving her in the comic. It just goes from Crusher saying he needs to be spontaneous to her falling into the water. Meaning that, as far as I can tell, Crusher jumped into the water instead of being pushed. And thus Geordi saying it wasn't funny means that Crusher's spontaneity is not funny. The exact opposite of what was being said before. Anyway, Picard receives a personal message and quickly walks off the holodeck, but before anyone can wonder what's going on there, the crew get a distress call from a space station observatory under attack. They arrive at the observatory to find the attack over with and the attackers themselves gone. There are a few life signs still on the observatory, and Picard orders Riker to begin an investigation. But Captain, I thought you would do it! And it's another one of those moments where the adaptation really starts to fall apart. Riker gives a log entry that he's beginning said investigation and says, I just wonder why the captain seemed so distant when he gave those orders. Oh yeah, he really looked distant when he made this expression. Then again, you looked pretty distant too, Riker. After you first heard the observatory was under attack, you made this expression. Yeah, in the movie, Picard snapped at Riker.
Will you begin an investigation? I'll be in my ready room.
Sir,
Make it so.
Just
do it!
That is showing Picard having a problem. This comic is just, oh yeah, he's totally distant by the way he told me to do my job. I mean, what the hell did you thought he would want, dude? Honestly, his orders are no different than normal. Anyway, beaming aboard, they quickly find Dr. Soren underneath some wreckage as well as the corpse of a Romulan, identifying who it was who attacked the station. Back on the Enterprise, Data and Geordi are talking in Data's quarters about what happened on the holodeck. Data has decided that, with his failure to create humor by pushing Dr. Crusher into the water, I don't care what they say, that was hilarious, he's decided that his growth as an artificial life form has pretty much hit an impasse, and the only way he'll be able to advance further is to experience emotions. And the only way to do that is with the emotion chip his father created. Time for backstory! In the series itself, Data's creator was revealed to be alive and well and had been working for years to perfect emotions for Data. However, Data's evil robot twin brother, which is not something I usually get to say outside of superhero comics, was able to steal the chip and kill their father. Data was able to retrieve it, but he never installed it out of fear that the emotions would drive him to become like his brother. Plus, it was partially damaged. But hey, the chip changed appearances in between the series and the movie, so we can presume repairs were made and, okay. Data is now holding the comic version of the chip, and the thing looks like a Who card for a TurboGrafx 16. Perhaps this is actually the origin story of Johnny Turbo. But yeah, he wants Geordi to finally install it, and he does so. Picard gets a briefing about what they know about the attack, and he orders Riker to inform Starfleet about what happened instead of dealing with it himself. A legitimate sign that something is wrong with him. Unfortunately, I'm too distracted by the fact that Riker suddenly decided to switch uniforms for no reason. I was really hoping the comic would fix this, but nope! Apparently they wanted to adapt everything about the movie. There was apparently concern about how the Next Generation uniforms would look on the big screen.
And apparently they decided that instead of doing, screen tests of them and maybe making new ones if they didn't look good, that instead they'd borrow the clothes from Deep Space Nine. And then just have the crew switch between uniforms at random without any comment. Yeah, I don't get it either. We then quickly cut to the Enterprise's lounge, 10 forward, and a humorous bit with Data and Guinan. I'm skipping it so we can get to more plot. Bear in mind, we've passed the 1/3 mark of the comic and we still barely know what the plot is other than stuff happens. Soren talks to Picard about how there's a critical experiment back on the observatory that he needs to finish. And apparently no one bothered to ask the surviving scientists, were you guys doing any experiments that the Romulans might be interested in that they'd attack you guys for? Because Picard just shrugs this off and says they can't let them back over there until they've completed their investigation. Soren then makes this cryptic remark. They say that time is the fire in which we burn. And right now, Captain, my time is running out. We leave so many things unfinished in our lives. I'm sure you understand. Yes, I understand. I think Linkara should get around to finishing the history of Power Rangers at some point, too. The crew thinks they figured out what the Romulans were looking for, an experimental compound called trilithium. It's unstable, but if they figured out a way to properly stabilize it, it could be used as a weapon thousands of times more powerful than an antimatter explosive. And considering how powerful antimatter is already, that's pretty impressive. Data and Geordi are sent back to the observatory to try to find traces of trilithium, since otherwise, why the hell would the Romulans be looking for an explosive on a friggin' observatory? Unfortunately, Data's kind of going cuckoo. The emotion chip is making him giggle and laugh incessantly, and make it nearly impossible to concentrate on doing his job. They find a secret compartment which has probes and a potential trilithium signature, and Data is just making his tricorder talk for him. I don't see any situation how speaking as if the tricorder was talking would be funny. What do you think, Mr. Tricorder? My existence is a blasphemy upon all living things. Yeah, I thought so. When Data is unable to stop himself from laughing, he starts convulsing and falls over, saying the emotion chip has overloaded his systems. Unfortunately, before the two can beam back over to the Enterprise, Soren shows up and decks Geordi. He also aims a gun at Data, who's suddenly overcome with fear. Speaking of fear, we cut back to the Enterprise, where Troy and Picard finally talk about what the hell's been bugging him while they look through his photo album. The message he got was informing him that his brother and nephew have died in a fire. Now that would be enough to distract anyone, but Picard has added a bit of depression on top of that. His family history is very important to him, and he always figured his brother having a kid would mean the family would continue on. But that's not gonna happen now. He is the last of the Picards now. Maybe this explains why he's so eager to get in a relationship with Boring Lady in Insurrection. And no, I don't care enough to look up her character's name. It is said like once or twice in the entire damn film. Before the two can talk any further, the nearby star explodes. Well, sort of. They keep describing it as an implosion.
Sir, the implosion has produced a level 12 shockwave.
Well, yeah, it's only natural that an implosion would cause a shockwave that expels outwards. Wait, what? The cause of this is a probe launched from the observatory, and they only have a few minutes to get out of there before the shockwave hits. Worf and Riker try to rescue Geordi and Data, but then a Klingon bird of prey decloaks out of nowhere and beams up Soren and Geordi. Getting the others back to the Enterprise, both ships quickly haul ass, and we learn that the Klingons who rescued Soren are the Duras sisters, Lursa and Bator, recurring villains from the series itself. Their presence is basically just fan service, and it could have been any random Klingons. They're working with Soren because he's promised them information on how to build a trilithium weapon in exchange for helping him with his own goals. And now it's time for a whole lot of exposition dumping for the next few pages. Here are the relevant details. Data's emotion chip is fused into his systems and can't be removed. Soren's entire family was killed by the Borg. He's seeking a way to enter the Nexus, an interdimensional realm where time has no meaning and your every wish and desire is granted. The ribbon is some sort of gateway into the Nexus.
Guinan's face here is creepy as all hell. If you don't know who Guinan is because you didn't watch the show, she's the ship's bartender, played by Whoopi Goldberg. And she frequently wore very silly hats. One interesting thing left out of the movie is noted here, that she says that being in the Nexus changed her, that she knew things about people and events in time that she didn't before, which suggests that her insight in the series is not part of her species, but just a part of this magical whatever the hell the Nexus is. Also, seriously with that face, what is even the hell? Geordi gets tortured for information that I don't know why he needs to know it, and Picard and Data are in stellar cartography trying to figure out where Soren is headed next. If it seems like I'm rushing through this right here, it's because the pacing is one of the big problems with this story. It takes its sweet-ass time for the first half, and then suddenly, BAM! It hits you with thing after thing after thing. If I comment and joke about everything, then this episode will be an hour long. Data's in bad shape, asking to be relieved of duty because the emotions are overwhelming him and he doesn't feel he'll be helpful. Unfortunately, the comic has cut a few bits of dialogue here where Data and Picard's character arcs in the story intersect, basically telling Data that sometimes it takes courage to continue in the face of overwhelming grief, like he's been feeling. But nah, let's get back to tons of exposition. Basically, Soren has decided upon an insane scheme to get back into the Nexus. The shockwave of the star's explosion has altered the ribbon's course, bringing it close to a planet called Viridian 3. If he destroys the Viridian system's star, it will push it enough so that the ribbon will intercept the planet and carry him back into the Nexus. But why not simply fly into it with a ship? Our records show that every ship which has approached the ribbon has either been destroyed or severely damaged. And here's your big plot hole that could have been fixed with a hand-wave dialogue. Why doesn't he just beam into space in a spacesuit where he knows the ribbon will be and just wait? But no, instead he proceeds to go with his plan to blow up stars. Who the hell ever thinks that's a good step in your plan?
And so, little foam lizard, that is my plan for blowing up the star that's obscuring my view of Proxima Centauri. What do you think?
Now, blowing up another star will produce another destructive shockwave. And unfortunately, a planet in that solar system is inhabited by a pre-industrial civilization, so they need to stop him before he kills millions of people. They quickly arrive and send out a hail to the cloaked bird of prey demanding Geordi's return and for them to leave the system. Soren tells them to fight the Enterprise, but the sisters aren't stupid, and this isn't Star Trek 3. Their bird of prey is no match for a Galaxy-class starship with a full complement of crew and weapons. To make a long story short, the bird of prey decloaks and agrees to hand over Geordi and beam Picard down to talk with Soren. For some reason. But whatever, Picard is beamed down to talk with him, and he's behind a powerful force field to keep him from trying to attack Soren. And on top of all of that, Geordi has been returned, but there's a spy camera built into his visor that the Klingons are using to monitor what he sees. Picard does his best to convince Soren this is wrong, even bringing up his dead family, but Soren says that eventually, regardless of what the reason is, everyone dies, and thus it doesn't matter if he's murdering millions. So you believe that death happens for whatever reason, so accept it and move on, but you're willing to kill millions in order to get to the Nexus and see your family again, who are all dead. It's almost like you're poorly written or something. Captain's log, supplemental. How am I doing a log entry with no equipment whatsoever without speaking out loud, since otherwise Soren would be staring at me wondering what in the hell I'm doing? Back in orbit, Geordi gets to engineering, since I guess you can just shrug off trauma and torture in the future, and the spy cam lets the Klingons see the shield frequency of the Enterprise's shields, which allows them to open fire and start wailing on the Enterprise through their shields. While the Enterprise puts up a pitiful fight against the bird of prey, firing phasers all of once at them, stuff exploding, and the crew spouting technobabble back and forth. Basically, they utilize multimodal reflection sorting to trigger a techno-what's-it that makes the bird of prey cloak and they fire, blowing up the bird of prey with one shot. I also call foul on the comic adaptation. They should have done like the movie and reused the panel from the Star Trek VI comic adaptation of the bird of prey exploding, just like how the movie reused that footage.
But yeah, things are going pretty badly for the Enterprise. The damage was severe and the warp core is going to blow up in a few minutes, meaning they need to evacuate. Everyone is quickly sent to the saucer section of the ship, which separates off and the rest of the ship explodes. And continuing our theme of shock waves screw things up, the shock wave from the explosion sends the saucer section down towards Veridian 3. And Data's famous line of is said in a narrative caption without us seeing him do it, so it could have just been the entire crew saying that at once. After the saucer crashes, Picard manages to slip past the force field and get into a fight with Soren.
Don't count your captains before they're hatched, Soren.
And this is why Patrick Stewart is not an action hero. Picard fails to stop Soren from launching the probe, which manages to go from the surface of the third planet from the sun and reach that sun and blow it up in a grand total of about 10 seconds.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
The ribbon passes through the planet and picks up Picard and Soren, whisking them off to the Nexus. I'm assuming Picard's subconscious is responsible for what happens next. After all, he had said to Troy how he feared the Picard lineage dying out, and he wasn't exactly going to be fathering children anytime soon, so the Nexus has created his greatest desire from that. A family, with like a half-dozen kids, and a loving wife. Guinan appears, who explains that she's an echo of the Guinan he knows, a part of her that stayed in the Nexus when she was pulled out of it by the Enterprise B's transporter. Basically, it's a load of horse crap because they needed someone to pour on more exposition. What? Guinan says he can leave the Nexus and go to any point in time because the Kool-Aid Man is red, but he's gonna need some help since Soren kicked his ass before. She can't leave because she's not a real person, but she recommends Kirk, who was also sent to the Nexus when he was blown out into space at the beginning. Picard goes to see him, and Kirk is fairly confused by all of this, since Picard starts babbling about being from the future, and yet they're located at a cabin from Kirk's past. By the by, this glorious meeting across generations, the moment of Kirk and Picard meeting that so many have waited for, there are literally only 6 pages left of the comic. Yeah. So we have to rush through all of this, not just because this episode is running long, but because the comic itself realized, oh crap, we have the movie's final half hour we still have to do. And thus we rush through Kirk's reluctance to leave, since this will give him a chance to relive his youth and correct the mistakes he's made. To make matters better, they then teleport even further back in Kirk's past to a horse farm in Iowa when Kirk met some lady named Antonia, whom we've never heard of before. Because of course having it be Carol Marcus and actually tie into the continuity of the previous movies and character development would just be silly. They do some horseback riding until Kirk reaches a ravine that he easily jumps over. But because of the condensed narrative, he just jumps and suddenly Picard is next to him talking. I must have made this jump 50 times. And every time it scared the hell out of me. But not this time, because it's not real. Yeah, about that whole not real thing, if it's not real, where the hell are you guys? What is the Nexus? What are you breathing right now? The Nexus is such a narrative anomaly, I'm surprised they couldn't bring giant robots back with them when they leave to just smash Soren. And it's here where we get the best scenes of the movie, since honestly, the interactions between Kirk and Picard, one of the big selling points of the movie, are legitimately good. Kirk tells Picard how he should never let them take him off the bridge of the Enterprise, since while he's there, he can make a difference. You don't need to be on the bridge of a starship. Come with me. Help me stop Soren. Make a difference again. On that planet, Veridian 3, wasn't it? I take it the odds are against us and the situation is grim. You could say that. I mean, we're 2 old guys and not in the greatest of shape because we both spent 40 years sitting our asses in the captain's chair, and we're trying to take on Malcolm McDowell. Popsicles have a better chance of surviving a heated furnace than we do. Of course, if Spock were here, he'd say I was being an irrational, illogical human for wanting to go on a mission like that. Sounds like fun. Plus, if Spock is still alive, he's got to be like 1,000,000 years old. So after this mission, I have an even better chance of kicking his ass at chess. And so Kirk and Picard emerge from the Nexus right in front of Soren, Kirk even doing a little Superman pose there. Some have wondered why they didn't go back even further, stop the destruction of the star near the observatory, but I think it's because both know how badly screwing up the timeline can go, so they wanted to take their chances and keep the impact of the timeline down as much as they can. That being said, what I can't forgive is the urgency of their actions. See, worst case scenario, they fail and the star blows up and the ribbon hits the planet again. Meaning they just go back to the Nexus and do it all over again. Hell, they could even go back further if it becomes clear that they have no chance of taking him out without weapons or supplies. But no, rushed ending, so in 2 pages they blow up Soren along with the trilithium, a bridge has collapsed for absolutely no reason, and Kirk goes tumbling down a mountainside clinging to said bridge. At least I presume he does, since we don't see the bridge fall in the comic, and dies. I'll give the movie and the comic this, though. Kirk still dies saving millions of people in one final action, but his original filmed death was a hell of a lot worse, getting shot in the back by Soren and not even getting any final words. Picard buries Kirk amidst some rocks and then gives a log entry about how the starship Farragut has arrived in orbit to pick up the Enterprise survivors and as much as they can salvage. Data tells Troy that he's going to keep the emotion chip in him and he's going to control said emotions from now on. Because I guess he can just do that now. Picard and Riker sift through the wreckage of the bridge and the ready room and find his photo album. Although no one bothers to point out the true casualty in this tragic time, Picard's fish. And so our comic ends with Riker telling Picard how he's gonna miss this ship and how it went before her time. It's not how many years you've lived, Will, but how you lived them. Someone once told me that time is a predator, one that stalks us all our lives. But time is also a companion who reminds us to cherish the moments of our lives, because they will never come again.
After all, number one, we're only mortal.
Speak for yourself, sir. I plan to live forever.
I always thought I'd have a crack at that chair one day. You may still. Nope, he went off and got his own damn ship because you took Kirk's words to heart and never stopped captaining the thing. Somehow, I doubt this will be the last ship to carry the name Enterprise. And a fine ship it was. A pity, then, that this comic sucks. Ignoring the problems with the film itself, the comic has its own issues. I'll give it credit that it got the likenesses of the actors down perfectly, but the artist seems incapable of drawing the crew with any expressions other than blank stares and dull surprise. In addition, the pacing is awful, with a slow build for the first third, flooring it through the middle, and dumping out as much exposition as it can before needing to wrap up everything quickly at the end. I didn't mind the pacing at the start, but it needed another 20 pages to stretch things out properly. My colleague in video reviewing, SF Debris, who of course by now you should all be watching, says that a major problem with the film is that it's not about anything, which I take to mean that there isn't really a central theme to the movie, or at least tackling several themes that intertwine. Much like how Star Trek II was about death, aging, revenge, and obsession, or Star Trek IV was about saving the whales, or how Star Trek Insurrection was about wasting our time and brain cells. The point being that I'm not sure that it needs to have a central theme like that, as long as the events are entertaining, logical, and fun. That being said, I think the movie does have central themes, it's just that they're not developed very well, which in turn is carried onto the comic. For Kirk, it was about realizing he could still make a difference even if he had retired and given up command to other people. It's just that his journey is bookended and kind of relies on a stronger connection to all the previous films of development to realize that, especially Star Trek The Motion Picture, where he wasn't ready to give up command for anyone.
I'm replacing you as captain of the Enterprise. Who am I to argue with the captain of the Enterprise?
For the Next Generation crew, it's about accepting loss and change, from Data getting his emotion chip and having to accept the downsides of the emotions he now has, to Picard feeling a loss of his family and coming to terms with that. The problems there are that they're just kind of resolved off screen. Data learns to control his emotions, somehow, and Picard learns to accept that we need to cherish what we have since it'll never come again. Because Kirk died. After proving that what he had could come again. Whoops. There's only one more movie comic aside from the 2009 reboot movie, and we'll be getting to that one this summer. But something tells me that won't be the last time we talk about the Starship Enterprise. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Today, we're achieving another ending to a long-running series that I've been reviewing for a while now. I am reviewing the last Star Trek movie comic. No, we're not. There's still an adaptation of the 2009 movie I have to review. Whatever. But hey, today's based on a good movie. Star Trek First Contact is my second favorite Star Trek movie, though as a kid it was my favorite because it featured the Borg, and when you're a kid you only care about stuff like that versus the flawless Shakespearean storytelling that Star Trek II had. That being said, First Contact can be seen as the Wrath of Khan for the Next Generation crew. It features continuations of storylines from the series it was based on, with a heavy emphasis on revenge, emotional scars, and old guys drinking. Now, it's not as good as Wrath of Khan in developing all of that, but hey, it's a different movie made by different people featuring different characters. And considering it's really the only one of the Next Generation films that's actually good, I'm ready to defend the thing come hell or high water. Especially because some of the critiques I've seen for this film are head-scratching to me. Starfleet doesn't want Picard involved with an attack by the Borg? They've never complained before! Oh no, it's almost like there might be different admirals with different opinions because that was a few years ago. This movie is all action and not cerebral, as opposed to the very cerebral Star Trek IV, which featured a giant ho-ho wanting to talk to whales. Picard has never reacted to the Borg in such an extreme manner before. Were we watching different series? Picard has not been all that great when it comes to the Borg. Lest we forget that he was the one who thought up the idea of a virus that could infect the entire Borg collective and kill billions of them. And when confronted by the possibility that it might be wrong to use a being who has become an individual to infect the whole...
It's not a person, damn it, it's a Borg!
And the decisions he made in that episode led to the possibility that he may have let the Borg continue to live and assimilate and kill and ruin the lives of even more people.
I could have rid the Federation of a mortal threat, and I let him go.
And let's not forget just the emotional trauma he had from being assimilated, being used as a tool to murder thousands of people, and just had his individuality, consent, and free will completely stripped from him.
I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't good enough. I should have been able to stop them.
Gee, do you think that Picard might still be just a wee bit pissed off at the Borg? But I'm getting ahead of myself a bit. I take it for granted that any of you could have seen Star Trek or Star Trek The Next Generation, so let's get the backstory for this movie out of the way. I've actually reviewed two comics with the Borg already, the adaptation of Star Trek Elite Force and the Star Trek Next Generation / X-Men crossover, but we've never really talked about who they are. The basic idea is that they're a race of cyborgs who are all collectively linked together in a group consciousness, billions and trillions of them working together at once. Their goal is to assimilate other races into their collective, bring themselves closer to perfection by uniting as many species together as possible, well, species they feel worthy of assimilation anyway. They're basically Star Trek's answer to the Cybermen, except instead of all having the same metallic, doll-like faces, they're crude, with replacement parts for specific functions and lots of random tubes. They're logical and emotionless. Their ships are designed to be basic, a cube, a sphere, a cylinder, etc., decentralized and subsequently more difficult to damage. A single cube was able to destroy 39 starships in a single battle. The collective intellects of all of them are able to analyze a threat and adapt to it. You fire a weapon at, say, 3 of them, and by the time you shoot the third one, they've figured out a way to keep the weapon from hurting them anymore. Quite possibly the best episode of Star Trek The Next Generation is a two-parter called The Best of Both Worlds, where the assimilation idea was first brought forth about them. Whatever method they used to assimilate previously, that changed in this episode. When they decided to go after humanity, they figured that the best approach would be to kidnap Picard
Picard, assimilate and rename him Locutus, Latin for one who speaks, and use him as a figurehead to make humanity surrender and join them without resistance. Of course, the Enterprise eventually saved the day, but the amount of tension and fear generated about the Borg created a mystique about them and helped explain why they were chosen to be the main villains of a Star Trek movie. So let's dig into Star Trek First Contact and see if the adaptation will do right by the film. The cover is... Why is it that Star Trek The Motion Picture had the best covers? That thing wasn't even supposed to originally be a three-parter. It was made for an issue of Marvel Super Special, and yet it had the most interesting comic covers of all of these things. Hell, this cover feels like it's upside down. We've got our main villain, the Borg Queen, yeah, I'll get to her later, standing over a sphere, looking imposing and evil, a Borg cube, 2 drones on either side, dark tubes in the background, and the Enterprise E flying over them in space. Shouldn't the Queen be standing over the Enterprise, all ominous and crap? We open with a scene set during the aforementioned Best of Both Worlds, with Picard on the Borg ship.
He was transported back to his worst nightmares. No, Wesley, get off the bridge. More children!
Picard wakes up from the nightmare and goes to check himself out in the mirror, but uh-oh! That was a bad exfoliating cream he used! He wakes up for real this time to get contacted by Starfleet to inform him that, indeed, the Borg are coming again. And thus we get our first look at the Enterprise E. Not as iconic a ship as the original Enterprise or the big-ass saucer of the Enterprise D, but it's still pretty damn spiffy. And just to nerd out for a second, they screwed up the Bassard collectors on the toy of it and... wait, this is the toy version from Insurrection. It's got the correct Bassard collectors. Still probably the only good thing to come out of Insurrection. Seriously though, the Enterprise E toy from First Contact, what the hell? Anyway, time for a meeting with the senior staff. How many ships? 1. That seems like a pretty small number to fight the Borg, isn't it? Well, they figured out that 1 ship usually ends up defeating the Borg anyway, so why waste the others? No, he means there's 1 Borg ship on its way to Earth. Unfortunately for them, Picard informs them that they're not going. Our orders are to patrol the neutral zone, in case the Romulans try to take advantage of the situation. The Romulans? That's ridiculous, Captain. They're never gonna make a movie with the Romulans as the bad guys. So yeah, everyone's pretty pissed about them not going, but Picard says their orders stand. Later, Riker is talking with Picard in private and asks for more details. Let's just say that Starfleet has every confidence in the Enterprise and her crew, but they're not so sure about its captain. And simply having you take command would be ridiculous, number 1. I mean, when have you ever had to command the ship against the Borg? They believe that a man who was once captured by the Borg and assimilated should not be put in a situation where he would face them again. It might introduce an unstable element. You never know what I might do, number 1. I could very well just hail the Borg and drop my pants and moon them. They get word that the battle has begun, and they quickly listen in on the communications from it. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Are we sure this is the Borg and not just Comcast? Upon hearing more of their ships getting destroyed fairly quickly, Picard orders them to head out. We cut over to the battle, probably around 3 hours later, since that's how far away they said they were at the meeting. And another thing we're missing is the awesome shot of the Borg cube sweeping over the camera, and then Earth. Seriously, the cinematographer for this movie deserved a friggin' Oscar. You wanna know how bullcrap the Oscars are when it comes to science fiction? The movie was nominated for 1 in Best Makeup, and it lost to the Nutty Professor! And before anyone assumes that I'm saying that to play up the superiority of comic books to movies, well, you haven't watched this show for very long, have you? At the battle, we see the USS Defiant, a ship expressly built to fight the Borg. Now, before you say that the Defiant is doing badly in that regard, remember, this battle's been going on for a while, and it's still kicking. It's a tough little ship.
Little?
Worf is in command of it, since the Defiant is from the series Deep Space Nine, and Worf had joined the cast there at the beginning of the 4th season. The ship's power is dead and they've exhausted their weapon systems, so Worf decides to ram the cube. Fortunately for him, the Enterprise arrives to help save the day. Bridge to Transporter Room 3. Beam the Defiant survivors aboard. I sense a main character over there. We've got to save him! The vessel in charge of the fleet is destroyed, so Picard orders all the other ships to fall under his command, since he has a plan. Apparently, being linked to the Collective has left a kind of residual telepathic link with them. It's not shown in this scene in the comic, which will make several scenes later on very confusing. But it's in the movie, so I feel I should explain what happens here. Picard's link with them allows him to see a weakness in the cube that all the other ships have overlooked because it's not a vital sector, and he orders them to fire on it. I mean, it has to be the telepathic link that told him this, otherwise he waited until this exact second to tell the fleet, "Hey, hit their weak point here for massive damage." Which admittedly would be kind of a bitter, childish revenge on his part for being told to go and loiter around the Romulan border. The cube is destroyed, but it launches out an escape vessel, a sphere. The Enterprise goes in pursuit of it, while the rest of the fleet probably needs a vacation after a 3-hour battle. Or, given my theory about Starfleet only having 2 ships active at any given time, maybe everything else was just orbital weapons platforms, and it was only the Defiant and the Enterprise who were actually ships. Worf comes to the bridge to rejoin the crew and reassure DS9 fans that the Defiant will be back up and running. "We could use some help at Tactical. We never replaced your job there because we could never find anybody who was as much of a ragdoll as you were on the series. You do remember how to fire phasers? I don't know. Do I use this finger for it? It's the green button, right?" That was not in the movie. Worf just kinda glared at Riker originally. Point movie. Actually, so far, most of the points have been to the movie, sorry to say. I don't even know why we still have movie adaptations like this anymore. You could get away with defending their presence in the 70s and 80s because of the lack of a home video market, but this was the mid-90s. I owned the videotape of this movie. I got it for Christmas in 1997. The Sphere, obviously not going to be capable of fighting off the most advanced ship Starfleet has to offer, and one that hasn't taken any damage from the battle, decides, why not, and figures its best strategy is to travel through time and eliminate humanity in the past. Now, some might say that this is a ridiculous premise that comes right the hell out of nowhere. And it is. But I don't care because this movie rocks. Also, this could have been a hell of a lot worse. The initial ideas for the screenplay were for calling it Star Trek Renaissance and having the Borg invading Earth at the beginning of the Renaissance period, and featured like sword fights against the Borg, a medieval castle being transformed by them, and Data becoming an apprentice of Leonardo da Vinci. Which, admittedly, sounds like an awesome premise for a Doctor Who episode, not Star Trek. The Enterprise is caught in the wake of the Sphere's time travel, which protects them from changes the Borg made in the timeline. They spot an Earth that's been completely assimilated and wait a second, I know that image. That's the rust-covered Earth from last week! You know, the one I mistakenly said was showing North America because the cloud cover made the bottom of Africa look kinda like the USA. And why is it that I have storage space in my brain for inane Star Trek trivia, but none devoted to geography? They arrive in orbit on April 4th, 2063. Yeah, in a rarely seen time travel twist, we're still traveling from the future to the future. In this case, it's several years after the end of World War III. And here we meet Zephram Cochrane, who is drinking because somebody named him Zephram of all things, and he's with Lily, his co-pilot for a flight he'll be conducting the next day. Specifically, he's going to fly a ship into orbit and engage warp drive. The first warp drive for humanity. This will attract the attention of an alien race who will make first contact with humanity, hence the title, and thus begin revolutionizing Earth's culture and technology. But the Borg have shown up and start firing at the shantytown where they're doing this. Lily runs off to the Phoenix, their warp ship, to secure it, thinking it's an attack by the Eastern Coalition, whoever the hell that is. But Cochrane is drunk and just runs like hell. Fortunately, the Enterprise manages to destroy the sphere before it can do any further damage, and they realize where they are. Picard takes an away team of most of the senior staff down to evaluate the problem. The Phoenix was converted from a nuclear missile, and I don't just mean in-universe either, they filmed with an actual Titan missile in the movie, and it's taken a bit of damage, leaking radiation. Fortunately, this is the future, so they'll be able to effect repairs, but first they have to deal with Lily, who is firing a machine gun at Data and Picard. Fortunately, Data is able to just walk right up to her and deal with her gun without taking any damage. Apparently, at some point, they decided to coat him with bulletproof material, since one time Troy shot an arrow into him and it actually pierced him. Lily falls unconscious from the radiation poisoning, and Dr. Crusher decides to take her back to the ship for treatment. Geordi assembles an engineering team to come down and repair the ship while they continue to search for Cochrane. Porter, you're in command here until I get back. Aye, sir. Take a look at the environmental controls. It's getting a little warm in here. Incidentally, Star Trek First Contact is also the name of this film's porno spoof. The engineering team on the ship discovers that the environmental control systems have been screwed around with, and they soon find themselves hearing lots of strange scritching and chirping noises. Over in sickbay, the same sounds begin to be heard. And we cut a bit out of the movie where Picard's Borg telepathy alerts him that the Borg are still alive and gets him to beam up to the ship. Here, he's just back on the ship for no reason, where Worf is about to send a security team to Deck 16 to figure out why they've lost contact with it. Picard realizes that the Borg beamed over before their sphere was destroyed and are now assimilating the ship. He gets Data to lock out the main computer. I will isolate the main computer with a fractal encryption code. You just know that the code is password. They'll never think of it. In sickbay, they revive Lily so they can move her and escape into the Jeffries tubes. However, in their rush to get out, Lily gets separated from them. Over to Picard, Data, and Worf, they're briefing everyone on their plan. Now, you might think it's stupid to take Data with them when he's the only one who can break the computer encryption, but consider the following. Data establishes later that the code can't be forcibly removed from him, and he can't be assimilated. In addition, Data is super strong and is a bit faster and smarter than the average bear. The Borg may be able to adapt to energy weapons, but it's kinda hard to adapt to a robot snapping you in half like a toothpick. In addition, their plan is to get to the warp core and puncture one of the plasma coolant tanks, which will flood the area with coolant that will liquefy organic material. The Borg may be enhanced by technology, but they still need their fleshy bits to operate. As such, you might want the guy who's immune to the plasma coolant to get in there and fix it once all the Borg are dead. Hell, you might want him to be the one to puncture the coolant tank anyway, since again, he'd be immune to it. SF Debris, in his review of the film, speculated that they should have just rigged up some plasma coolant to some kind of spray and then use it as a weapon that way, but I'm guessing any spare coolant they have was kept on the same deck as engineering, so it could be replaced easily if they needed to, and thus they don't have access to it. Me personally, though, I know exactly what I would rig up that the Borg couldn't adapt to.
Mac wants the flamethrower. Mac wants the what? That's what he said, now move!
Think about it. Flamethrowers are relatively low-tech weapons. I'd imagine gasoline or a similar flammable material would be easier to manufacture for them. It still kills the fleshy bits, and they can't just turn on the sprinkler system, since the water will damage their technology. Warn your teams they may encounter Enterprise crew members who have already been assimilated. They mustn't hesitate to fire. Believe me, you'll be doing them a favor. Another criticism lobbed against the film is why Picard, who was freed from the Borg, would give that order. Well, for starters, they were only able to free Picard from the assimilation after cutting him off from the collective and then have him undergo microsurgery to remove all the implants. And all of that was done from a functioning sickbay, which is now in the hands of the Borg. I'd also like to hear anyone's suggestions for the stun setting they would be using against the highly adaptive cyborgs who may or may not be their former colleagues who have become slave to the will of the Hive and are dedicated to continually throwing themselves at you to assimilate you. Also, hey, it's not like they're main characters, who cares? They begin their approach of the assimilated sections. You'll recall that in Generations, Data had the emotion chip installed him that got fused to his neural net. Fortunately, he now has the ability to switch it off, which is something you would definitely want when one of the sounds that the assimilated section makes is slurp. Worf and Picard are leading different teams that meet up outside engineering. It's a common thing for the Borg to ignore people until they're considered a threat, which you'd think they would be at this point, but whatever. They're not attacking them is the important part. All accounted for? Yes, and we found Dr. Crusher and her staff in a Jeffries tube. She felt pretty pissed off that that part of the movie was cut for the comic, as brief as it was. They head over to the manual release for the doors in engineering, but apparently the Borg fused it or something because Data rips it out, which gets all the Borg's attention. They retreat, but unfortunately Data is overwhelmed by about 4 Borg, despite this panel showing him lifting one into the air and snapping its neck. Maybe his super strength is on a meter like in a video game and he needs to recharge it. It is somewhat better than in the movie, where they grab him from under a door that he was conveniently standing in front of. The group retreats, with some red shirts getting assimilated while Picard ends up in a Jeffries tube. He's attacked by Lily, who steals his phaser and tells him to get her out of there. Data is taken to engineering, where he tells the Borg they're basically wasting their time by taking him, but surprisingly, a voice answers him, telling him that they have heard those words before, and they will get what they want. Back on Earth, Troy is making herself useful by getting drunk with Zephram Cochrane. Keep up the good work, counselor. We condense a few scenes down, unfortunately, but the gist of it is that they tell the truth to Cochrane about who they are and what they're doing here, and then use his telescope to show him the Enterprise and prove it to him. They talk about all the great things that his flight will bring about, and he's like, why not? You'll forgive me for rushing through this. We're only now past the halfway point, and, well, hey, they're rushing stuff too. Picard proves who he is to Lily by showing her an airlock overlooking Earth, and she hands him back the phaser. It was set to level 1. If you'd shot me, it would have given me a rather nasty rash. Forgiving for a second that in the movie, it's actually the complete opposite.
Maximum setting. If you'd fired this, you would have vaporized me.
Why the hell is there a rash setting for your phaser? Back in engineering, we have our formal introduction to the Borg Queen, who has quite a showy intro of being lowered, shoulders and up, down into a body. The Borg Queen bothers people for obvious reasons, and I understand that. It was established many times in TNG that the Borg don't have a leader. The idea is that the collective consciousness doesn't require one, and makes less mistakes when you have trillions of minds working together like that. However, as she says, she brings order to chaos, which I think basically means she makes sure that the trillions of voices stay on task. I mean, think about it. You ever have a conversation with somebody that goes off on a gajillion tangents from the original thing you were talking about? Try doing that with trillions of conversations. Now, that doesn't excuse what they do with her later on in Voyager, but that's a different thing altogether. What I'd like to know is why the hell the Borg Queen has breasts. It's a simple question. Why does she need a body featuring those when she's perfectly functional without anything below the neck? Hell, if I had a choice of bodies I could reattach my head to and was the queen of a race of horrific cyborgs, I'd make myself a kick-ass spider body with attached claws and stuff. Why stick to the humanoid is all I'm saying. The Queen reactivates Data's emotion chip, somehow, and shows him that they're grafting human skin onto his body. The idea is that since they can't force him to join up, they'll offer him the temptation of making him closer to humanity than he's ever been by giving him organic components. Back over to Lily and Picard. It's all right. They won't attack unless we threaten them. And then right in the next panel, he shoots one. I mean, yeah, he does the same thing in the movie, but he at least waits a minute to do so, and only does it after he comes up with a plan. With this, it's just, don't shoot them. Ah, he's coming right for us! So what is his plan? They go into the holodeck and recreate a 1940s noir detective novel series that Picard frequently used on the show in order to create a Tommy gun to shoot out the Borg. Unfortunately, another terrible cut here is that we see him shoot out the Borg without, well, the emotion. As well as Lily realizing that one of the dead Borg has one of their uniforms on.
Yes, this was Ensign Lynch.
Tough luck, huh?
He killed the Borg to get access to one of their circuits, one that tells him what their plan is, to reconfigure the Enterprise's deflector dish into a long-range communication system that will allow them to contact the Borg of this century and tell them to haul ass to Earth to assimilate it. Back down on Earth, Cochrane becomes overwhelmed by all the hero worship everyone has around him and runs off into the woods. Riker and Geordi pursue and shoot him off panel to take him back. Jeez, and I feel like I'm rushing through this thing. And then back up again to engineering. Data makes an escape attempt, but it fails and the Borg Queen starts making out with him. I'd like to think this was just a ruse on her part to manipulate him, since otherwise it's just weird to see the otherwise emotionless beings get the hots for the man droid. To make another long story short, Picard, Worf, and a named red shirt, Lieutenant Hawk, head out to the deflector dish to deal with the Borg, ejecting it into space and blowing it up. Oh, and Red Shirt Hawk gets assimilated and killed. I'll give you all a moment to recover from the shock of that. Assimilate this.
You're fired.
Back on the Phoenix, Zephram complains to Riker about how everyone has some weird ideas about him, but unfortunately this comic has not included any of those weird ideas, aside from people praising him for inventing the warp engine. So really, it's coming down to being whiny about people complimenting him. Someone once said, "Don't try to be a great man, just be a man. Let history make its own judgments." Rhetorical nonsense.
How dare you answer my insane rages with kindness? Dear God, why can't you die?
Uh-oh, but Riker says Cochrane was the one who said it, in 10 years. Ha ha ha! Oh, time paradoxes. Seriously though, this is why you guys meet the X-Men when this movie is over with. Speaking of cut dialogue, the entire emotional build-up of Picard's issues with the Borg are supposed to come to a head here, as he demands everyone stay and fight the Borg, hand to hand if they have to, even though they've clearly lost the battle. Their only chance is to activate the ship's self-destruct and then evacuate. Picard just refuses the idea without anything else to say about it. And then he skulks off without calling Worf a coward like he did in the movie, and when Lily confronts him about it, "Here," he says, "we must draw the line, this far and no further," without yelling and breaking his ships. Seriously, there is no emotion here, no anger, nothing! This is about revenge. The Borg hurt you, and now you're gonna hurt them back. How do you even know that? They cut out the dialogue where he talked about being assimilated. He didn't have either of his temper tantrums, so nothing about his behavior is all that unusual for a guy who thinks they still have a chance. You're like Captain Ahab. Have you read Moby Dick? Actually, no. Puh! Fake classic literature girl. And this convinces him to go ahead with blowing up the ship, while Riker, Geordi, and Cochrane take off in the Phoenix. And Cochrane puts in a rock and roll disc, despite this comic never establishing his love for Magic Carpet Ride. Twang to the twang! Let's rock! Somewhere, Batman punches a wall, and he doesn't know why. As the self-destruct sequence begins, Picard finally hears the Borg telepathic voice. For one line. In one part of the comic. Smooth. It's from Data, and Picard heads out to engineering. And, of course, they cut off the part where they mention the Queen was also on the cube during Best of Both Worlds, so in this she asks Picard if she recognizes him, and thus anyone who only read this comic and had not seen the movie is scratching their head and going, "The hell are you talking about?" Data pretends to have gone along with the Borg and fires torpedoes on the Phoenix, but, of course, they miss and... wait. He says he's firing quantum torpedoes, but quantum torpedoes are blue! I take it back! First Contact is the worst movie of the bunch, even though in the movie they were blue! Completely ruined the entire damn film. For shame, comic! So Data punctures the plasma coolant, all his new fleshy bits melt off, and the Borg are defeated. The alien ship detects the warp signature from Cochrane's ship and lands in the shantytown, revealing themselves to be Vulcans. Live long and prosper. Thanks. May our meeting here lead to a mediocre prequel series. And so our comic ends with the Enterprise heading off to their crossover with the X-Men, and Cochrane introducing the Vulcans to the glory of Twang to the Twang. And frankly, I could use some rock music right now because this comic sucks. Ugh, I mean, it hits all the plot points of the movie, but it cuts out all the emotion and character development from the film, the jokes aren't as well told, and it feels very rushed. The artwork is decent, but it's that same kind of decent where they only have the characters in one facial expression and they never vary it up. The human face is capable of multiple expressions, you know. That's more realistic than just everyone looking stoic. Still, gotta love the gray uniforms. Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where bad comics burn. Star Trek Timber continues! The franchise had been dead for 4 years, arguably longer depending on how you viewed the other spin-off series. By the time Enterprise came around, Star Trek and pop culture had dropped off considerably. People were probably aware that there were more series going, but they certainly didn't watch it, and they'd be hard-pressed to say anything about them. When it comes to casual viewers, it was the original series and the Next Generation, and that's it. Those were the ones to be concerned with. Maybe they watched Voyager and DS9 when they launched, but they weren't around for their finales, and, well, Enterprise kind of repeatedly shot itself in the foot before it got to a point where it was pretty good, and by that point, the show was canceled. The simple fact is that while I don't like the idea of a reboot, it was probably what the franchise needed, although I would have waited a bit longer and then did another time jump. A fresh start while also continuing the ongoing story. But nope, since pop culture is aware of the original series even more so than the Next Generation, let's just do a prequel/reboot of TOS and go from there. And that movie, Star Trek, or Star Trek 09 as we'll call it from here, was the best Star Wars movie in years. Yeah, not letting that joke lie. Star Trek 09 is a mixed bag. The villain sucks, the plot is ridiculous, it is a full-on different continuity from the rest of the franchise, the aesthetics are poorly thought out, but at the same time, the acting is great, the music is phenomenal, the casting director deserves a damn award for getting people who convinced me they were these iconic characters, and they acknowledge the fact that dorks like me would be pissed off about the change in the timeline by openly acknowledging that this is a different universe. The original continuity is safe, and you can still enjoy it in Star Trek Online. Captain of the Luna-class USS Stellar, by the way. But yeah, I give them credit for trying with this movie, and it's a pretty noble effort. It's just Star Trek is about moving forward, but we had Enterprise, the Kelvin timeline, and now Discovery all in a row, and it's all prequel stuff. I won't even get into how Discovery is supposed to be a prime timeline show, and yet it clearly borrows more from the Kelvin timeline. That's a discussion for whenever I get around to doing a Discovery comic, and for when I get a Discovery uniform. Oh, by the way, I get them off of eBay. It is always eBay. And while I'm sad that so much of the franchise is now inspired from the Kelvin timeline movies, it's still a good thing that they got made. It created an entryway for new fans and kept Star Trek in the public consciousness, and I'm all about keeping Trek alive until we actually reach the 23rd century and beyond. It's just, as a hardcore fan, I'm not really that big on the Kelvin timeline movies, and Star Trek 09 in particular is just meh to me. Anyway, let's get to this adaptation. Before you ask, yes, of course I know about Star Trek Countdown, the prequel miniseries to the movie. In fact, I was originally planning on covering it as part of Star Trek Timber, kind of as a tongue-in-cheek follow-up to Countdown to Final Crisis, before I switched out the 500th episode to be Future's End, and that being my Countdown follow-up, but then decided it was more important to discuss the DC comic that had been my first Trek review. And quite frankly, as I've said, movies should not require supplementary reading. I'm happy that Countdown expands on this movie's villain and truly shows more about him, his motivations, and how things got like this. It's just a pity they couldn't bother putting that into the actual damn movie. Let's dig into Star Trek, the official motion picture adaptation. This is the longest movie adaptation we have ever covered on this show. 6 issues. I guess they finally realized that, hey, instead of having to cut anything from the adaptation, why don't we just make it longer so everything can fit? Of course, the real question they should have been asking is, why are we making a movie adaptation in 2010? The DVD and Blu-ray are out already. Yeah, seriously, this adaptation was released in 2010. Its final issue didn't come out until that September. It had been available on home media for almost a year before the adaptation was complete. And it's not like it was some massively popular thing that people needed to have. The comic orders were abysmal, even for a licensed book from a company that wasn't the big two, averaging around 4,000 to 6,000 orders. Image United number 0 was doing better than its first issue. Hell, I can list half a dozen other licensed books that had better numbers, including Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic number 50, Buck Rogers number 9, and friggin' Street Fighter 2 Turbo number 11. So yeah, this comic. No one needs it, no one wants it, So who was it made for? We're reading from a trade, though the scans are from the individual issues at Comixology, more on that in a minute, so no looking at the covers, which were either still frames from the movie, or just boring shots of a character or two taking up most of the image. Oh wait, I do know what you need this book for. The copy that was donated to me had someone's scribbles on the cover. So there's its prime value, I guess. But yeah, my scans are from Comixology, and normally I wouldn't talk about this, but since I took the time to actually purchase the legally distributed version of it, I have what may be a dumb question, but why are some of the copyright pages such really low-quality scans? Look at this crap. Everything's heavily pixelated, nothing's optimized or anti-aliased. The actual story contents aren't like this. They're perfectly fine, so why are these pages all screwed up? Anyway, we open on a deleted scene from the movie. Spock's birth on Vulcan. And already we see the timeline is screwed up, because we saw in Star Trek V that Spock was born in a random cave by some woman in a silly headdress. The best environment for delivering children. This woman's headdress isn't nearly as silly. The baby is healthy. Why does she cry? She is human. Or, you know, she just pushed 8 pounds of baby out of her vagina after however many hours of labor, and that freaking hurts! Sarek soon arrives.
Amanda, I came as soon as I heard.
So, my wife, I heard you had a baby. What's that all about?
As you are aware, the Vulcan male is traditionally not present at the moment of delivery.
I had to remind you of something you were already aware of. And that's totally the reason, by the way, not because I was out drinking with my friends or anything. It's here where they name him Spock after a Vulcan who helped build their society, though I'm more interested in the Vulcan hairdresser who changed Amanda's hairstyle over the course of these 3 panels. We cut to 3 years later, and the USS Kelvin, aka where this timeline got its name from. They've come across a strange anomaly, like a lightning storm in space. The captain enters the bridge.
Polarize the view screen.
Increase the Flash Gordon noise and put more science stuff around.
Also, as a Star Trek nerd, I love how in Enterprise, instead of shields, they polarize the hull plating, and now polarizing is just a thing they do to activate the view screen. Out of the anomaly emerges a giant pine tree branch, aka some kind of weird alien ship. It immediately fires on the Kelvin, blasting it until finally the enemy ship hails them.
Hello. My commander requests the presence of your captain in order to negotiate a ceasefire. You will come aboard our ship via shuttlecraft. Your refusal would be unwise.
Well, at least they said hi first. I don't even get why they're bothering with all that when they already opened fire as soon as they saw them and crippled the Kelvin immediately. Why not just beam some people like the captain aboard? Why bother with the shuttle or anything like that? In any event, the captain complies, telling his first officer to evacuate the crew in 15 minutes if he doesn't report in. Once aboard the ship, he's shown a hologram of another ship and asked if he's seen it before.
Who is your commander? Is it him? I will speak for Captain Nero.
He's incredibly shy and doesn't want to embarrass himself. The guy speaking for Nero asks for the location of Ambassador Spock, who of course the captain doesn't know who that is. When asked what the current stardate is, 2233.04, Nero is unhappy with that answer, activates a space trident he's been holding onto, and stabs the Kelvin's captain with just a roar. Hey, look, Nero's had a bad day. He lost his planet, lost his wife, lost the dude he's trying to kill, and he just traveled through time and is 20 years early. So he needs some stress relief, and sometimes that comes by stabbing a dude who has been more than accommodating. They resume the attack on the Kelvin, and the first officer, aka George Kirk, orders the evacuation. His wife is going into labor too, as she's loaded onto a shuttle. The crew evacuates, but the autopilot function on the ship is destroyed, meaning someone needs to ensure that the ship keeps on fighting to the bitter end, or else the escape ships won't get away. His wife contacts him during this.
The shuttles will never make it if I don't fight them off.
But this Nero we're talking about, he's the toughest there is.
Well, he's never fought me.
Yeah, he has. He's never fought me twice. As the last ships get away and weapons and shields fail, he sets a collision course while the baby is finally delivered, the two deciding to name him Jim as the ship crashes into the knockoff Shadow vessel and ends issue 1. Issue 2 brings us to Spock's childhood, where he's studying in the most logical of locations, inside a small circular indentation in the floor. What is the central assumption of quantum cosmology? Everything that can happen does happen, in equal and parallel universes. Wow, Vulcans must have a very different conception of quantum cosmology than us, since ours is more about explaining how the universe works in regards to, like, quantum field theory, and particles, and gravity, and relativity and stuff. Anyway, after his game of 20 questions, 3 bullies show up to harass him because of him being half human. This is fine. The prejudice against him by his own people is well established, but here's one bit of the bullying that makes me tilt my head. He's a traitor, you know. Your father, for marrying her. That human whore. I do not discount the possibility that these kids would know the word and what it means and the baggage that is carried with it, but frankly, to me, it reeks more of lazy screenwriting that didn't think through the implications. The word whore is a loaded pejorative specifically meant to shame sex workers because of a culture that sees sex work itself as something to be derided, insulted, and not to be respected, primarily thanks to a view of sex as a shameful act, or at least not something to be done casually or for money. And that, quite frankly, feels completely at odds with the Vulcans, who have a society where they're driven to mate every 7 years or they die. In Spock's case, when he experienced it, he was part of an arranged marriage. But I've got to assume that arranged marriages and the like aren't going to be a thing for every Vulcan, and there's going to need to be an outlet for the mating drive or the person dies, especially if they don't have a romantic partner. And it's not that Vulcans only have sex every 7 years or some crap like that. As original series writer DC Fontana has said, Vulcans mate whenever the hell they want to. They still get horny, it's just every 7 years their bodies feel a compulsion to do so. And since they still get horny, logically there would be people who would be happy to handle it for others, and I've seen no indication in all of Star Trek that Vulcans see sex as shameful. Now, like I said, it's entirely possible I'm off base about this, and Vulcans have the same kind of stigmas in regards to sex workers and whatnot, and are quite into insulting them. It's just, this is the only time I can think of when they've ever used a pejorative like this. Anywho, later, after Spock fights the bullies for that remark, Sarek talks to his son and says that eventually he's going to have to choose his own destiny, whether he'll be more human or more Vulcan. Over to young Jim Kirk, we have an expanded version of his childhood scene. It seems he and his older brother have been staying with their douchebag uncle. His brother runs away from home to get away from the uncle, and Jim decides to steal a vintage car that used to belong to their dad for similar reasons. And already the comic is better than the movie here because they don't have friggin' product placement in the future where money doesn't exist. Although they do mention that their uncle was planning on selling the car, so make of that what you will. But yeah, Jim sends the car over the cliff and declares to a robot cop that his name is James Tiberius Kirk, which we already knew because this version of events established that already. The story is establishing their respective arcs, Spock's issues with his dual nature, and Kirk's daddy issues. Although Kirk's stuff really serves as more of a background thing than anything that really resolves itself, other than he's really too rebellious and all that. We jump ahead again, and Spock is being grilled by a council of important guys in high chairs, which includes his father, about whether he'll be accepted into the Vulcan Science Academy. He's accepted, but of course the race of beings who ascribe to logic are also kind of prejudiced douche canoes who can't leave well enough alone, saying that it's remarkable that he's achieved so much despite his disadvantage, which when questioned they specifically say his human mother. Naturally, after his mother just told him that she was proud of him no matter what he did with his life, he's all, screw you guys, I'm going to Starfleet. Also, nice job on not defending your wife, Sarek. Guess who will only be having sex every 7 years from now on? If you're lucky.
Spock, you have made a commitment to honor the Vulcan way. At the moment, Father, I can think of no greater way to honor our race than to attend Starfleet as the first half Vulcan. You can tell that adopted sister I have, but never mention that she can be put into the Science Academy instead. Right. I'm sure that will be, quite logical. Yeah.
Back over to Kirk, here's another scene I really don't like. Kirk hitting on Uhura at a bar, and him refusing to take her very obvious piss-off asshat attitude. It's incredibly creepy knowing that in a not too far off time from this, Kirk is going to be her boss, and he's not taking no for an answer. Anyway, some other Starfleet cadets intervene and a bar fight breaks out, stopped only by the arrival of Christopher Pike, who clears out the joint to talk to a beaten-up Kirk. Jim has apparently been turning down scholarships and other opportunities so he can bum around Iowa, and he wants to encourage him to enlist in Starfleet. Pike knew his father and sees the same kind of potential for a good officer in him. You understand what the Federation is, don't you? It's important. It's a peacekeeping and humanitarian armada. That's a funny way of describing an interstellar alliance of over 100 species for mutual economic, social, and defensive gain, but okay, just claim that Starfleet and the Federation are the same thing. Why not? Pike tells him about a shuttle for new recruits leaving the next morning, and he encourages him to be on it. You know, your father was captain of a starship for 12 minutes. He saved 800 lives, including your mother's. And yours. I dare you to do better. 6 minutes, 1,200 lives. Also, wow, the original Enterprise had a complement of about 400 people. Didn't realize the Kelvin needed twice that amount for a ship that's basically just a saucer section. That night, Kirk drives out to the shipyards where they're shuttling out cadets and sees the Enterprise being constructed there, ending issue 2. I've stated this multiple times now, but I hate seeing the Enterprise under construction on the ground. Yeah, advanced technology would give them anti-gravity and whatnot that probably allows for easier construction on the ground, but this just seems like a waste of resources to do it down on terra firma, especially the energy costs of them having to get it off the ground. But whatever, we need that hero shot of Kirk seeing his destiny and all. Anyway, as issue 3 begins, Kirk shows up for the shuttle ride and is soon joined by Scruffy McDreadpants here. I may throw up on you. I think these things are pretty safe. Don't pander to me, kid. One tiny crack in the hull and our blood boils in 13 seconds. Faster if you're the Kool-Aid man. Hell, half the passengers are blue. Wait until you wake up with a case of Andorian shingles. See if you're still so relaxed when your eyeballs are bleeding. Anyway, I work with the Children's Television Workshop. You? Space is disease and danger, wrapped in darkness and silence. So it's like eating at Hardee's. Kirk points out how, well, the guy wants to work in Starfleet, which is in space. Yeah, well, I got nowhere else to go but up. The wife took the whole damn planet in the divorce. All I got left are my bones. Well, that and my old Sawbones nickname on account of being a doctor managed to retain the rights to that. 3 years after that, we cut over to Nero's ship. So one of the selling points for this comic was seeing deleted scenes reincorporated into the story. Even though, again, you could just get the Blu-ray for those. And for some bizarre reason, they didn't include the deleted scene of explaining what the hell Nero's been doing for 25 years, aka being held prisoner on Rurapente by the Klingons. Mind you, while it's an explanation, it raises a whole bunch more questions that aren't really answered satisfyingly. But at least it's something. Here, their ship has arrived at coordinates that Nero has calculated, but there isn't anything there. And what does Nero say they should do? We wait for the one who allowed our home to be destroyed, as we've been doing for 25 years. You know, Nero, just a thought, but instead of sitting here for 25 years with your thumb up your ass, how about you do, like, anything else? Warn your people of the terrible future awaiting them. Give them advanced technology. Figure out a way to travel back to your own time. Sell that skincare lotion you're obviously using that prevents you guys from aging 25 years because you look exactly the same as you did before. I'm kind of iffy sometimes about criticizing characters making one decision and not another because sometimes in the heat of the moment you can't think properly and hindsight is 20/20 and all that. But these people have had 25 friggin' years to do nothing but think about this. At least the Klingon explanation is something to try to cover this. But whatever. The ship he was looking for emerges from a singularity, and Nero orders them to capture that ship. Over to the Academy, where Kirk is sleeping with an Orion woman. College dorm shenanigans break out when she tries to hide Kirk under her bed due to her roommate, Uhura, showing up. The only thing of relevance with this scene, which is more about showing off women in their underwear, cute, is that Uhura apparently managed to pick up an emergency transmission from Rurapente and how 47 Klingon ships got destroyed. So add that to the list of things Nero could be doing. This ship is capable of wiping out fleets that huge, so he could have conquered the Federation single-handedly. Or, again, given the ship to his own people. The next day, it's the Kobayashi Maru simulation. I've talked about this a bit in my review of the Wrath of Khan comic, but I do wonder how these events played out with Kirk in the original timeline. I've got to assume that he wasn't being such an obvious smug dick about it. I also don't think Spock invented the damn simulation because that's completely unnecessary. Also, they refer to them as Klingon warbirds, except warbirds are a Romulan thing, and as we have previously established, I am a pedantic nerd. Naturally, when he makes no effort to hide his cheating, there's a very public hearing called where Kirk challenges the validity of the Kobayashi Maru test because the test itself cheats. Spock is then a dick and brings up how Kirk's dad died in a no-win scenario too, and he should understand that. The purpose is to experience fear. Fear in the face of certain death. To accept that fear, and to maintain control of oneself and one's crew. Yeah, not really. You can't really be afraid in a simulation without any real sense of danger, especially not when this is apparently well known, given how you're talking about it publicly in a meeting hall full of people, so someone could just go through the motions and learn nothing. It is indeed a test of character, but it's about how you respond knowing that the test can't be won, accepting it with grace, or trying to come up with a solution to it. Sure, they don't necessarily win the test, but it reveals more about the kind of person they are, not, ooh, be scared because of my super test you can't win. It's like saying you should learn fear because of Pac-Man level 256, since it's also technically unwinnable. In any event, the hearing is postponed because a distress call is made from Vulcan. Since the primary fleet is engaged elsewhere, Starfleet, in their infinite wisdom, is drafting all the cadets into service to populate some starships in orbit who don't have full crews. This is stupid on any number of levels, but whatever, it gets the characters where they need to be. In this case, Uhura has to get Spock to put her on the Enterprise because the two are dating and he didn't want to display favoritism and blah blah blah. Kirk is grounded until the hearing is over, but McCoy decides to do him a favor to get him on board the Enterprise, where he's been assigned as the chief medical officer despite, him not having graduated yet. That favor includes injecting him with a disease so that he can get treated aboard the ship. True friendship is injecting someone with viruses so they can stop pouting about not getting to go into space. They arrive on board the Enterprise. While Kirk is taken to sickbay, Spock arrives on the bridge greeted by Captain Pike. Ladies and gentlemen, the maiden voyage of our newest flagship deserves more pomp and circumstance than we can afford today. Her christening will just have to be our reward for a safe return. Yes, our maiden voyage of the new USS Enterprise. Also, screw you, Robert April. The rest of the fleet warps out, but the Enterprise stalls because their new helmsman, Sulu, forgot to disengage something. Also, wow, Starfleet has a lot of that particular ship class sitting in orbit. After they get underway, Chekhov, who also shouldn't be here this early on, but we'll get to that later, makes a ship-wide broadcast to explain what's going on. The lightning storm in space thing was detected in the neutral zone, and somehow that affected Vulcan and started causing seismic upheaval. Also, Vulcan is apparently like 5 minutes away from Earth and less time away from the neutral zone, since Chekhov says they'll be arriving in 3 minutes. Issue 3 ends with Kirk saying that they have to stop the ship since he recognizes the lightning storm term. Issue 4 begins with them on the bridge and Kirk connecting the dots for everyone. The lightning storm was made by a Romulan ship, the same one that destroyed the Kelvin, and that last night, the Klingon Armada was destroyed by a massive Romulan ship in the transmission Uhura intercepted. We'll forgive the fact that she never mentioned that it was a Romulan ship, nor the fact that apparently Starfleet Academy's science lab can just pick up transmissions from that far away, nor that Starfleet is apparently unconcerned about 47 frickin' ships from a hostile power getting destroyed mysteriously. In any event, the warning amounts to, well, not much other than them arriving with their shields up, which does probably save their lives, but more so that after the initial volley from Nero's ship, Nero sees that it's the Enterprise and knows that Spock is on board. Because I guess random space miners know Spock's biography and what ship he served on in an enemy's fleet. Yes, I know, explained in Star Trek Countdown, but we're only talking about the movie here, and like I said, only about 6,000 people at most made those orders for this book, while a hell of a lot more people watched the damn movie without it, and they knew more people would watch the movie than read anything else, and decided to neglect information. Still, I'm sure Eric Bana's performance truly reflects the nuance of Nero's character as he hails the Enterprise.
Hi, Christopher, I'm Nero.
I'm here for vengeance for my wife and world, golly gee boy howdy. How's your day going? Nero explains how he doesn't represent the Romulan Empire and orders Captain Pike to come to his ship. Once the transmission ends, everyone else makes it clear that going over there is a bad idea, but Pike needs to buy some time for them. While he's going over there, Kirk, Sulu, and Engineer Deadmeat are going to head down to the machine that's currently lowered into Vulcan's atmosphere. Said device scrambling their communications and transporter capabilities. With transporters online again, they'll be able to beam him off the enemy ship, now identified as the Narada. In the meantime, Spock is in command, and Pike promotes Kirk to first officer. Now, you might think that this doesn't make any sense, and that's because it doesn't. Anyway, the space jump is made, and Engineer Deadmeat decides to be a dumbass, not releasing his chute at the right time because he's having fun, and soon becomes a deadass as his body collides with the device. Fight scene ensues. Sulu gets to use a cool folding sword to kill a couple Romulans. Why are there a few Romulans just standing on top of this thing anyway? And they use some disruptors to blast the device, allowing the two to get beamed back. Unfortunately, the device was a laser drill, and they didn't stop it in time. The drill reached the core of the planet. Nero launches something called red matter down into the hole it creates. Whatever this stuff is, it creates a black hole at the center of the planet. It has only minutes until the entire world is consumed by it. And it was essential that something that creates a frickin' black hole be put at the center of the planet, as opposed to just dropping it on the surface, because shut up. Lots of stuff happens quickly. Chekhov manages to beam Kirk and Sulu back before they fall to the planet. Spock transports down to get the Vulcan High Command out of their transporter-proof building, his mother unfortunately not making it. And issue 4 ending with the planet going down the proverbial drain. No joke, in the theater, given how the plot involved time travel, I figured, well, the whole thing would get undone. While I'm not fond of making a separate timeline and all, well, credit where it's due, they stuck to their guns and didn't go the expected route. As issue 5 begins, Nero and the Narada apparently made their escape amidst all the chaos, and Spock makes a log entry. While the essence of our culture has been saved in the elders who now reside upon this ship, I estimate no more than 10,000 have survived. I am now a member of an endangered species. It's a real pity that Nero somehow erased all other Vulcan ships, colonies, embassies, and other amounts of people off planet. That's a bummer. And no, I don't buy that the 10,000 accounts for all those. Vulcans have been a spacefaring race for a long time before this. I've got to imagine that there are millions out there. Uhura tries to comfort Spock in the wake of all this, but he just wants to focus on his duties. On board the Narada, Nero reveals that he wanted Pike because he wants the subspace frequencies of Starfleet's border protection grids, specifically those surrounding Earth. Aside from the fact that they'd probably change that sort of thing for security purposes as soon as he was captured, what the hell does it matter? The Narada keeps shrugging off huge fleets of ships. What's a planetary defense grid gonna do? Hell, wouldn't Vulcan have had one of those too? And, again, not even a mosquito bite's worth of damage. Pike is of course not talking, pissed because of what happened to Vulcan and the genocide Nero committed. I prevented genocide! In my time, where I come from, this is a simple mining vessel. I was off-planet, doing my job while your Federation did nothing, and allowed my people to burn while their planet broke in half. And oh boy, does this dialogue make no friggin' sense, made even worse when you did read that countdown prologue. Actually, by destroying Vulcan, he in fact doomed many more people to die. Well, assuming time travel worked like it normally does in Star Trek, but this movie operates on the parallel universe theory of time travel, so there you go. Anyway, Pike says he's out of his mind because Romulus is fine and the incident he described never happened. It has happened! I watched it happen! I saw it happen! Don't tell me it didn't happen! I didn't exaggerate that voice, by the way. This is the performance Eric Bana decided to give.
It has happened! I watched it happen! I saw it happen! Don't tell me it didn't happen!
It was a very inspired choice for him to play Nero as a petulant child. Like, he only implies he's from the future, so why doesn't he just outright say, I come from the future? But whatever, guess what? His wife isn't actually mentioned in this comic. We see her in a flashback later, but that's it. Good job there, it was like his primary motivation. Now he's just upset about Romulus being destroyed, and he's decided that he wants to create a Romulus free from the Federation altogether, and plans to use alien slugs to get the information he wants. You know, just like Khan did. In fact, just a brief aside here to compare, Khan is marooned for 15 years, loses his wife, and this is his reaction.
I'll chase him round the moons of Nibia and round the Antares maelstrom and round perdition's flames before I give him up.
Nero loses his wife and is marooned for 25 years, and his reaction is...
Hi, Christopher. I'm Nero.
Pure poetry. Anyway, on the Enterprise, they discuss the situation. Nero is headed for Earth. McCoy wonders how the hell the Romulans have the technology to destroy a planet like that, with a black hole and all. Which is actually kind of funny, because in the 24th century, Romulan warbirds are powered by an artificial quantum singularity like a black hole. I don't know, maybe in this time period they used something different, but if it's the same, that's just kind of amusing. Anyway, Spock thinks that the black hole generating device pretty much answers the question for them. Using a black hole like that, they may be able to create a hole in the space-time continuum and travel through time. Time travel? Are you out of your Vulcan mind? It's probably just some scientist who whipped up something advanced like that. $10 says I'm right. You're on! The real purpose of this scene is to establish that they're living in an alternate universe to reassure long-term Star Trek fans that the reboot doesn't invalidate the old timeline. Kirk wants them to pursue Nero before he reaches Earth, but of course Spock says they're outmatched and outgunned, and they need to rendezvous with the rest of the fleet. Kirk gets pissed off, and Spock finally orders security to escort him off the bridge, but he's so belligerent that Spock neck pinches him and orders him off the ship. Which seems like an odd and really unnecessary detour when you could just shove him in the brig or something, but then we wouldn't get to where we need to in the plot. Kirk gets dropped off on the planet Delta Vega and immediately runs into two different monsters, being chased into a cave inhabited by Leonard Nimoy! Kirk doesn't recognize him as Spock, of course, who uses a mind meld to explain the details of what went down. 129 years in the future, a star will explode and threaten to destroy the galaxy.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
In both Countdown and Star Trek Online, what this really means is it will cause a bizarre chain reaction of destruction where the energy keeps getting fed and moving on to more and more star systems. But here it's just, oh, I guess a single supernova can blow up the entire galaxy or whatever. Spock promised the Romulans he'd save them, but he didn't arrive in time to stop it. He did eventually stop it, but Nero intercepted him and the two were sent back in time in the process. Nero beamed Spock here so that he could watch Vulcan's destruction. Somehow, even though they're not even in the same star system anymore. What I love is that the comic version of this uses images from the Countdown prequel without any of the more detailed explanation of any of this stuff. So now Nero is just some random dumbass Romulan who just happens to have a friggin' mining ship more powerful than both the Klingons and the Federation, and no personal beef with Spock beyond his "I promise to save Romulus" thing. The comic includes a brief dialogue to try to explain the sheer amount of coincidences present in the story. How Sulu, Chekhov, Uhura, Spock, McCoy, and Kirk all still ended up on the Enterprise despite the changed timeline. Dr. McCoy would assert our meeting here is not a matter of coincidence, but rather indicates a higher purpose. He'd call it a miracle. Precisely. Perhaps the time stream's way of attempting to mend itself. The same crew found its way onto the same ship in a time of ultimate crisis. Screw you, random engineer who died over Vulcan! You're not special enough for the timeline to try to save you! Yeah, this explanation is just silly. Even if the timeline was trying to right itself, and why would it, this is now a parallel universe, these people shouldn't be in the same class at the Academy, and both Kirk and Spock had careers for years before they were on the Enterprise together. The timeline isn't righting itself, it's trying to speed things along because it knows they're the main characters. After a bit of a bonding moment about Kirk's father, they head to a Starfleet outpost on Delta Vega, occupied by an alien named Keenzer, and Simon Pegg playing Montgomery Scott. Again, the timeline knows who the main characters are. How do you think I wound up here? I had a little debate with my instructor on the issue of relativistic physics and how it pertains to subspace travel. So, I tested it on Admiral Archer's prize beagle. I know that dog. What happened to it? I'll tell you when it reappears. There's something darkly amusing about the idea that Captain Archer's dog Porthos from Star Trek Enterprise survived to be over 100 years old just for Scotty to accidentally murder it in a transporter accident. They give Scotty an abridged explanation about being from the future and prove it by giving Scotty his own formula for transwarp beaming, which will allow them to transport themselves across many, many light years to a vessel traveling at warp. This is just nonsense. Technology way beyond what any show in the franchise was capable of doing. But what's even dumber is that old Spock refuses to go with them, even telling Kirk that he can't tell young Spock about him. He offers no real explanation why, and the end of the movie implies it's about them finding their own destiny, which is horse crap because their destiny right now is a crazy-ass Romulan with a doomsday weapon! To stop Nero, you alone must take command of your ship. If I've learned anything from many adventures with you, Jim, it's that you always somehow pull victory out of your ass, no matter how illogical it is. He says he can take command by invoking Starfleet Regulation 619, that any command officer who is emotionally compromised by the mission at hand must resign said command. Jim, I just lost my planet. I can tell you, I am emotionally compromised. What you must do is get me to show it. I recommend calling my mother a whore. Seemed to work when I was a kid. And so Kirk and Scotty beam aboard, and mercifully the comic cuts the Scotty beamed into a water tank bit to just one page before security finds them. On the bridge, Spock is naturally wondering how the hell they got back on board the ship, but Kirk just goads him into an emotional response, which involves him beating the crap out of Jim. But after a bit, he snaps out of it and realizes that he is indeed emotionally compromised, relinquishing command of the ship. Kirk, apparently still the acting first officer, assumes command. And enjoy this creepy rendering of Simon Pegg smiling. May it haunt your nightmares forever. Kirk announces their plan to go after Nero's ship, and we get a brief scene with Spock and Sarek for some character development, but we've still got a bit of a comic to go, so let's move on. Obviously, they can't just warp in front of the Narada and hope to win a fight, but they can hide behind Saturn's moon Titan, using the magnetic distortion from Saturn's rings to hide them from Nero's sensors. Spock will then beam over to Nero's ship, steal back the black hole device. What do you mean, steal it back? And try to rescue Captain Pike. Kirk says he's coming with him. I would cite regulation, but I know you will simply ignore it. See? We are getting to know each other. Now kiss! Issue 6 begins with Nero arriving on Earth orbit and activating the drill. As you may have gathered, the whole Starfleet defenses thing is completely moot, and we see no evidence of any battle, or whether they deactivated anything, so yeah, they just needed a way to get Pike off the bridge. Kirk and Spock beam over. Okie dokie then, if there's any common sense in the design of the enemy ship, I should be putting you somewhere in the cargo bay. Shouldn't be a soul in sight. And they end up right in the middle of like a dozen guys.
How else can I keep my reputation as a miracle worker?
After dealing with the Romulans, Spock mind melds with one to learn of where the Red Matter and Captain Pike are, arriving at Spock's ship. He of course soon realizes that Kirk didn't mention the whole future version of him thing, and it amounts to nothing. Thanks, old Spock. You really have a way with not being helpful.
Well, my work is done here.
What do you mean your work is done? You didn't do anything.
Didn't I?
Spock takes the ship out while Kirk goes to get Pike, confronting Nero along the way, and getting his ass whooped. I know your face from Earth's history. James T. Kirk was considered to be a great man. He went on to captain the USS Enterprise. Then he captained a desk, then back on the Enterprise, then captained a Klingon bird of prey, then captained another Enterprise, then got sent into the future thanks to a temporal nexus, and got buried by a French guy under some rocks. But that was another life. A life I will deprive you of, just like I did your father! Okay, how the hell did he know about that? Did he make sure to study the family history of everybody you served alongside Spock? Spock's ship is able to destroy the drill, much to Nero's frustration. He goes to a warp, and of course Nero pursues, and then drops out of warp for no real reason. The Enterprise arrives to save him, though, while Kirk rescues Pike. The three are all beamed away while Spock's ship collides with the Narada, igniting the red matter and opening a massive black hole right in the middle of their ship. Of course, this is one of those slow-acting black holes, so it's taking a minute before it, destroys their ship. Kirk hails the Narada and offers assistance. Captain, what are you doing? Showing them compassion may be the only way to earn peace with Romulus. It's logic, Spock. It really isn't. Nero doesn't represent the Empire. He's from the future. Saving a few Romulans won't make peace, and no one on Romulus knows anything about this as far as we can tell. It doesn't matter anyway, since Nero refuses help and Kirk blows up their ship, with the comic panel showing Eric Bana taking a nap because he's bored with his bizarre acting. After some questionable science, the Enterprise gets away from the black hole, day is saved, and back at Starfleet Academy, old Spock meets with new Spock. Why did you send Kirk aboard when you alone could have explained the truth?
Because you needed each other. I could not deprive you of the revelation of all that you could accomplish together, of a friendship that will define you both in ways you cannot yet realize.
And this was more important than the insight you could have provided in stopping Nero and saving billions of people.
The needs of the bromance, my young self.
How did you persuade him to keep your secret?
I inferred that universe-ending paradoxes would ensue should he break his promise.
When? Young Spock wants to resign from Starfleet and help his people, but old Spock says he's got this covered.
Spock, in this case, do yourself a favor. Put aside logic. Do what feels right. Since my customary farewell would appear oddly self-serving, I will simply say, good luck.
It is advice I will share with our third actor. Wait, what third actor?
You'll see.
Kirk is given a commendation for saving the day, and I guess this means he can graduate early and become captain, because that makes sense. I mean, not even like the first officer or straight to lieutenant. We have to give him command of the flagship. But whatever, the crew is assembled, and I guess everyone else graduates now too. And so our comic ends with Leonard Nimoy reciting the Star Trek opening speech.
To boldly go where no one has gone before.
And Into Darkness proceeds to boldly go where they already went with their new version of Wrath of Khan. This comic is arguably the best of all the Star Trek movie adaptations. No, seriously, while I have many critiques of the movie, and subsequently the comic, as an adaptation, this is pretty damn good. It's certainly the longest adaptation we've done, which means most of the movie gets in there, plus a few extra bits that didn't make it into the theatrical cut. The artwork is very good and matches the likenesses of the actors, and there aren't friggin' lens flares everywhere trying to blind us. As for the movie itself, well, I've critiqued it enough. For what it is, it's okay, but man oh man, this was not what I wanted out of the franchise. I still think Star Trek Beyond was pretty damn good, and definitely the best of the Kelvin Timeline movies, so if you're gonna check out any of them, I recommend that one. It actually tells its own original story, and all the crew gets some moments to shine. I will say from a story perspective, it is interesting that they approach the material like this. Not just a reboot, but the presence of Leonard Nimoy shows that it is sequel, prequel, and reboot. His final words to young Spock demonstrating the evolution of his character while starting an entirely new and fresh version of the original take of him. It's a unique situation that I've only ever seen once before, in the webcomic Schlock Mercenary, though that was only a few months of character development involving time travel changing how things played out, versus most of Spock's entire life. This movie may not be perfect, nowhere near perfect, but I applaud it for the method they went about it. Next time, Star Trek Timber continues with its only venture outside of the original series, as we take another look at DC's goofy first Next Generation miniseries.
You're not exactly catching us at our best.
That much is certain.
Hello my friends, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and click the bell for notifications on new video releases. If you'd like to support future videos, you can check out my Patreon or purchase a t-shirt via Teespring or Shark Robot. Thanks for watching!